362 is a big number. Is this the largest legendary tier list we'll have constructed to date?
Yes, 100%. Because the second largest was Final Fantasy at 168.
Oh my
So this
god.
is over double that.
Yeah. Anyways, welcome to the show before the show where you check to make sure everything's working. We're starting things off relatively early today, earlier than anticipated. One, because I slept through my alarms for something I was supposed to do in the morning. In case you're up. But two, we took quite a long time on our Final Fantasy tier list, and I suspect we'll be quite a bit longer on this one. So there's over 350 legendaries to cover. This is to include the vehicles from the set, because let's remember we can now
Vehicles
helm
are
those.
dangerous.
Yeah, those could just be in the CZ now. Will is traveling. Let's just check his audio really quick. How are you?
Hello, hello.
Sounds great. Sounds great to me. All right, guys. If you don't know how this typically works, we go over these within the bracket system that has been recently established. Brackets 1 through 5. I'll have Will go over those for us shortly. I do want to just give you guys a gander of our list. We're going through it via set number today, which may or may not perfectly align with our tier list. We're using Tier Buddy to construct our tier list today. So some of these guys may be a little out of order. So if it takes a second for me to find them, there's that, but it shouldn't be too messed up. But yeah, we're probably going to skip through our ones and twos pretty quickly. Those will be pretty identifiable. 3, 4s, and 5s we'll spend a bit more time on. But on that note, Will, what the hell's a 3? What's a 4?
So, basically for the bracket system, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ones are the decks that are more jokey theme decks. You can't actually really make them work unless you put a ton of effort into them. But it's like building around a theme more so to play for fun and show off something cool than to actually win. Bracket 2 are the lower power decks that have a general game plan. They are playing to play the game, but they're not terribly effective. Bracket 3s are decks that are a bit more tuned, a bit more powerful, and they're trying to win like about turn 8-ish. Bracket 4s are decks that are on the competitive side, but not exactly competitive. They're trying to win at like turn 5-ish. And then bracket 5 is cEDH. They're trying to win as quickly as possible. They're trying to slam wins, metagame, do all the crazy, well-defined combos, all that good stuff.
Sounds
So,
that sounds about
uh,
right.
and for the tier list site that we have right now, I can't see it because I don't have a monitor set
Oh,
up.
you're good. You're good.
And I had to not order the things on the site because usually I set up the order on everything. Hold on. Hold on.
You're good. You're good.
Sorry about that. I have to adjust my webcam for a little bit. But
Good morning.
my usual tier list site physically could not handle 368 things. So I had to use a different site. And this one, I could not put 368 in one go. I had to manually input them like in groups of however many. And I did like groups of 8 to get them input. And then they wouldn't let me reorder them after I put it in. So I couldn't organize the tier list to be as nicely neat and orderly as we usually do it. Because usually I'll spend like 10-20 minutes before the stream just going like, okay, organizing there, that's
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
white
yeah.
ones. I could do all the blue, and then couldn't do that here. So it's all a little scuffed. It's all a little wacky. I don't think we're going to have 362 legendaries in another set for a while. So here's hoping that we're not going to have to go through all this second time. And it doesn't help that I'm in Ohio. So I'm not at my usual keyboard. I can't easily adjust things as much right now, but next time it should be smoother.
On that note, with such a long tier list to begin with, I'm going to go through these in the order that they're featured on the tier list Tier Buddy site. You can't see that under our images, but we're going to start with Galactus and we'll roll through these in the order found here from left to right. So to start, Galactus Devourer of Worlds, 10 CMC, Elder Alien, 12/12. Flying Trample Indestructible. When Galactus enters exile, target permanent. Pretty good. Galactus attacks an opponent with the most life among your opponents each combat, if able, unless you control a creature named Silver Surfer, Galactus's Herald. Not just any Silver Surfer. It's kind of a bummer. Okay. In the CZ, we're looking at these specifically for that, I should state before we begin. If you want to get our opinions on some of these cards in the 99, you should watch our set review. We did talk about Galactus there. He's like, I don't know. Oh, I'm just gonna say a
He's
1 because you don't. There are other colorless things you should be doing, but he's not like bad actively. You could probably fit into 2 or 3 if you really wanted to push it.
He's somewhere between 2 and 3. I'm going to say a 2 only because big, good, like cost-effective guy with really good keywords and a really amazing ETB. With the downside of you can't really choose how he attacks.
Yeah.
But 2 tapping somebody with your commander doesn't matter. So if you want to do like a flicker deck, he's really good. If you want to just punch people, he's really good. But there are crazier things you can do with colorless, so he's probably just a 2.
I would say just a 2. He's competing in the same space as like a Ulamog or any of those Shuffle Titans, right? Where you just get Annihilator on cast or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's better. But it's still pretty good.
Also, for we can probably like skim cards as opposed to like reading out the full effect, just so that we can do this a little bit faster because we're trying to save time. Theoretically, the stream is going to take 10 hours. We don't want the stream to take 10 hours.
Yeah. Am I able to edit this tier list? Give me 1 second.
Like click and drag to different tiers, or
yeah. Give me 1 second. It doesn't seem.
Are they not letting you do that?
No, it doesn't want me to do that. Oh. This is interesting.
What?
How do I categorize it? Where I am completely new to this service. So it's not letting me click on where it goes. So it's not a drag and drop for Tier Buddy. This is why we do the show before the show. Well, that's kind of cool. I didn't know you can enlarge it and we could just look at it off of here. I don't even think I need Scryfall, but it's not letting me select the tier it's in. Is there a way to functionally...
Is there a reason why?
No. I don't think it's... Maybe it's because... What does Remix do?
If they did it in a way where it's like me making the list, means that I'm the only person who can do it, that is going to be infuriating because that means that we can't do the stream today and we have to redo all this later.
Yeah, remixed from Will's MTG Marvel Superheroes Commander tier list.
Yes. Yeah. Do that.
Well, I just remixed it so I could see if I could do that. Well, we know Galactus is a 2. I'm going to get his ass over there in a second. Let me see if I need to log in to do this.
Maybe.
But, I mean, I do like that it lets me highlight the card on screen, so that's actually kind of helpful. I'm just making a quick account here, guys. Don't mind me. Making a quick account, and then I'm going to put this back up. Now, can I move it? Okay.
Can you?
No, not yet. There we go. Okay.
Okay, we're free. We're good.
Yeah, you definitely need an account with Tier Buddy. But this is interesting. So I could do this. That's useful. Okay. Do that. Okay, so next card. We have Everett K. Ross.
Oh, Everett K. Ross. Okay. Everett K. Ross is 3 mana for a creature that says commanders you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink. When an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draw a card. He is 1/3. Bracket 1. Bad Magar.
Yeah, I'm good with that. We could skip around. There's not a clean way to show you guys the card I'm looking at on here. It's not letting me like recenter the sucker, so actually, yeah, we'll go back to Scryfall. Okay. So you can see every K-Ross.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
If you read off the name, I can just read off the card and what it does in like a quick way.
Molecule Man.
6 mana. All of your card or all your non-land cards have Miracle 0. Bracket 4 or bracket 3, because if you get just random draw effects and colorless, you will be dumping 4 Eldrazi's in rotation at some point. He can do a lot of nut stuff, but bracket 4 or bracket 3, in my opinion. What do you say?
Honestly, I feel like 4 is safe. It's colorless, so it's like the value of your cards is really low, and the density of good cards in colorless is low as well. We've made a few colorless decks. They can operate well if the commander is like performs extremely well. I don't know how many instant speed, cantripy, or draw type effects you can run off turn. I mean, this includes things like Sensei's Divining Top off turn, right? Because that will, in fact, have a miracle. So it's,
Yeah.
but then you're obviously, I don't know. That, yes, I'd say 4. I think we could probably elevate this.
Yeah, you can easily ramp to 6 and get like a couple random draw effects here and there to get like 2, maybe 3 miracles a turn.
Yeah. Silver Surfer? Galactus's
Uh,
Herald.
Silver Surfer, ETB, search your library for Galactus and put it into your hand. When this deals combat damage to a player until the end of your next turn, target creature attacks that. Hold on. Attacks that. Sorry. Until your next turn. Steam Deck, please don't go black on me. The screen keeps fading out for power save mode. When Silver Surfer deals combat damage to a player until the end of your next turn, target creature attacks that player each combat, if able. So this is just a thing that gets you out Galactus. It's the thing that works with Galactus. This is probably the way that you play Galactus in actuality, because it lets you disrupt your opponent's stuff. It lets you basically play 2 commanders, but it's still kind of weak, so I'd say bracket 2.
Yeah, I just threw it right in bracket 2. I'm kind of with you on that. All right, we've got Jarvis, Earth's Mightiest Butler.
All right. Oh, that's where the heck is that on my list?
He's down here. I got him.
Yeah.
For 2 generic and a blue, he's going to be a 1, guys. I'm just letting you know. 1/4 body.
Yeah, when he casts a hero, draw a card.
Yeah.
Draw bracket 1.
I mean,
not a lot of good heroes.
I don't know how many heroes you'll have in strictly mono blue. I suppose that means changelings as well, but if you want to do that, then go for it. If he was 5 colors, that's maybe different, but not even that different. All right.
Actually, I will say bracket 2 only because you can do that one enchantment that says all creatures are the type named in addition to their other type. So you can just say hero, and then whenever you cast a creature, draw a card.
I mean, do you have a good
way? That's a lot of work for something kind of subpar.
Yeah, you don't have
a lot of work for bad shoe lane.
Yeah, you don't have a good way to find. You don't have a good way to find that either. We have Council of Reeds. It's actually
Council of Reeds is 3 mana for 2/2 that says legend rule doesn't apply, and at the beginning of combat, if you cast an on-creature spell, make a copy of this. Bracket 2, it goes wide kind of fast, but just play the Najeela if you want to go wide fast.
We're gonna try it like this, guys. This feels a little hokey, but Falcon and Redwing.
Falcon and Redwing. When this deals combat damage, you put you make that many 1/1 bird tokens with flying, and this gets a +1/+1 counter on it. Bracket 2, it can do a lot of things because it goes wide and goes tall, and it's basically just Cranko, but in white instead of red.
Okay. We've got Helmet Zemo Mastermind. I'm going to do one thing with our background here. I just want to see if I can get this to sync up better on screen for you guys. But this is the mono blue one.
Yep, Helmet Zemo, when this attacks, you may cast an instant or sorcery card with mana value less than or equal to its power from graveyard. If it would be put into graveyard, exile it instead. And if the spell is cast this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Helmet Zemo. Bracket 1. Honestly, it's not too great because there's not a lot of really awesome spell slingers you can do. And also, spoilers, we're getting the Bilbo in the next set, which is just a purely better version of this card. Strictly better.
So 2, you say?
Yeah, 2.
Yeah,
no, 1/1. I said 1 because it's literally getting power crept in the next set.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, this is better. I think this is better for you guys. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, next one. Iron Man Armored Avenger.
Iron Man Armored Avenger. Uh, 4 mana for a flyer that says when you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whenever Iron Man attacks, each other modified creature you control gains flying until the end of the turn. Bracket 3. And the reason why is because we have two creatures in blue that say when this gets a counter on it, draw a card, and one of them is draw this card. So you have two cards that just go infinite to draw your deck
Yeah.
with this, and they are on the CMCs that you can use the transmute cards to find them. So this has combos. This is also just a better version of was it Lila from the Spider-Man set, the computer artificial intelligence lady.
Right.
Um, but like bracket 3, bracket
I
3.
like this set bracket 3. This would be fun to build out. There's a lot of cool mono blue commanders from this set, but the fact that this has two built-in
Maybe 4 because it has a really compact combo, but I'd say 3.
Yeah, I mean, mind you, it's whenever you draw a card, the +1/+1 counters are applied to target creature. You can stop that at any time. I don't know that this has inherent value, like in and of itself, like providing because base level, unless you're getting a draw each turn off of something else, I feel like this is just okay. Like you do need an engine in place to get anything done with this card, but anyways, Winter Soldier, Reborn Avenger.
Winter Soldier. 5 mana for a 3/5. When this attacks, you may put target creature with mana value less than or equal to Winter Soldier's power onto the battlefield. If a hero entered this way, it enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. This is a really good annoying stacks commander, but Squall wins.
Yeah.
Bracket 3, you can still do some really gross stuff with the Winter Soldier, and it's on attack, not on damage, which means that you'll always get a thing back, and you can get really big things back. Because if you're playing Voltron, you're getting back Elish Norn at some point.
Yeah. Well, Elish is what? She's a what's her stat line?
7. She's 7 mana, so you just need to get Bucky up by 4 attack to reanimate Elish.
Okay. I see it between like 3 and 2. I don't know that mono white's got it like that.
Mono white reanimator commanders have been like relatively good because we have the Celeste or whatever her name is from Warhammer that people play as a decent mono white reanimator, and Winter Soldier is the same thing but just play
Better.
Voltron, which good enough.
Okay, Lockjaw, slobbering teleporter.
Lockjaw, slobbering teleporter. 2 mana at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on this. When you do, Lockjaw and up to one other target creature cannot be blocked this turn. Bracket 1.
Wolf. Yeah, it's about bracket 1. You don't really want to be doing aggro mono blue. I mean, you can, but I don't know how far you're going to get with that. Hercules, Olympian hero.
5 mana for a 3/3 that says when it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on him, and he gains indestructible until the end of the turn. Whenever Hercules is dealt damage for the first time each turn, put that many +1/+1 counters on him. Bracket 2, there are fun things to do here.
Yeah, demigod as a subtype. Is that new?
That's been a thing.
Okay.
That's been a thing. Theros Beyond Death.
Professor Hulk.
Professor Hulk, 6 mana for a 5/5 trampler, 6/6 trampler. When this deals damage, draw that many cards.
That seems okay.
3.
Yeah,
That's a lot of draw. Like just on base, that's a lot of draw.
Yeah, and you're kind of forcing them to block you, unless they just want you to draw a shit ton of cards every turn. But what the game plan is whatever the hell you want it to be, and you're just using this to draw cards, pretty much. But
Yeah,
3,
you could go for like a super heavy ramp deck and then he just reloads your hand. You could go for a control deck and he's just going to keep drawing you counter spells. You could go Voltron. The blue does have a lot of artifact synergy stuff.
it seems pretty good. But what about Queen Mother Ramonda?
5 mana for a 3/5. When she enters, you become the monarch, and as long as you're the monarch, creatures with power 2 or less cannot attack you.
So Hulk is getting through.
Yeah, Hulk is getting through, but Hulk is probably getting blocked by a whole bunch of other things that didn't need to block other things. Not a bad pillow fort commander and makes Monarch a thing. I would say probably bracket 2, but close to bracket 3.
Yeah, I'm yoinking this down to 2. I feel like you're gonna get that Monarch taken from you pretty quickly. It is 5 CMC, which is not difficult to hit if your deck is like artifact heavy and you're running all of the fast mana, artifact based fast mana. But I feel like you're gonna get that yoinked pretty quickly. If there's any flyer, any sort of evasion,
I
you
mean,
will
it has
be.
to be a big enough flyer. It has to be a 3-attack flyer because 2-attack can't hit you.
Yeah. Mm, still 2.
Dude,
I don't see it going much further up that list. All right, we have Damocles base Sword of Kang. This is our first vehicle commander on this list. I can read it off. It's 5 mana, 5
yeah.
5 body, flying death touch. When Damocles deals combat damage to a player, that player faces a villainous choice. They sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice, or they lose 2 life and you draw 2 cards. That's pretty damn good. Crew of 3, mind you. So it's kind of a high crew cost.
Bracket 1.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a lot of hoops.
That's a lot of hoops. That's a fun effect, though, but that's a lot of hoops.
Oops, all hoops.
Yeah. Valeria Richards. Precocious.
Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast your first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card. 4 mana. If it wasn't 4 mana, this would probably be somewhat decent, but bracket 2, it is still a draw engine and cost reduction on things that you want cost reduction on, but bracket 2.
Yeah, you don't really want your cost reducers coming at you at 4, although it does wind up paying for itself. It does, in the sense that it's giving you draw. Kind of reminds me of that one Simic legend that draws, like, you get a free draw per turn. What's her name? Forget her name. There's a Simic legend that's very similar in effect. We don't even run her. Rashmi? Maybe Rashmi. Abomination World Ravager. Boy's expensive.
Abomination World Ravager. Big mayhem card, bracket 1.
Yeah.
Don't even have to cover him. Just bracket 1. He's better in the 99, and he's not even great in the 99.
Claw Master of Sound.
Which color
He's
is
black.
that?
This one's black. So 3 CMC, 3/3 body with Death Touch. Whenever you play a card from exile, Claw gains indestructible until end of turn. Too bad black doesn't do that too often. Whenever Claw deals combat damage to a player, look at the top of that player's library, then exile it face down. You may play it for as long as it remains exiled. Mana of any type may be spent to cast this spell in this way.
Weird bad draw commander in black.
Yeah,
bracket 1.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. If it was Rakdos, maybe I'd feel a little bit better about it. The Wasp, Winsome Avenger.
Bracket 1. It's just like a weird tech hate piece.
Yeah. Cool art, though. Ironmonger, Sadistic Tycoon.
Bracket 3. Whenever a creature you control connives, put a +1/+1 counter on each villain you control. There's a lot of decent villains from this set. There's a lot of changeling stuff you can do, and there's a lot of cards that just make it so your entire board connives. So if you have 6 villains in play, and all 6 villains connive, they're each potentially going to get a counter from conniving, and then each of them is going to get 6 more counters. So all of those random 1/1 villains you have are going to be 7/7s to 8/8s that will kill everyone. Bracket 3. There's setup, but there's good setup.
Yeah, I mean, if you're building, it's specifically connive. I would just need to look at the list of like decent conniving cards. But there are bodies that connive on ETB or attack, I suppose.
Yeah, but bodies that connive on ETB, cards that say like convoke for each creature that convoked, they connive, stuff like that. There's stuff that just makes it so your entire board convokes.
Also, we're in black, so like you could find the best solution with a tutor. So it's actually quite good. Batroc, the Leaper.
Batroc the Leaper. Kicker guy that gets a +1/+1 counter for each time that he's kicked, and he punches things for each time that he's kicked. Big mana sink to just wipe the board. Bracket 1.
Yeah, I put it right there. I put it right there already. Killmonger, Ruthless Usurper. Dope ass art.
Killmonger, Ruthless Usurper, 3 mana for a 3/3 Trampler. One of this attacks gets +1/+1 for each artifact the defending player controls. When this deals combat damage to a player, that player sacrifices an artifact of their choice, and you get a treasure token. Bracket 1, it relies on your opponents doing stuff.
Yeah. It's in the flavor text too. Franklin Richards, Ascendant.
All right.
Red boy.
Which,
Red boy.
all right.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. Franklin Richards Ascendant. 6 mana for 6/6 at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you cast a non-creature, discover 6. Bracket 1. Discovering it's a tally but bad.
Yeah, it's also 6 CMC for this little sucker. 5 generic, but still. The Frightful Four.
The Frightful Four.
Amazing. Right?
4 mana for 4/4 menace. When your opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, that player loses life equal to its mana value. Bracket 1. Your opponent's going to choose how much life they lose.
Yeah. No, I concur. Lady Loki, Agent of Chaos.
Lady Loki is 6 mana. When you cast your first instant sorcery or villain spell each turn, exile the top card of your library. Sorry. When you cast your first spell each turn, exile it. Then exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. Lady Loki deals combat damage to each opponent equal to the difference between the mana values of the exiled cards. Then you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. So it just lets you transform one spell into another spell and cast the other spell for free. So it's a possibility storm commander.
This feels
Bracket 1. It's really inconsistent.
Yeah. I would say that there's a game plan here, but it's super chaotic, which makes sense. It's okay.
If you want possibility storm, possibility storm. Not possibility. Yeah. If you want possibility storm, you want to mess with your opponents.
Yeah. No, I agree. Alicia Masters, Skilled Sculptor. She's 2 for an 0/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've cast a non-creature spell this turn, create a treasure token. That's pretty damn good. Sense the Good. At the beginning of end step, each player gains control of all creatures they own. So it's like a homeward path trigger.
Decent tech creature for certain decks, but not really good by itself. So bracket 1.
Yeah, I do like the treasure generation. I feel like what is that one guy, the Orzhov guy that people play for treasure generation?
Loka.
Yeah. It's kind of a new alternative for that, but again, more 99 centric. Living Laser.
Living Laser is 5 mana for 4/4 with haste. When it attacks for each card you've discarded this turn, you create a token that's a copy of Living Laser, but it isn't legendary, enters tapped and attacking, and you exile it at the end step. Bracket 4, this with any extra combat is just nuts. You will wipe the entire table. You do need to have something to make you discard cards, but between like Faithless Saluting Effects, Tormenting Voices, Burning Inquiry, anything, it's easy.
Yeah, we need more Burning Inquiries, really. I mean, that just screws everyone up. I like this at 4. I between like 3 and 4. I don't know how good mono red is in this sense with this guy. But there is a lot of extra combat ability, so it's not like I could see this popping off. No, I agree with you. I would love to see it actually built out, but maybe for a future day. Firebird, Blazing Ranger for 3 CMC, 1/3 body, flying. Whenever Firebird attacks, other attacking creatures get +X+O. Blah, blah, blah. It's
bracket 3. This makes any buff into a really big anthem, so you can make any go wide deck a lot better. But it does not do crazy enough stuff to be B4.
Yeah, I mean, why you put this the same bracket as Ironmonger? Is that strictly because the beats matter kind of strategy? Is this better than an Ironmonger?
Well, it's like you play this with the Krenko, and then you just go, okay, well, I'm going to attack with Firebird after giving her +3/+0 from a random spell. So Krenko is going to be getting +4/+0, and all the other goblins are going to be getting +4/+0, meaning that I'm going to be making a lot more goblins and also killing people with the original goblins.
Yeah, but that's like her in the 99 though, right?
No, that's her in the command zone. Because you have anything that just says make tokens, and then she says make tokens big.
Okay. I'm into it. Photon Mighty Marvel.
All right. Photon Mighty Marvel is 4 mana for a 2/4 flyer. When this deals combat damage, you get that much mana of any one color. It does not. You don't lose it between phases. This does go infinite with Aggravated Assault, which is pretty good as long as you can get her up to 5 attack. So that is some kind of combo, but not super crazy by herself. You do keep the mana though, which is relevant. This is hard to analyze, but
Having
I would say three. You can get
hmm,
away with doing some like weird big mana Voltron things to get a lot of value.
I guess having played Neheb for years, I want to say this is a 2. Neheb is better in the fact that you're getting card quality and will hopefully rotate into your aggravated assault for like a good setup, but
Yeah.
it's not good. I can tell you it's not good.
Yeah, it can do a good chunk, but Neheb does more.
I think because Neheb
So I
exists, I think that this is bumped down. I feel like Neheb is a better version of this.
Yeah, fair. Okay, yeah, we can say two.
Yeah. Sorry. And not the effect is not bad. Wakabi, Shield in the Nation, 2 CMC for 2/3 body with vigilance. Whenever you attack with your commander, if you control an artifact with a mana value of 4 or greater, create a 4/4 rhino with trample. It's mono green. And it's a
Yeah,
token generator that's very it's one. It's a
it's a lot of hoops just to make a 4/4 bracket one.
yeah, there's better token generators that are multicolored. Medusa in Human Queen. Oof.
Medusa in Human Queen. So I keep having to scroll back and forth. Medusa in Human Queen's like 3 up or
Yeah,
something like
just look
that,
for
I
the
think.
big red art. The big red art piece.
Oh no, she is in green.
She is
Okay.
mono green, yeah, yeah.
Um, so 3 mana for a 2/2 that says when you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Medusa in Human Queen. She has vigilance and reach. Bracket 2, maybe 3. The only reason why is power matter stuff is very relevant in green. And if you're just casting ramp effects, Medusa gets pretty big pretty quickly, and then you can use any of the draw equal to power things to draw a lot of cards to make Medusa bigger the more cards you play. So there's some storm stuff you can do, but it's very slow.
Yeah, really,
So
really
bracket
good.
2.
Just really good card by itself, but not necessarily in the CZ, and maybe not even for this format. But it's honestly a really solid card with Vigilance and Reach. That's nutty, dude. I would hate to
Yeah.
fight that shit in Limited. Um, I mean, she's prone to removal, but case raw. Guys, I want to stop here for just 1 second. If there are any cards as we add to the tier list that you feel like deserve to be in a separate bracket, again, let us know. We went over the brackets earlier in this stream, but let us know if you have any questions about that, and obviously any thoughts or feelings about the legends we cover. We are covering a lot today, so we're blazing through these. So if we're going to quickly, feel free to add your 2 cents. Puppet Master, String Puller, 3 CMC, 2/4 body. Whenever you attack goad target creature an opponent controls, it can't block this turn. Whenever one or more goaded creatures deals combat damage to one of your opponents, create a treasure token. That's cute. I
I will say this is really good with mass goad effects to get a lot of mana, but it doesn't do a lot. However, it's one of the better goad commanders we've gotten in a while.
yeah. I want to say too is that this is actually kind of a fun strategy. Red has had like goad in its back pocket for a long time, and as a payoff, creating treasures and then damaging your opponents. There's some really interesting tomfoolery here. I could see this being a really interesting list to play, and you'll come out on top life wise. What is the finisher for a deck like this? What big splashy thing in red are you trying to do with all that treasure?
I mean, to be fair, you just keep spamming things that goad
Yeah,
everything
yeah,
over and
yeah.
over and over again. And then you eventually just go, okay, well, now that everyone's punched down, I guess Chandra's ignition, everyone take like 5. That's enough to kill. Good game.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I still want maybe 2. Is this ungenerous? Should it be a 3? Like it has a goad strategy, or is this a 2? It's like cut above casual.
Uh, this is 2. I think it's still a little too casual.
Yeah. How about
Because to
She-Hulk?
make a lot of mana, if you jump through enough hoops, and it does still rely on your opponents to attack and connect with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is provided they even have bodies. I mean, it depends on the list you're facing, but they might only have like 1 creature you're goading. She-Hulk, Wallbreaker.
3 mana for a 5/5 that says other heroes you control have trample, and whenever a hero you control becomes blocked, but a +1/+1 counter on that hero for each creature blocking it. Bracket 1.
Yeah, rather play Medusa.
Yeah.
Moving back to green for Nakia Wakandan Operator. 3 CMC for a 3/3 body with reach. Whenever your commander enters, you become the monarch. And you can pay 2, tap this to put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature or vehicle. Activate only as a sorcery. 1.
Yeah. Having like a quick and easy early monarch effect is fun, but the other effect is really stifled by the fact that it's sorcery speed, and the monarch doesn't really make up for that enough.
Not at all. But what about Titania? Proud Pummeler.
4 mana for 3/3 first striker with melee that says your other creatures have melee. Bracket 2, maybe bracket 3. It's decent. Giving all your stuff melee is just decent, but I think we have another thing that gives all your stuff melee. That has more colors. So I'd say bracket 2.
Yeah, I'm into that. I'm into bracket 2. We're going to take a step back over to green with Mbaku Jabari Chieftain, 3 CMC for a 4/3 body at the beginning of your end step. If there is no monarch, target opponent becomes the monarch. Love that. Whenever a creature attacks one of your opponents, if that player is the monarch, that creature gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. Is this like a group slug? What would you refer to this as?
Yeah, this is group slug because it's you're just incentivizing everybody to punch that one guy
Yeah.
because everything gets +1/+1 and trample.
Yeah.
This is like a really fun politics commander. I'd say bracket 2 because
Yeah.
it enables monarch, and it also enables people to punch your opponents harder if they have monarch.
I like it. It looks fun. It definitely sounds fun. I think it's a step above bracket 1 for sure. We're moving on to Zuri. Also Wakandan from Wakanda.
Yeah, 2 mana for a 2/2 that says whenever you cast an artifact with mana cost 4 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control.
Huh.
Bracket 1, because you have to split between doing artifact stuff and go wide stuff, like big artifact stuff and go wide stuff. It's just a little bit difficult to make that work well.
Yeah, that's feels like a high lift, even for 99 card singleton. Yeah. We are getting our first multicolored card with Bast, Panther Goddess. It's 4 CMC, 4/4 body, reach, trample, indestructible. Bast can't attack or block unless you control 3 or more creatures. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. Well, it's going to be at least 3 or more if Bast is attacking, but you don't need to attack with Bast to get that bottom effect. You just need creatures.
Correct.
So if we're just looking at the bottom effect, that's pretty good. I think there's a lot of token generation in Selesnya. As a matter of fact, that's kind of what it does best. So I don't think that this is misplaced color-wise. I think it's actually quite good. And it's indestructible. Like, I think this god is going to sit around for a minute.
Yeah, bracket 3, because it's a really good buff effect, and it lets you transfer go wide into go tall, which is very relevant for green, because that means that you can say, okay, I have 10 1/1s. I'm going to make Bast into, what is that, a 14/14, and then I'm going to use Soul's Majesty and draw 14 cards for 5 mana.
Oh, yeah.
So you can transfer resources with this commander just by this effect, regardless of the fact that you're punching people hard. So you can do work.
Yeah, this is really solid. I like that. Until end of turn is pretty legit on the power. So for powers matters effects, which there are a ton in green. Yeah, really good. Another multicolored card, Will, with Black Bolt.
Black Bolt is 4 mana for a 3/3 that says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1, give him +2/+2, and Lethal Voice. Whenever Black Bolt becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, destroy target non-land permanent that player controls.
That's fun.
Bracket 1 only because he's just maybe bracket 2. So he does what all the other like random self buff things do, but he's not in red. But he does have built-in flying, which is kind of better. But he's not going to get double strike. So
how do
bracket 1.
How do redirects work with this guy? If I select a new target for you,
so like if your opponent targets him with a removal, then you redirect.
No, I redirect something that was targeted at something else to Black Bolt.
I believe it's on cast when it's selected as the target.
Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls. I'm curious to know like if you can sort of do some mass destruction with this guy that way, but it just doesn't seem like it's worth the effort if that's your goal. Even still, bracket one. Sorry,
Yeah.
just a thought. Ant-Man, Elusive Avenger. We are in Is It for 3 CMC 1/2 body. Ant-Man can't be blocked by creatures with greater power, on theme. Whenever Ant-Man deals combat damage to a player, create that many treasure tokens. The irony of being a 1/2. This is good treasure generation. Is It has a lot of great commanders. I don't know that I love this in the CZ by itself.
I think this might be able to go to B3, but it's probably closer to B2 only because if you have instant speed buffs, this is unblockable and then does a
Right.
good chunk of damage, makes you a ton of treasures that you can use to reload your hand. If you're doing Voltron, the unblockable doesn't really apply, but you get more treasures consistently. So
Huh.
he's a good dork in the command zone.
Yeah, this is interesting for like as a is this the first time we've seen that's not true. Zada is a combat
Is it
trick
Voltron
commander.
commander?
Yeah. Well, this is like specifically combat trick. Like I would want combat tricks that cantrip and then like it feels like playing Zada, but then you're generating treasures. I don't know, dude. I like two. I don't hate this. I just, you're making mana. What are you doing with the mana? And there's no card
Yeah. Well,
quality effects or card, sorry, go on.
you're in blue. You have a pay X draw X cards.
Yeah. There are payoffs. There are payoffs. I'm
Also,
just like you're not finding them easily with the commander. Sorry.
wait. Also, just aggravated assault. It's just is it aggravated assault commander because it does make tap pressures.
Where the hell is he? They are. You are just getting treasures. You're still not in a good part of the color pie to find aggravated assault.
Yeah, you have the phantasm or whatever drifting phantasm. That's I think the only tutor for it. But
Aggravated is
you
3,
can
and
you can draw.
the ability is 5.
Yeah,
Okay. Shit, dude. I don't know. Two still.
Bra-
Two still.
bracket 3 only because you can if you're doing any buff effects, you can get a good chunk of mana off of this and just stockpile, and it does have a combo.
Well, so if you buff it though, are those effects for the battle or the turn? Right? Like I feel like I'm gonna put it in bracket 2, but I am curious to see someone do like an aggravated Ant-Man assault. I think that's kind of funny. Oh yeah, bracket 2 sounds appropriate. Okay, moving on, we have Stiltman, Towering Terror.
Tiltman, whenever one or more villains you control deal combat damage to a player, gain control of target non-creature, non-land permanent that player controls until the end of the turn. It cannot be sacrificed until the end of this turn. You steal people's mana rocks. Tis funny, not that great. Bracket 1.
Bracket 1, baby. War Machine, Avenging Arsenal, 5 CMC for a 3/5 flyer. Whenever War Machine attacking modified creatures you control, gain double strike until end of turn. Bracket 1.
Yeah, would be a lot better if he was not 5.
That is high cost. Ooh, I love the art on this one. Black Widow, Agile Avenger.
Whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Black Widow, and you draw a card. This is maybe the best draw commander we've gotten in Boros ever, but it's just like occasional draw, so I don't know if it's going to be that good.
Yeah.
Bracket 2, because it's actually just an okay draw commander.
Yeah. There aren't that many like great. Well, I mean, there are effects that are relevant off of creature's power in red, but it's not like we're not gonna fling her at someone. Okay, Hawkeye, Avenging Archer for 4 CMC 3/4 Reacher. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if Hawkeye dealt damage to it this turn, draw a card. You can ping them with Hawkeye. This reminds me very much of a Daryl from the Walking Dead set that was in Gruul that I really loved. And he actually generated creatures for you to kill and draw cards off of and worked extremely well with plasma effects that existed in that color. This is not as good as
Does
Daryl.
not do any of that.
Yeah, it's
Bracket
not.
1.
It's not as good as Daryl. The 1-to-1 is there. It's not as good. But what about Crystal in? Huh?
Also, just compare Hawkeye to that one Boros commander we got from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. That is, if you do exact lethal to a creature, like a perfect full kill draw card, versus Hawkeye being you can only draw one card each turn. That is just infinitely better than this.
Yeah. But how about Crystal, Inhuman Princess?
It is 3 mana in 4 colors because she can tap for every color but
Yeah,
black.
yeah.
And when you cast a non-creature spell, deal X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of colors in that spell, or number of colors that spell is. Bracket
Is that
5. And the
chromatic?
reason why is because you can throw every single curiosity effect into this deck, and you will draw your entire deck in a single turn just by casting rituals and casting other things that have any color. This doesn't let you draw cards off of Nanrocks, but this is, I think, the best curiosity control commander we've gotten, and it is in every color but black.
So we're looking at keen sense. We're looking at how many actual curiosity effects do we have, and does it matter
Uh,
that we don't have black?
Keen Sense, Curiosity, the 3 color enchantment. We
Ophidian
have the
Eye,
creature. Yeah, we have the creature, the Snake Umbra, and then we have like a couple of red ones, but I think that those are like the 5 that you
right?
run. So we have 3 enchantments, all auras, and two nuns. What is it?
Yeah,
It's the 2/1 drops, the eye. No, sorry, four auras, and then the 1 creature just off of
yeah.
base.
We will have the
You are
sorry. We will have
you're
the relevant tutors for them too with white for sure. So
correct. So you find them very easy. You get them onto Crystal pretty quickly, and Crystal is a dork just to make more mana.
to make it
So
easy, yeah.
it's just a lot of draw, and then you try to assemble either an infinite mana combo or just an Underworld Breach combo, and then win the game with that.
Damn. Yeah, she's honestly kind of good, bro.
Yeah, man.
I mean, there are other play lines you can incorporate. I mean, I don't think you're gonna go with like an ISO line in this deck, but you could.
You 100% go for an ISO line in this
You
deck
think?
because that's infinite damage.
Oh fuck me. Yeah, because
Yeah.
you are wow. Well, because I was thinking to myself, like if you just had dorks, like you do a turn 2 crystal and then you do ISO rev and just people get fucked. It's so funny because like it doesn't matter if she has haste or not. Like if you've assembled pieces in advance, like her ability is quite good. Just the fact that you're blowing people out with her second ability is amazing.
Just run every ritual, and then you just go, okay, I have enough mana. Okay, I'm going to play Crystal. I'm going to play a Curiosity effect, and now I'm just going to play more and more rituals to
Yeah.
keep going. And the best part is you just stack rituals on Crystal, so you eventually get to the point where you're drawing 6 cards in one
What
go.
is a sigil of sleep, Will? Crystal's a
Is that the
5.
one that when
This
you
is good. This is really good. I'm sorry. Yeah,
yeah.
this is really
I
good.
think Sigil of Sleep is the aura that says when this creature deals combat damage or deals damage to a player, they have to return a creature to their hand.
Dude,
Right?
I really want to build this. I feel like
Yeah,
this could just like crack a board real fast.
yeah.
That seems really fun. Wow. Yeah, that second ability is absurd. Anyways, Namor, Atlantean King for 3 an Azorius 2/2 flyer. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue merfolk creature token. Whenever Namor attacks a player who has more life than you, other creatures you control attacking that player specifically get +2/+0 until end of turn. This is
Bracket
hmm?
bracket 3?
Yeah,
Because this makes a pretty big board and
pretty
then also
quickly.
makes the board very scary if somebody has more life than you.
Yeah. Are there anything to benefit us in Azorius for having a wide board, like draw cards per creature you control or anything like that?
Yes, a ton. Biden Thassa effects are everywhere.
Yeah. I think
The-
3 is pretty comfortable then.
yeah,
Three
yeah,
three is super
agreed.
comfortable. Yeah. I don't think many people are gonna have more life than you after you start swinging though. But yeah, it's pretty good.
It doesn't matter if they're dead.
Yeah, true. Better Yustola with only no black as a downside. Yeah, Crystal's really good. I just want to bounce off this one more time. It's her CMC. It's the 4 colors. Yes, not having black for the tutor suite does suck, but frankly, when you are in 5 colors versus 4, black is just supplemental pretty much for those tutors or like a handful of reanimate effects if that's your given strategy. Um, I don't think you're missing out on too much though. I think you can have a pretty lithe crystal deck still, sans black. But I'm with you
Yeah.
on that. That is in fact a downside, but I don't think it hurts us too much.
I do think trading off black for green and red is not too much of a downside
Yeah.
though, because you're trading off ritual color for ritual color, and then you're trading off less consistency due to lack of tutors for more consistency because you have more keen sense effects, and also all the tutors for the creature curiosity.
Yeah, fact. Yeah, it's weird because like you're in the four other colors that have the specific tutors for said cards, just not the generic tutors for any one card. So you could be caught in a quandary if you don't find the right tutor. But I feel like you'll let's make that deck and see how well it tests. Is what I'm thinking right now. Dragon Man reformed robot for 4 CMC at star 5 flyer. Dragon Man's power is equal to the greatest mana value among non-creature permanents you control and non-creature cards in your graveyard. Excuse me, my phone is going off. You may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other cost. That's interesting.
I wish who you were in any of the colors where replaying your commander from the graveyard actually matters.
Yeah.
If you were in red, that would matter. If you were in black, that would matter. If you were in green, that would potentially also matter.
One.
We avoided all three of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dragon Man. But what about Loki
It's
the
that
Deceiver? Robot. This is the Grixis one.
Loki the Deceiver is when Loki attacks, create a tapped attacking token that's a copy of another target villain you control, except it isn't a legendary and it's an illusion in addition to its other types. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. Whenever one or more villains you control deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So it's a Tymna that can copy a villain. Bracket 1.
Yeah. Yeah. That seems fair.
I don't know. Did we get a villain that is a port raiser? That would be an infinite combo, and then that would make this good, but
no. How about Captain Marvel Apex Avenger for 7 mana, 4/4 body, flying double strike, indestructible. Whenever you put one or more counters on another creature, if it's not a Kree, you may put the same number of any and kind of counters on Captain Marvel. 1.
Bracket 1. It's big for a lot of dumb things that doesn't really help that much because you have to build into counters, build into ramp, build into like getting other creatures in play. It doesn't.
And you can't.
It's stupid.
And you can't play. You can't play your Kree, which is the most important part. Red Ghost, intangible genius.
Hold on.
He's is it? He's balding.
Hold. Where the heck is he on this list?
I think orangutan.
I think he's on the next page. Hold on.
He looks like Santa Claus. Or I'll read this one off. So 4 CMC for a 2/3 body. To me, my super apes. Ward 2. Red Ghost can't be blocked. Whenever you draw your second card each turn and create a 3/3 red ape villain creature token with haste. That's actually kind of good. Is it? This is fun. I could see this as like a 2.
Yeah, I wish he was 3 mana instead of 4, but yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, you got rituals. You could pyretic that. Right? 2 for 3, and then just tap the island. This isn't awful. I think Ward 2 is going to put people off you dealing with this, and then you're making 3/3s with haste. Like, you're going to be swinging at people, and Red Ghost himself can't be blocked. I like this a lot. I think it's bracket 2. I don't know how effective it's going to be in any other bracket, but it'd be really fun to make a bunch of apes. Will, while you're there...
You can go wide relatively fast.
So we've got another Izzet commander with Scarlet Witch.
All right, Scarlet Witch is 4 mana for a 3/3. It says when this deals combat damage to a player, look at the top 2 cards of your library, exile one of them, or exile them face down. You may cast a hero or non-creature spell from among them, without paying its mana cost. So dealing combat damage to cast things for free. If you have extra turn spells and extra combats, you can roll into them over and over and over again. This is like OG Narset.
Yeah.
And is it you can cast one of them, or you can you may cast a. Okay, so it's part of the effect. So you choose one of them and you cast the one. It is a cheaper Narset, so I think that it is somewhat viable. It does not have haste, so it is kind of slower. But it can also just cast, like, Enter the Infinite for free.
Yeah.
Bracket 3. Casting a non-creature spell for free is actually really good.
Yeah. No, I'm in for 3. I do think she's a little slow, and she doesn't have any like. I don't know why Wanda's didn't get any ward or anything like that. I feel like I don't know. She needed something just a little extra bumper to 4 for me.
Yeah, because to be fair, maybe she should be 4 only because you can tutor for personal tutor or the other one of my mystical tutor.
Yeah.
You can tutor for one of those two and then just put enter the infinite on the top, draw your deck, and win the game. So there's reason why this probably should be 4, maybe even a 5. I'll say let's make it a 4, just because you can
Oh.
very easily on like turn 3 draw your deck.
Okay. That I feel like that would need to be tested, but yeah, I do think she's just the cost and the lack of keywords to protect her kind of puts me off, especially
Yeah,
because she's like 4 mana do nothing, unless you have lightning creeps, I suppose. But anyways, director Nick Fury. We are Jeskai for 2/4. Hero spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you attack, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a hero card from among them and put that card into your hand, then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is bracket 1.
yep, agreed.
But what about Quicksilver Speedster, Will?
Quicksilver Speedster is 5 mana for a flash, haste, double strike, 3 power, 4 toughness. As long as Quicksilver is tapped, you may cast spells as though they have flash. That is a lot of cool effects crammed into
Yeah.
one thing. A lot of things we don't usually see together. Unfortunately, they don't work that well together. One.
Yeah, so really, really good flavor for all effects. I think that's really dope. Kang Prime for 5 in why am I freaking Demir?
Jameer.
3/5 flyer. Whenever Kang Prime enters or attacks, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. Put 2 time counters on that card. If it doesn't have suspend, it gains suspend, which means when those time counters come off, you may cast it. If it's a creature, it has haste. I don't know, bro. Am I? What are you trying to do? Like
If
extra turn kind of thing?
you could chain together extra turns, you could do some meme thing just by top deck manipulation and getting like enter the infinite on the top and then just stall for 1 turn and then you win the game. There's a couple things you can do with this that are pretty good. I'll say bracket 2. It's still like 5 mana is a lot of like a lot of things that slow. 5 mana makes your game plan slower. If you're playing cheat in big stuff off suspend, play the OG Jora.
Yeah. Yeah. Bracket 2. Bracket 2 seems fair. For suspenders, we've got better suspenders. Akia,
We got better suspenders.
we do. Akia, Mighty, and Adored.
4 mana, ETB, become Monarch, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever that creature attacks the Monarch this turn, it gains double strike and trample. Bracket 1. Just adding Monarch to the game is not the most relevant thing, but being able to manipulate stuff like the other guy makes it a lot better. This does not really do that. Bracket 1.
Yeah, I'm into that. Power Pack. We've got 4 minus blue plus a generic for a 4/4 flying vigilance
But
trample.
4 mana is black.
4 minus black, excuse me. So 5 total.
Yeah.
Whenever Power Pack deals combat damage to a player, it has haste. Exile target insert sorcery card from your graveyard chosen at random. Like that. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If that card would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. This feels like funny value. Is there a way to tailor your grave? Nope, there's really nothing here that I care about.
Uh, this does let you like double up on a tutor as long as you're not playing too many instants and sorceries. Uh, so this does the spell seeker line of like play spell seeker, find enlightened tutor, double up tutor, find underworld breach, and the thing win the game. But I don't think it's good enough. Bracket 1.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really want to argue, it is playable, but the random aspect, I just
Yeah,
feel like
bracket 2, yeah, because you can do like a game plan where you just give this indestructible somehow and you just play board wipe after board wipe after board wipe, or you
right.
do other things. So there is utility here. It probably should be considered for something, but it's the randomness hurts it.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit more chaotic than, valued. Wow, we're an hour in and we're on card 306. Crazy. Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings?
Shang-Chi the Ten Rings. Azorius for a 2/2 with first strike. When you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on him. When you put your 10th counter on him, draw 5 cards and gain 5 life. Bracket 4. And the reason why bracket 4 is you can reset Shang-Chi with flicker effects pretty easily, meaning that in response to the draw, you flicker him, he re-enters, you draw 5 cards, put 5 counters on him, and then you gain the 5 life as well. And then you're just 5 other draws away from drawing another 5 cards. If you have a draw doubler effect, you just go flicker into 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 flicker, and then you drew 80 cards in one go because you just kept flickering him. So bracket 4, because there is a lot of potential there, you just put in like a couple random draw effects here and there with some draw doublers and some flickers, and you have a good time.
Yeah, I'm between 3 and 4. He doesn't really have a game plan beyond just the draw and life gain, I guess, but I don't really care about that.
Yeah. I'd say you could say B3 because it is not insanely consistent, I would think. So 3.
Yeah, 10 is a lot also. Could take a while. What about Ultron Unlimited for Demir plus a generic 2/2 flyer? Whenever Ultron attacks, he connives. And whenever a creature you control connives, you may pay 1 if you do create a 2/2 colorless robot villain artifact creature token.
Bracket 2, you have, like I said, you have like a whole bunch of connive things. Having to pay 1 to make the robots does kind of hurt a little bit. But actually, bracket 3, he's a draw discard commander. That's just good enough to let him do reanimator stuff, and he does something else on top of it.
Yeah, do you like him better or worse than Ironmonger?
Ironmonger is better aggro. Ultron is better graveyard.
Okay. I think 3. 3 is solid for that. Jocasta. We have a colorless commander here.
All right. Jocasta is 3 mana for a 2/2 that says whenever your commander deals combat damage, put a +1/+1 counter on Jocasta. Whenever you attack with your commander, if this card is in your graveyard, you may return it to the battlefield tapped and attacking. Wow. When your commander attacks, if this is your commander and it's also in your graveyard, you return it to the battlefield tapped and attacking. That's really good. Bracket 1.
Yeah. Awkward. I don't think she was ever destined for the CZ. The fantastic car, though, for 3 CMC 4/4 body. It is a vehicle, but flying. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may have the fantastic car become an artifact creature until end of turn. It should be noted this has no crew cost. Whenever you cast your 4th non-creature spell each turn, you may sacrifice the fantastic car. If you do, create 4/4 colorless construct artifact creature tokens with flying and haste. This is quite good. It's just a really good card. I don't know that it's good in the CZ, but it's really good.
It punches really hard, really fast if you have the fast mana for it. Because, for instance, you can go like turn 1, land, mana vault,
Soul Ring,
fantastic card, and then 2 0 drops, crack the fantastic card, deal 16 turn 1. Dealing 16 turn 1 is not like game ending. No. Especially in a 3-player format.
1.
Yeah.
1. It's really.
I'll say 2. It does funny artifact stuff.
Sure, 2. You're not going to reanimate this shit. You will have to cast it again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can reanimate it with like all the Mirror Retriever, Junk Diver, Scrap Trawler things. Just your game plan is just, hey, fill your board with as many 4/4s as possible.
Yeah, that's fair. Typhoid Mary, Fractured.
3 mana for 3/3. When she attacks, choose 1 at random, then discard a card this turn. If you discarded 1 this turn, you choose 1 instead, and it's Mary. Create a treasure token. Typhoid Mary, draw a card. Bloody Mary, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Bracket 1. It's just draw a card, gain treasure, drain life on attack.
Yeah.
Eh.
But what about Herbie, the lovable robot for 2 CMC 1/1 flyer at the beginning of combat on your turn? If you cast a non-creature spell this turn, surveil one. It's not bad. You can tap him for a colorless or pay a colorless and tap it to add 1 mana of any color. I said pay 1, not a colorless. So it's a
Yeah.
filter. It's a 2 CMC rock.
Bracket one.
Yeah, I
Bracket
mean
one.
in the CZ one, but that's really good effect. I think this was something that people wanted to bring up the other day. By the way, it's just a good card, and you guys are right. It is a slow 2 CMC rock, but has a lot of effect.
Yeah. It lets you surveil, lets you filter, and is a evasive creature. It's kind of in my opinion, even in the 99, but it can do stuff in casual.
Yeah, the surveil is neat. I think the surveil is neat, pending the list. Shuri the Black Panther.
Shuri the Black Panther, 2 mana for a legendary creature with lifelink. When you attack, draw a card if you control 3 or more artifacts. Then, if you control 6 or more artifacts, creatures you control get +2/+2 until the end of the turn. If you can build a go wide artifact deck in Selesnya, this is an okay enough draw engine that can also just punch people for a lot. It is some hoops to jump through in Selesnya. If this had blue or red, I would be a bit more supportive of it, but bracket one.
Yeah, sorry, Shuri. Vision Synthezoid Avenger, 4 CMC 4/4/3 body flyer. Whenever a player casts a spell, if that isn't that player's turn, choose 1. Put a 1/1 counter on Vision, and Vision phases out. This is a 1.
Uh, this is a bit more than a 1. I
Eh,
would say that this is actually probably a 3, only because
what?
it's a forgotten ancient in your command zone that can't be removed because if anybody tries to kill it or board wipe
You
it, it
phase it.
phases out, and it's a flyer. So it's just a
Uh,
very scary clock that no one can remove.
2. I don't. 2. I'll go up to 2.
Two's fine. Two's fine.
Yeah, I don't. The game will be 1 before you've affected it. A 3 can play into 4. I don't think he can play into 4. Okay. Storm, Queen of Wakanda. Art's dope here.
5 mana for a creature that when it attacks until the end of the turn, another attacking creature gets flying and +X/+O, or X is Storm's power. Whenever a creature with flying deals combat attacks, Storm deals damage equal to her power to that creature. Hold on. Sorry, attacks you. Whenever a creature with flying attacks you, she hits the thing. Bracket one, she just makes another thing a little bit bigger. She just passes her stats. That's it.
Yeah. I could see making like a casual Vision, by the way. That would actually be fun to play.
I was thinking like bracket 3 Vision only because even if somebody is playing bracket 4 and they're like storming the heck off, that just means they're dead on their next turn if they don't win right there.
That could be true, yeah. The Squadron Sinister for 7 mana is it 5/5 flying haste. Other villains you control get +2/+2 and have flying and
One.
haste. Yeah, Mayhem 5.
One.
Really cool Squadron though. What about Iron Man Futurist Paragon? This is one of the mural cards.
Yep, 6 mana for a 5/5 at the beginning of combat on your turn. You animate a thing into a 5/5 flyer. Bracket one.
Yeah. Okay, we've got Willie Lumpkin Postman, 2 CMC, can't be blocked, deals combat damage to an opponent, draw a card. That player may draw a card. If you do, that player can't attack you or permanents you control to the next end.
Fun pillow fort commander, bracket two.
Oh, yeah.
He just gives you a little bit of draw, gives an opponent a little bit of draw mix so your planeswalkers can't be hit.
How about Tri Sentinel Act of Vengeance?
7 mana for 7/7 flying menace trample. Whenever this enters, for each opponent, this deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature that player controls and has unearthed for 7. Bracket one.
Yeah, no, I'm into that. Sorry, I put a poll up for you guys. We could adjust Vision if you guys think it should be 2, 3, or 4. Go nutty. But this Vision. Okay, we have T'Chaka, Venerable King for Selesnya, a 2/2 body. When T'Chaka enters, mill 3 cards, then you may put an artifact or a land card from among the milled cards into your hand. You can pay 3, exile this card from your graveyard. You may become the Monarch. Activate only if you control your commander. This is a 1 in the CZ.
Yeah. If this was enter or attacks, this could be like a 3, but it's just enters.
But what about the other mural card, Black Widow Intel Expert?
3 mana for 3/3 with first strike. When this deals combat damage to an opponent, you and that opponent each draw 2 cards. Decent group hug commander because it is a nice amount of draw, but just donating other people draw when you're in monocolor kind of feels bad unless you have a game plan. So I'm going to say 1.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm with you on that. Hulk, always angry. 7 mana for a 9/9 trample. When Hulk enters, destroy all artifacts. Hulk attacks each combat if able. This feels bracket 1-ish to me.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you do Mycos and Platus, and then you just nuke everything, including lands, and reset the game.
You could.
But yeah, that's bracket 1.
I mean, it's not like you don't have the rituals to jump for that, but that's wild behavior.
Yeah.
Which I guess is...
You're getting rid of your own Hulk.
Yeah, that would suck. His anger destroyed him. What about MODOK, Evil Intellect, Will?
MODOK Evil Intellect is 5 mana for a 3/5 flyer. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, target opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Bracket 2, because you can at least hate down that one guy and get 2 draws on other players' turns. So it's like an okay consistent removal commander, but it doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, definitely okay. Definitely in the okay category. Not much higher than that. Ultron Machine Overlord for 5 for 4 body, flying. Other robots and constructs you control get +2/+2.
Bracket 1. Play Steel Overseer, play Ironspire, play anything.
Captain America Unbowed.
When he enters, soldiers and heroes you control gain indestructible. Bracket 1.
Yep. These are some of the ones we could skip over. Hawkeye Clint Barton, 4 mana, 3/5, Vigilant, 1.
Yep.
Mockingbird, Bobby Morse.
Which?
I could
Okay,
beg
yeah. 4 mana. When this is dealt combat damage, or when this is dealt damage, you put a +1/+1 counter on, or 1. We had the Hercules guy or whatever his name was that was better.
Abomination Irradiated Brute, 4 mana in green, 4/4 trampler. Whatever gamma or villain you control deals combat damage to a player, put that many +1/+1 counters on Abomination.
Note he is a gamma, so that is relevant for him. So he is doubling his own power every time he connects, and he's just he has trample.
2.
I'd say 3, because that does get out of control pretty crazy and pretty quickly. Because if he hits, he becomes an 8/8 for 4.
If it's just
and then
him,
a 16/16 for 4.
Yeah,
and he's trample, so they can block some, but not all.
Yeah, just Sylvana is the only one who can really profit off of this being powerful. I'm trying to think of how you build this. I mean, if you just want something that slow rolls into combat and is a power matters thing.
I built Sandman, and Sandman does work. It just kind of does the same thing, but you don't have the mana from the lands.
Sandman was great though. We built Sandman.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I forgot that we built Sandman as well.
Yeah, we could put it in 3, I guess.
Yeah, he's scary. He just as you play him, you don't build into the deck at all. He is a clock. You just give him hexproof and he kills people in a couple turns.
In that sense, I mean, I like him better in that he has a color over Vision. But who's the better clock, Vision or him?
Abomination is faster. Vision cannot be stopped. So with Vision, you just play him and sit back and wait. With Abomination, you do need to protect him a little bit.
So in that sense, which one is better?
Because Abomination isn't green, I like Abomination more.
Yeah, it's tough when you're colorless. Like, you are really limited on what you're doing turn to turn. But being green is helpful. So, Thanos Death's
It's
Consort.
hard, but I've been told it's not easy being green.
Yeah.
But Thanos is whenever another creature dies, you put a counter on Thanos. Bracket 1.
That smug ass face.
Yeah.
Hawkeye Trick Shot, 4 mana, 3/4 body, first strike, reach. Whenever Hawkeye or another hero you control enters, it deals damage.
Bracket 1.
Yeah. Cool mural card though. What about Loki,
Yeah.
God of Lies?
Bracket 3, and let me say, and maybe even bracket 4, but let me explain why bracket 3 at the very least. 3 mana for 3/3. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a single creature, gain control of that creature until the end of the turn. Untap it, it has haste. He is turn every spell you have into hijacks, so you can just kind of sit there with Loki for a while until somebody gets a decent creature or decently sized creature, and then you just start throwing out a couple random buff spells to steal an entire board from somebody and then kill the player. He just kind of sits there and polices the game by existing. Also, just steal and sack, hijack and sack is a very good game plan with this.
Man, I don't know. Well, what are the spells you're casting to target a single creature? Is it just
Anything that says target and draw card for like 1 or 2 mana.
Pretty
So
much.
all the Zada things. He's Zada, but annoying.
Oh, if you're able to like use a buff spell on your opponent's creature,
Yep.
I could see like high 3, maybe low 4.
I'd say 3 because it's reliant on your opponents having good things, which is why not 4.
Yeah.
But definitely 3.
Definitely a 3. That is quite good. Thor, Guardian of Midgard, 5 mana, 5/5 flyer. Whenever a source you control deals non-combat damage to an opponent, you may exile that many cards from the top of your library. You may play those cards this turn. It's actually not horrible.
5.
Yeah.
The reason why 5 is there are so many things that say when you cast a non-creature spell, deal 1 damage to each of your opponents, and that's 3 impulse draws off 4. All those creatures cost 2, so you can have an entire deck of just rituals, mana rocks, and fast things with those creatures, and the turn Thor comes out, you win the game.
You may play those cards this turn.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with like 4. 4 for Thor.
We can say 4 for it because it is like a risky gamble kind of deck, but
Yeah.
I do think that you can do like turn 1 fast mana, set up like a flaming archer or whatever, and then turn 2 ramp a little bit, turn 3 4 with 2 mana, and then you just go ritual 0 rock, ritual 0 rock, 0 rock, repeat, and then go through your whole deck in 1 turn.
Yeah, provided you have rituals. I don't know. You're in mono red. You may exile that many cards from the top of your library. I don't know. Like you're contending with things like Godo. Is this better than Godo? Like that's consistent as shit. It's like, is this?
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to be as effective. Like a treasonous ogre into Godo is just game. Is there a setup that's that's just game with this guy?
I mean, just having anything with the flame bow archer, but it's like any of the like mass ping guys when you cast a thing. I will say though that Godo is going to be faster, but Godo is easier to stop because there's a lot of interaction points where you can just fuck up a Godo. There's not as many like points when you can just screw over Thor completely because even if Thor gets stopped, you can just try again next turn. Because you usually either have like another flame bow archer or you can replay Thor.
Can we put Thor in 4 for now and then
Sure.
see where we?
Sure.
That seems like when we should build it. But see, you could drop a treasonous ogre and then like get payoffs and shit. It wouldn't be horrible. Peggy Carter, secret agent.
All right, that's a bit further down, I believe. Yeah,
She's a 1, I'm pretty sure. But
2 mana. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains indestructible. Bracket 1.
Yeah, Absorbing Man and Titania, huge Thor fan. Yeah, Jonar, let us know like where you feel it should land on the list. I'm not disagreeing with Will entirely. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. On so far as like Magda, Godo, like how does this stack up? It would help if we built it, but I'm interested if anyone's built it in the chat. Sorry, Absorbing Man and Titania.
Your creatures deal double damage in Gruul. 2. It's similar to Xenagos, which Xenagos is probably like a 3, but Xenagos is double a creature's power and give it haste. This is just double damage creatures you control from creatures you control, which gives you more avenues, but not a significant amount more avenues.
Yeah.
So 2.
Yeah. No, I'm into 2 for that guy. Blue Marvel for 5/3/5 flyer, ward 2. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, put a 1/1 counter on Blue Marvel.
Fun.
1.
Fun.
Boomerang?
Boomerang. The Blade Flinger. 2 mana. Whenever Boomerang attacks, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Bracket 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Graviton, Fundamental Force, 3 mana for 3/3. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, choose 1. Target creature gains flying till end of turn, or tap target creature 1.
Yep.
How about Wiccan, Young Avenger?
Wiccan Young Avenger, 4 mana. When you cast a non-creature spell, exile the top card of your library until your next end step. You may play that card.
Cool. That's actually really good.
Yeah, this is like the thing that you want to find in Burgi to go through your entire deck in one turn and win the game. You have enough Burgi effects now that this is the commander might be the better option.
Right, because you'll play the Burgi prior to this, and then as soon as you cast this, you're like setting up.
Yeah, and there's things that also care about you playing cards from exile and red to like do other things, like cards you cast and have convoke from exile and stuff like that. So
is Burgi
bracket 4? Because I think that we have like 6 or 7-ish different Burgies that you can put into this deck, and you just need to hit 1 to start going off.
So, is bracket where? 4?
4. Yeah. 3 or 4.
I mean, where is Burgi? Electro is like a. Where did we put Electro? He played extremely well.
Electro is like a 5. I think we may have put Electro on a 4, but it was like a high 4.
Yeah.
Burgi is in the same place. Urbrask is in the same place. All of the ones that do something relevant that the others don't do is a 4 to 5.
I'm comfortable to say this is like a high 3, but maybe not on the same level as those ones.
Actually, let me put this in a different perspective that might make it sound even better. This is just mono red Joyra, but it works on everything, not just artifacts.
So are you doing... What's the strategy called again when you run eggs?
Cheerios, yeah.
Cheerios. It's hard to say, man. It's really hard to say.
Yeah. Let's say 3 for now, because it's going to be hard to test it, but potentially a 4. Yeah. I don't think 5, but potentially a 4.
Yeah, it was like the best thing you've got is gamble to get like into one of your Burgi effects, and it's like
you have 7 Burgi effects. You're not tutoring for a Burgi effect with a commander that's going to draw you like a bunch of cards in one turn.
Are you including like Steamkin, Runaway Steamkin and stuff like that?
Steamkin, Stormkill Artisan, Burgi, Urbrask, so on.
Let's see 3 with a big asterisk, because I don't disagree with Will. I feel like that might be the better commander to helm now with the redundancy of effects that just give you mana. And then again, Treasonous Ogre, I guess.
Yeah.
Madam Hydra reanimated for 4/2/2 menace. Madam Hydra gets +1/+1 for each creature card in your graveyard. Whenever Madam Hydra enters or attacks, mill 2 cards.
Bracket
2? Yeah, you could make her big.
There's something you can do.
Yeah, there's some cool like self-mill stuff you can do in black. This is not bad. She'll be big. She'll be big. Quicksilver, Pietro Maximov.
3 mana, 3/2 haste. Bracket 1.
Yep. Minotaur, Roxxon CEO, 6 mana, 4/4. Whenever Roxxon CEO or another non-token creature dies, you create a 2/1 black villain creature token with menace. It's a token generator. Is this?
We have a Rakdos commander for 3 that does the same thing. Bracket 1.
Yeah, that's rough. What about Ultimo Civilization's End?
6 men for a 6/5 menace that says ETB. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Pay 2 and a black to discard this. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. If a civilization ended by this, that civilization didn't deserve to exist to begin with. Bracket 1.
Yeah, I'm actually Mateus. Yes, one. Yes, I am enjoying the new bracket system as well, Tier Buddy. I will share a link to Will's original tier list, and then I'll also share this once it's finished because it's going to be absurd. But I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit more. There's less ads, I want to say, for this free version, and I do like the fact that we can highlight these cards in high resolution for you guys right on the page. This is really good. Also, vote on the bracket. So vote on the poll that's up now for Vision. I'm going to be ending it by card 250. So 20 more to go. Fabulous Frogman won.
So,
okay, well, She-Hulk, Jennifer Walters.
1 second, because I'm trying to see if I can pull up on our stream through the Steam Deck so that I can look at the cards along with you on that, as opposed to trying to follow along on a second.
Bro, it's a lot easier. It's because I'm able to populate the card and put it in its bracket off the same like page, the pop-up. It's actually quite nice.
Actually, could you screen share with me? That's probably the easier way of doing it, because
it may mess up my here,
of me, yeah. Hold on. Okay, well, I can at least see She-Hulk for right now. 4 mana for a 4/4 trampler that says sacrifice a land, draw a card, and put a counter on She-Hulk. Bracket 1. You have to pay mana for that effect. It's not that good.
She looks gnarly in the shot, though. Good art, Leroy. All right, next card, Happy Hogan, Dauntless Driver, 1 mana, 2/1.
Bracket 1. Bracket 1.
Moon Boy, Dino Rider.
1 second.
I'll tell you what, bro. Dinosaur spells cost 1 less, and whenever Moon Boy attacks while you control a dinosaur, Moon Boy gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I wish it scaled based off number of dinosaurs.
Yeah, bracket 1.
Yeah, that's really cool though, because it makes me think like, oh man, Ixalan. Let's make a return. Let's return to Ixalan. How about Atlas, Sizable Stooge?
4 mana for a 5/4 with reach. When this attacks or blocks, you gain 1 life for each creature you control with power 4 greater. 1.
Oh wow, he is sizable. I just realized that's like an 18-wheeler he's holding. But yeah, 1.
Yeah. He is a stooge.
Yeah, so the order is a little funky. We're going to go through some multicolored cards in advance. We haven't touched on WandaVision yet, Mateus, but as soon as we do, we'll definitely talk about it as extra turns commander. The Immortal Weapons for 5 mana, 4/4 body. When Immortal Weapons enters, return target instant sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's cool. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains madness until end of turn.
If this is around when Dockside was still unbanned, this would actually be like maybe a 3, but this is just kind of a 1.
Kind of a 1, people. Iron Lad, Young Avenger.
All right. Iron Lad is 3 mana for a 2/1 or 2/2 flyer that says non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Bracket 1, and the only reason why is not that it's not playable, but we have 1,000,001 commanders that already do the exact same thing.
In fact, Braun, Amadeus Cho. For 2 in Simic, 1/1. When Braun enters, draw a card. You can power this boy up. You get to put a +1/+1 counter for each card in your hand. You can only activate this ability once. And reduce the cost of Manos. Okay.
Yeah, reduce the cost by its cost when it enters on the turn that it enters.
1.
Yeah, 1. It's ETB draw card, which to be fair, 2 mana for a body that is just ETB draw card is not bad. But you need to actually. So let's at least try to think about it. Can we do like a Displacer Kitten thing where we just abuse the heck out of Displacer Kitten to storm off? Yes, potentially, but needing to find Displacer Kitten's the bottleneck on that, so it slows it.
You're in green.
There's better things you could probably grab. the buff effect could theoretically be good because if we're using like an Agatha Soul Cauldron thing, we can use like remove counters to do something effects to go off. Uh,
Is there?
bracket
Yeah, I feel like
bracket two. There's at least things that you can do that make this a bit more relevant.
yeah, this is true. Victor Mancha, Runaway.
5 mana for a 4/4 that says when this enters, exile target creature card from a graveyard. You may play that card as long as you control Victor. Bracket one, because it's your graveyard.
Yeah, I like the flavor text here. I don't understand where Victor Mancha lines up in the Ultron lore, but it looks like he made a humanoid. That's kind of sick. Dr. Spectrum for 5 mana, 3/3 body, flying. When Dr. Spectrum enters, choose one, create a 0/4 wall, put a 1/1 counter on each other hero you control, or destroy target enchantment. This is a 1.
Yep.
This is a 1.
Yep.
Gert and Old Lace, Runaways.
We are jumping between things right now.
We really are.
3 mana. When this enters, you may discard a card. If you do, search your library for basic land and put it into your hand. It's a 3 mana, 4/3 trampler, 1.
Yeah, we don't need that. Captain America, Liberator, 5 mana for a 5/5. When Cap enters, you may search your library for an equipment with mana value 3 or less, put it into the battlefield, then shuffle. When Cap attacks, for each equipment attached to him, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. It's 5, man. It's 5 mana.
Yeah.
Rough times, bro.
It does put the equipment onto the battlefield. That's the reason why it's at least a little bit better than other things.
It's gonna be Skull Clamp. It's gonna be a Skull Clamp.
It's competing. It's competing with Cloud. That's the issue.
Cloud is better.
Yeah.
Is this a 1?
2, because this at least gives you a little bit more flexibility than what Cloud does, but it's a 2.
Yeah. How about Captain America Skybound?
Captain America Skybound is 5 mana for 3/3 flying vigilance, and it has Battalion. Whenever Captain America and at least 2 other creatures attack, put a +1/+1 counter on each attacking creature. They gain indestructible. Each attacking creature they gain indestructible. Until the end of the turn. This is bracket 3 because it lets you do board wipe tribal.deck. Because all of your creatures are just constantly indestructible, and you just keep nuking the board over and over and over again, and your board is the one that's not getting wiped.
That is kind of funny. Yeah, I like that. Captain Marvel Shooting Star. I thought that was a pill bottle next to her. I'm like, why is there a pill bottle floating in space? They must have just used a pill bottle to make that satellite design. Anyways, for 7 mana, 6/6, they really like making Captain Marvel overcosted. Flying, whenever Captain Marvel enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target creature. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. Whenever a creature other than Captain Marvel is exiled from the battlefield, you gain life equal to its power. This is a 1. You could flicker it.
Yeah,
but
it's a lot of life gain flicker stuff. You can flicker Captain Marvel to exile opponents' things, and both of you gain some life. You can flicker your own things and just gain life by having Captain Marvel stay on board. Bracket 1.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Oh, hey. Go from there. How about Stature, Young Avenger?
All right, let's see. Stature Young Avenger is 2 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Stature becomes a 4/4/1.
Yeah. Black Panther, most dangerous, 3 mana for a 3/3. Whenever Black Panther is dealt damage, he deals that much damage to any other target. Very, very cool. Power up for 7, -3, potentially. Put 2 1/1 counters on Black Panther. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. That sounds like bullshit. Should have just given everything +2/+2. That's a lot of mana for this effect.
Yeah,
but
bracket 1.
How about the Amazing Spider Girl?
5 mana for a web slinging 3 cost. That is a flying vigilance with 5 power, 4 toughness. Bracket 1.
Man,
It's just a body.
imagine if that's your rare pull from your pack.
Yeah.
I mean, dope art. This is like playmat worthy art, but I would be upset.
To be fair, I think that these are like the structured deck, like intro
Oh,
decks for the player cards.
perfect. Thank God. Which set has more slop, this or the Final Fantasy set? We talked for hours on Final Fantasy. I think that just by numbers alone, this has more slop than Final Fantasy. Well, actually, we could go back and look. I would say the slop would be the number of commons and uncommons that wind up in bracket one just because they needed to fill out the gaps of legendary creatures that exist in the IP that would otherwise be normal creatures in a typical set.
Also, I had the realization, so we're like nearing the two fifths of the way complete mark, and it has been 2.5 hours. Um,
Oh, what
do
a,
we want do
oh,
we want me to just kind of like go read this guy 1, 2, 3, and then when it pops up on the chart for you, you just kind of organize them just to go through some of the quicker ones a little bit faster?
sure. I'm on War
Okay.
Machine. What are you talking about though? Where are you at?
So War Machine was the next one that I was going to
Okay,
go
okay.
over because I'm going to go over them and it's not going to be the same order as you, but it's going to be like at least somewhat close. Actually, next one was Patriot Young Avenger. But I'll go through them and if when they pop up for you, you can just kind of organize them because it's mostly going to be ones for this section at the very least. Uh, Patriot Young Avenger, one. War Machine, one. Uh, Bucky Barnes, Eager Ally, one. Dr. Stephen Strange,
We've been the
two.
surgeon.
Yeah, sorry. Dr. Strange Surgeon. So Dr. Strange Surgeon 2, it's life gain doubling and it anthems your board, so it actually does something.
Yeah,
Uh,
Donald Blake.
uh, yeah, Donald Blake, one. Um, Falcon, one. Sorry, Falcon, Taurus is one, I mean. Um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
uh, Foggy Nelson, one. General Thunderbolt Ross, one. Maybe two. No, it's one. It's one. He's better than 99. Uh, Hawkeye, one.
Which Hawkeye? Are you
Uh,
talking about the bow
Sorry.
slinger?
Yeah, Bowslinger. Hawkeye Bowslinger, one. Um, the Howling Commandos, one. Hyperion Supreme Hero, one. Matt Murdock, one.
I don't
Uh,
see. Oh, wait. Hyperion Supreme Hero for Mythic. Yeah, that's a one. Matt Murdock is not great in the CZ.
yeah. Nick Fury Spymaster, relevant enough to talk about, I guess. 5 mana for a 4/4 for a striker. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, draw a card. Then you may put a creature card with mana value 3 or less from your hand onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking with Indestructible. It's just a way to cheat in stacks pieces uncounterable and draw a card every single turn. Um, it's somewhat relevant. Maybe a 2, but probably a 1.
Let's put them in two, and I'm gonna move Vision up to 3 for you guys. I just my qualm is it's colorless. Like, what the hell else are you doing? And
Yeah.
maybe just playing Vision's enough, but you're not. It's gonna.
Stacks. Play visions, play some stacks pieces to make people not be able to do jack, and then
Yeah, I mean,
kill them.
yeah. Let's build. I will want to build Vision and see what that looks like. I will just load it with stacks, all your null rod effects, all your dumb shit, and just go to town. Sorry, where are you at?
Nighthawk, Dark Defender, one. Photon, Lady of Light, one. Actually, hold on. Wait. Is this? Oh my gosh, that is a. Oh no, that's not an Abdel piece. Never mind. Actually, Photon, Lady of Light, two. It's a flicker. I misread it. ETB attacks, or sorry, not ETB. When it attacks, exile up to one other target creature you control, return it to the
Yeah, I
battlefield.
wish it was on
It's
enter as well.
Yeah, but Well, to be fair, then you just like clone her or something, and then you just go.
For mono white,
um,
though, for mono white, she would be fair.
yeah. So bracket 2. Zarda, all of your heroes have exalted. Bracket 1. Happy Hogan bodyguard. When he enters, return target creature an opponent controls. Second from the top, 1. Immortus. I will
Woo!
let you talk about Immortus, Patrick.
4 mana 2/2 body human hero villain. You can tap him to add 1 blue for each card you've drawn this turn. From our experience, 7 or more. Spend this only to cast non-creature spells. That's okay. He's probably the only creature. You can also power him up for 7 -4, provided it's a turn you played him. Each player shuffles their hand and graveyard into the library. It is a time twister with a +1/+1 counter on Immortus. We tested this. We kept hands that we thought were adequate. It blew us away every time.
Yeah.
It really did, and
And
you could literally just use the worst of all tutors. You know, all your transmutes, your personal tutor. And no offense to them, they're valid. It doesn't matter if you get to the wheel effects and play his top effect and have anything of value into what is it, extra turns. You kind of just go to town. Not extra
And
turns.
I think the funniest part was we built the deck slower because we thought it was going to be like a turn or two slower than it actually was. If we built this faster, this deck would have been like a consistent turn 3 win, turn 2 win.
Bracket
He's nuts.
5.
Mono blue Savala. He's
Yeah.
mono blue Savala.
Yeah, it's really how it turned out. Bracket 5 though. What were our
Yeah.
payoffs again? We did like we could Blue Sun Zenith people out, or we could
Yeah. We drew our deck, then we twiddled ourselves a couple times to just make 200 mana. Then it was just blue sun draw, blue sun draw, blue sun draw game.
mm,
We also had like some future sight play cards off the top so we could loop lines. And then I think we had Lab Jace as a backup.
yeah. Then Orcish Bowmaster hits. Uh,
Joke's on you, you do Orcish Bowmaster and we just win on top of it. We don't care. We play at instant speed.
I want to say it's a 5 comfortably.
Yeah, it really does work.
It really did work. If you haven't seen our deck tech on Immortus, it's definitely worth it. It's a fun list. Like Will said, you could do it a few different ways. We did take a slower route. We could be more aggressive with the build, with how effective it was.
Yeah.
At any rate,
Next, we got Impossible Man.
Mm.
He becomes a copy of another permanent until the end of the turn, but keeps his name.
yeah,
Honestly,
kind of cool.
bracket 3. And the reason why is if you have cards that let you make clones of themselves, Impossible Man becomes a copy of it. Then you get a lot of Impossible Men, which can become whatever thing you need them to become on later turns, like Ristic Studies. Having to pay 3 for that kind of sucks. But you can stack up on some like really egregious things. Maybe 2. Bracket 2.
2 seems fair. This seems really fun though. Like just becoming a copy of like your One Ring for value. Obviously 4 is a lot. I could see like a slower control oriented list. I dig it.
Iron Man, Bleeding Edge. When you cast an artifact, you may make a non-legendary copy of it. Trigger only once per turn. Bracket 1. We have the Donatello that's just better than that.
Mm-hmm.
Loki, Lord of Mischief, a card that we can actually talk about. 4 mana for a 3/4 that says choose target creature you control. Each creature you control other than that creature becomes a copy of that creature, except it is not a legendary until the end of the turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Once again, a thing that says make everything into a copy of a thing that doubles what it is or makes clones of what it is, then you can get multiple copies of all the things you care about on your board. You can also just go, oh, I want 10 copies of Archmage of Emeritus, and you can make that happen. Bracket 3, it's like Orvar, but not as combo heavy.
Yeah, I could be into that.
Next, Nemor again. When merfolks you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Each other merfolk you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has flying. And at the beginning of your combat, target creature you control connives. Bracket 1.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is
Um,
Impossible Man a Najeela card? Which card is a Najeela card? Loki?
Loki, because Loki, you can make all your warriors into copies of Najeela. It's a Nanogen conversion, but the thing is, just play Nanogen conversion in Najeela instead of playing Loki in Najeela, because Nanogen is the same thing, but it's just 4 mana, do the thing, whereas Loki is 4 mana, play, pay 1 mana, and tap him on a later turn at sorcery speed to do the thing, which Nanogen is sorcery, so eh.
Where were we? I'm sorry. We Namor.
So
Uh,
yeah, Namor 1, Namora 1.
Not much changes. Where is she? Okay. Dope ass
Next,
art though. Dope ass
yeah.
on Namora.
Uh,
Sorry, just put that out there.
I don't even know how to pronounce this. Faraho Ramotut.
Pharaoh?
Is that Pharaoh? I've not seen the word Pharaoh written in way too freaking long.
Is that? I think
Uh
that's how you spell it. Yeah.
I, I'm tired, man. I drove like 6 hours last
You're
night.
good.
I arrived at like midnight.
Well, dude
Um,
looks like a pharaoh. It's
yeah,
fair.
yeah. I can't see the art too well, but when you ward and when you cast a non-creature spell, connive. Bracket 1, you don't do a lot of grave manipulation
No,
in blue.
no, you don't.
Reed Richards, smartest man. We talked about this card in the previous stream. This is bracket 3. You can set up to draw a card on each player's turn, so you draw like 12 cards per rotation with Reed Richards, or with Reed Richards pretty consistently. It's bracket 3.
I'd be into that.
Silver Surfer, Cosmic Voyager. We talked about this as well, and I think as a commander, this is probably bracket 2, bracket 1, probably bracket 2. You can at least do ETB trigger stuff with it.
Wait,
Um,
which one are we looking at? I'm sorry.
Silver Surfer, Cosmic Voyager.
Yeah.
Um, Victor Timely, Victor Timely. ETB, cast an artifact, instant, or sorcery that cost 4 or less from your graveyard. If it would be put into graveyard after this, exile it instead. Bracket. So this can let you play your entire grave with Displacer Kitten, but bracket 1. Next, Vision Spectral Synthesizer. Synthezoid.
Yeah.
8 mana for a flyer. You can omniscience one thing per turn. Bracket 1.
Mm-hmm.
Vulture, Feathered Fiend. Whenever one more creatures you control flying deal combat damage to a player, put +1/+1 counter on each of those creatures and draw a card. Bracket 2. Because this is actually a decent flying commander where if you can go wide enough where you have 2 other flyers, you're drawing 3 cards and you're giving all of those things +3/+3. Bracket 2.
It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. It's not bad. At 4, it's not
Wasp.
bad.
Oh, yeah. Wasp, Shrinking Savior, a card that I was almost going to say was bracket 5 until I reread the card for like the 5th time. 2 and a blue for a 1/3 flyer that says, whenever Wasp attacks, up to one other target creature gets -3/-0 until your next turn. Then draw a card for each creature with power less than 0 on the battlefield. Less than 0 is what I misread. I read it as 0 or less mentally.
Yeah, if it was 0, that'd be great.
Yes, because then you just throw out all your ornithopters and stuff and you go, I attack. Oh, look, 8 things. I'm going to draw 8 cards. Oh, I'm going to discard all of them to that crab card to make all those crab tokens. That's going to draw me even more cards.
Yeah.
As it stands, there's a couple ways that you can make it so all of your opponent's stuff is small enough where you're drawing a good chunk of cards off this. It is reliant on your opponents having a board, though. It doesn't even matter how big their board is. You will be able to make like a 7 power thing into a -1 power thing. But you can't really mess with your own board. I think we went through it, me and my friends, and we found, I think, 6 cards that let you debuff your own stuff. And some of them don't exactly work. So I would say Bracket 3, because there's some things you can do here and it's funny and you can draw. Bracket 2. There's some things you can do here, it's funny and you can draw a chunk of cards, but it's not really good enough.
I'm into bracket 2, especially if you're trying to add those redundant effects, and it's like that's the shit you're drawing into. It's like you're like literally drawing into the things that are supposed to help you get through those hoops.
Yeah.
Too much effort.
Yeah. Next, Black Widow. Whenever a creature you control deals with Death Touch, deals combat damage, lose a life, draw a card. Bad Edric. Bracket 1. Maybe bracket 2. There's a lot of 1-mana, 1/1 Death Touchers in black.
Yeah.
So you can go wide with it. I'd say bracket 2. It at least does something.
Standing art once again. Moving.
Next we got Bob, Reluctant Hydra Agent. When he attacks alone, return him to his owner's hand, and if you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That is hilarious, and that works really well with when you cast your commander effects. Black doesn't really have those. Bracket 1.
Yeah.
Citizen V Helmet Zemo, or Zemo, 3 mana for a life linker that says when you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each villain you control.
Him included.
3, because there's things that make a lot of villain tokens, and then you have blood artist effects, so you can go kind of nuts kind of quickly with him. We had the pest guy from the previous set that is actually pretty scary. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each of the pest types you control. This is more limited because villains are more limited, but we have ways of making villain tokens, so it kind of works. 2 or 3?
2.
What do you think?
2.
Patrick?
I'm happy
2 or
with. I'm
3?
happy with 2. I mean,
Okay.
he's not difficult to get out. He's only 3 CMC. He has the lifelink to gain the life for those effects you're referring to. The 1/1 counter on himself, he's really not going to impact a board. 2. He has a strategy. I don't know. That's a good one.
Next one, Count Nefaria, also known as Dargo at Home. 1.
Sure.
Bracket 1. Crimson Cowl, bracket 1.
I gotta find this, man. Oh, there he is.
Oh, which the Count or Crimson Cowl?
Crimson Cowl. Sick art, though.
Yeah,
Again.
it's the reddest black card you've ever seen.
Yeah, it's up there. Well, actually, Black Widow was.
Next, Doctor Doom Unrivaled. Card that we talked about and said was really good in the 99 of a lot of decks. How good is he as a commander, Patrick?
I don't know. Probably really good. Here, I'll put him on screen for you guys. If you don't know, Zemo in Black Mage's Rod is something in mono black. I keep forgetting that's a card.
Oh yeah, if you have a way of just making it so that you can wait.
Yeah.
Zemo just goes infinite with Ballista Agatha Soul Cauldron.
Sorry. What are we? How much are we amending this rating?
Zemo's a 3. Zemo's a 3. It's not good enough to be a 5. Like, it's better to just play the one pirate bird partner guy and then do that.
Where do you want him?
So Zemo is a 5. Or it's not a 5. That's 3. Not a 4 because it's still not competitive enough to be a 4. It's the combo's still so many hoops. It's not a 5. It's a 3.
Okay, so we've got a 4 CMC 4/4 human sorcerer villain with lifelink. You can tap him to draw a card and lose 1 life. Sounds like ass. And then if your library has no cards in it, you win the game. And I'm in mono black.
Quick rules thing, because I said this on the previous one, but if you didn't watch the previous stream, I'm going to say it again now. Losing the game by having your life set to 0 or decking out creates a state-based action that says you lose the game when priority passes to the next player. However, winning the game is part of the resolution of the effect with Doctor Doom, so you win the game before priority gets passed to the next player. So, if you have no cards in deck and you activate Doctor Doom, you win the game, you don't lose the game. So it's Thorkel in the command zone.
Oh, buddy. So on that note, Historically, very good effects, especially when it's tethered to such a low barrier of entry. So in these colors, you've got like the guy that does this, then you have the Tainted Pact, and then you have the Demonic Consultation. So there's like three outs. You could also set up Doomsday loops, Doomsday setups that will get you there. This is not based off of devotion like our friend, so
Yeah.
you do need to actually get to 0 library. Once this effect is on the stack, yeah, you can kill Doom. It won't matter. You need to stop the spell that's ruining my library. Um,
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
will say
I haven't built it. I just feel like this is probably going to be better than any other mono black commander we have. Like, what's competitive right now in mono black?
So we have Crick, we have the new Zmon as well, the one that we brewed on the channel previously. We have
Right.
Gwenum. I think those are the main ones. It's like Gwenum, Crick, and then Zmon.
Yeah.
I will say that Doctor Doom is probably the most comparable to Gwenum of if it loses summoning sick, you're potentially just winning the game on the next turn. And if somebody blows them up, you try to reanimate them with haste to win the game. So you can do stuff with Doom. The difference between Gwenum and Doom is you get Doom out faster, and Doom is less immediately threatening than Gwenum.
He's still my issue is
And
he's
then
still like kill on sight though. And it is
yeah,
very like it is very straightforward. I feel like he'll probably fall into 4 in ineffectiveness because you are aware that this is going to be the out for that player, whether or not it's the right choice for you to like destroy in that very moment. But I do think that it's going to be a big enough threat. If it does manage to stick around, it's just good value. I think it's a 5 pretty easily, but it is everything you're doing is going to be highly, if not visible, monitored. Do you know what I mean? Like players are going to be watching you as soon as you play Doom.
yeah,
So it's going to be an unfun place for you to be.
yeah. Doom is a 4.
You think Doom is a 4?
Yeah, because Doom will be able to compete as a 5. Doom will function as a 5, but Doom is already compared with other things that are about the same power level, like Gwenum.
Yeah.
So 4.
I'm happy
4.
with that. He will definitely compete with 5s though, and if he's left unchecked, you just Dark Ritual his ass out early and no one contends with you, and you get off a DC, you have it in the bag. You actually have it in the bag. So moving on.
Next, we got Fixer Techno Tear, 1. Green Goblin, back for more, 1. Uh, Hammerhead, Maggie Boss, 1. Kingpin,
Yeah.
Wilson Fisk. Uh, Kingpin's maybe a 2. Probably 1, but maybe a 2.
Doom is great in Timna Thrasios, already doing the Brewmaster combos. Is Brewmaster a group
Yeah,
that talked about this?
yeah. Doom is great in the 99 because there's all the decks that want to do the Necropotence instant speed win con things, and now you have Goria's Vengeance reanimating Doom instead of needing to do Thoracle. But you also have Shallow Grave and all those other instants that will give Doom haste so that you can just immediately do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And those are also the things that you use to reanimate Thoracle in those piles anyways. So you're already set up to use Doom instead of Thoracle for those. So it's just a second Thoracle. There's also the fact that you can use Agatha's Soul Cauldron with Doom to just kind of deceive people into letting you get wins because you have the people said Brewmaster. Yeah, you can make a food that becomes a Doom and then use that as well. So you have ways of getting a Doom out of graveyard with haste in a bunch of different decks.
What are we on now? I'm sorry.
So we said Techno Fixer 1, Green Goblin 1, Hammerhead 1, and then we're on Kingpin Wilson Fisk, which I said maybe 2, but probably just 1.
Probably just 1.
Okay. Mach 1, Swooping Scoundrel 1.
Very fast though.
Yeah, indeed. Radioactive Man 1. Titanium Man. 1. Ultron Annihilator. 1. Actually, sorry, no. Ultron Annihilator. Sorry, I was on the 1 train for a little bit. Ultron Annihilator actually does some stuff. 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. When this enters or attacks, you create a 2/2 robot token. Whenever another artifact is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, or an artifact card is put into your graveyard from anywhere other than the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. So you theoretically could just drain everybody with like ad nauseum discard to hand size if you had enough random artifacts that you're discarding with Ultron. So there's things that you can do where Ultron actually does just kind of burn out the table. He's also an outlet to KCI loops. He also gives you some robot tokens that you can feed into KCI to set up loops. So he has a couple things that he does that work. Like if you just Ultron Necropotence, that's going to give you a lot of burn. Maybe not immediately gain, but a notable amount of burn. So maybe 3. There's things you can do with this.
Watson keeps power creeping Conrad.
I mean, this is just artifact Conrad. And Conrad also checks if because let's see. Yeah, Ultron only cares about your board. Conrad cares about if anything goes to graveyard. The only thing that Conrad cares about is if things go from your deck to graveyard. If they go from board to graveyard, Conrad will check everybody.
3. 3 is good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Next, we got Valentina. 1.
Love her hot sauce, though.
Indeed. We got Viper, Cruel Conspirator. If a creature's give a creature +1/+1 if they're attacking alone for a black, and then give a creature your choice of lifelink Death Touch if they're attacking alone for a black. You can just pay a lot of mana to gain a lot of life off of this, but I don't think that's too relevant. So probably 1.
Damn. Sorry, isn't this the villain from Kim Possible?
Shigo?
Yeah, she looks exactly like her.
She has the green suit and everything, yeah. Next, White Widow. Death Touch of it says when a creature you control Death Touch deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. 1. We kind of have commanders that do better than that for roughly the same cost.
Yeah.
Alex Wilder, Runaway.
Are we on red now? Officially?
Yeah, we got a red man.
Got a red man. Okay.
Got a red man. 2 mana. Whenever this or another creature you control enters, if it was cast from anywhere other than the hand, it gets +2/+0 and haste, and then he has escape. If you cast it from somewhere other than hand, 1. That's going to be kind of hard to do just red.
Yeah. Escape, Soakgrave, and then CZ. It's okay. It's a 1.
Chasestein, Runaway. 2 mana. Tap, discard a card, exile a card from the top of your library until the end of the turn. You may play that card. He's a weird looter. Bracket 1.
We still haven't gone to Kang the Conqueror. He's a blue commander.
Wouldn't he have been a bit further back then?
Oh, we are missing we're missing Rescue for mono blue. We're missing Iron Man Modern Marvel for mono blue. We are missing.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the stream so I can see the ones that you're seeing. Because they weren't once.
Yeah.
They're probably later.
Yeah. It could be because they're from specifically the main set versus the. We're going through the cards that are in the symbol, the Marvel Superheroes supplemental set, and then it should get to the main set.
Oh, those are the further down ones. Yes. Yeah. So we're not doing it by color. We're doing it by set number because of how we had to set it up on this new site. So yes, We will be getting to Kang the Conqueror eventually. We will be getting to all the other ones eventually. It's just right now we're going through them in set order, not in color. So we're going to be bouncing
Yeah.
between colors here and there. That's why we haven't gotten to Kang yet.
Yeah, it's a little goofy with this current setup, but we will eventually get to them. I'm going to reduce the size of this. There is quite a bit of slop. Here. Is that better? Oh God, I can barely see them now. But look how many bracket ones. Good God. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, we can keep moving now.
Daredevil, bracket 1, Elektra, bracket 1, Hulkling, bracket 1.
Oh God. Oh, so they're not necessarily in that order for me. Daredevil,
Yes.
bracket 1,
Elektra's the
Elektra.
Kung Fu looking lady.
God, dude. Oh, I know. Great art. Bracket 1. Which one?
Hulkling is next.
Hulkling? Looks like you, my guy. Okay.
Young Avenger. Yep. Iron Fist, Hero for Hire, bracket 1.
Sorry. We just skipped him. Iron Fist Hero for Hire. Yeah. Yeah.
Jack of Hearts, bracket 1.
Try to get these on screen for you guys for a little bit so you could pause it if you want to look at them, but yeah. Okay. Who's next?
Caroline Dean Runaway, bracket 1.
Run away. Oh.
It's just a Wooburg dork. It's just a Wooburg commander that makes mana that says that you can't spend this mana to cast spells from your hand. Per Wooburg. Bad. Lady Spider, Mabel Riley. 2 mana for a thing that gets bigger the more cards you discard, bracket 1.
Yeah.
Luke Cage, Iron Fist's best friend. That's not his title, it's just a fact. At the beginning of combat, make a treasure, bracket 1. For 4 mana, that's bracket 1.
Wow. I hate that Luke Cage is barely the emphasis of this photo.
Yeah.
I see him. Yes, I see his yellow shirt. Could you not have made him more of the focus? Sorry.
Nico, 4 mana. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than hand, deal 2 damage to each opponent. You may pay 3, tap, and discard a card. Exile cards from the top, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. So it lets you Atali for 3 mana every turn, and you also burn people for casting stuff from someone other than hand. That can be your win con for an Underworld Breach style pile. And that also just lets you cheat out big things if you want to do that. There's a couple ways that you can go about this. I'd say at least bracket 2.
Yeah, I'm into that for Nico. Yeah.
Spider-Man, new champion, bracket 1.
Yeah.
Next, Stick Fearless Mentor. Whenever a source deals damage to you, exile the top card of your library, and you may play those cards, trigger only once each turn, bracket 1. Next, the Vision and Scarlet Witch.
Ooh.
I think this was did Mateus want to talk about this one, or was it another one?
Is it a version?
It's the mono red version. Oh, so it's the is it version that you want to talk about? Got it. This is just another Bergie effect. It buffs itself as its additional thing. It's an artifact creature as an additional thing. It's not really an improvement on any of the other Bergies. Bracket 2, because it's just kind of worse other Bergies.
Is it being an artifact relevant?
Not really, other than the fact that it can get smelted.
I'm sorry, did we place the Azorius cap somewhere you don't like? Because good luck finding his ass. Oh God, where is he?
Which?
Azorius Captain America.
Did we get to Azorius Captain America yet? That had to have been like one of the first ones.
Living Legend? I'm assuming they're all Azorius if he's multicolored. No, it's just right there. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped during your turn, if it's the first time that creature has become tapped this turn, untap it.
We didn't even get to that one yet, right?
I don't think so. I'll take your
We
word.
we did not. Yeah, we did not get to that one yet. That one's way later.
Okay, okay.
Are you talking about Black Bolt? I think that you might be confusing. Not you, Patrick. Whoever said that in chat might be confusing Black Bolt with that because we did mark Black Bolt rather low.
He's a 1. I put him in a 1. I thought he was good, though, but I don't know. Actually, using a few decks, great synergy with Badger Mole Cradle. Okay, moving on. We have one more red with Molly Hayes.
Oh, I thought we had a couple more red.
Oh, well, at least one more common here. It's a 3
Okay.
for 3/3 with power up. It's 1. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, no, and then we do have the Wizard.
Whirlwind, Killer Cyclone, and the Wizard.
Yeah.
Whirlwind Cyclone Killer. Whenever one or more creatures you control enter this turn attack a player, they can't be blocked. Bracket 1, and the Wizard.
God.
4 mana 3/3 for strike haste.
Will, if you ever find a playmat of this guy, can you just snap it up for me, please? Dude, he's cheesing so hard, but this is like so classic comic book style art. I am obsessed with this.
Patrick has to take a Wizard.
Yeah, and I'm gonna run that quickly. I'm gonna get my ass there, smiling the whole way. Okay, moving on to green.
All right. We got Big Bertha. She's a Hydra that you can pay to put more counters on her later. Bracket 1.
Oh wow.
Next we got a Black Tom Cassidy. He's just a dork. 1. We got Bushmaster Coil Henchman. Each other creature you control the +1/+1 counter on it has Death Touch. Bracket 1. Decent for the 99 of some decks, but not really good for this deck.
Yeah.
Um.
God, imagine being half snake like that. It's got to be tough.
Yeah. Getting caught in a lot of doors.
Yeah.
Open it, and then you just got to kind of like keep one arm like this while you slowly drag your tail through so you don't slam it on
I
your
wouldn't
door.
even bother opening the closing the doors unless it's like automatic closing door. Then it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
What do you do with rotating doors? You're just fucked.
You gotta grab your tail and bunch it up and like jump across it.
I don't think he does anything normally. He probably
Colossus Steel Stalwart, indestructible guy. Bracket 1.
I like that we're gonna come up upon a card called the Doorman, by the way. He sees his pain.
We got a Darwin Adaptive Mutant. He is evolved. You can remove 2 counters from him to give him indestructible. He is bracket 1. We got Devil Dinosaur. He is a dinosaur that is a 4 mana 5/5 trampler that says other dinosaurs you control have +1/+1 and hexproof. That is good for the 99 of dino decks, but not good as a commander. Bracket 1.
That is pretty dope, though. That's actually really good.
I'm putting it in my old Stick Fingers deck. Next we have a Bushmaster's Bane Doorman. Bracket 1.
Yeah, exactly. No door, no problem. Dude, that's so cool. What a cool dude. Okay.
Next, we have Flatman. Weird card. So Flatman just lets you pay 3 mana to flip his power and his toughness until the end of the turn, and he's a 1/10.
It's pretty gnarly, honestly.
Like, if you have power matter stuff, like, he can get high power pretty quickly, but, like, I want to say bracket 1. There's just better things to do, because that is still 7 mana to set up for that.
Is it bracket 2? Like, you can do the thing with him?
Just play anything that's just a statted creature instead of having to constantly keep paying the 3 to set him back to 10.
Yeah. Okay.
Giant Man, Gargantuan Genius. 5 mana for a 6/6 reach that says at the beginning of your first main phase, get a green for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. That can do some work. I don't know if that's good enough. And bracket 2. Go wide to go to fund. Go wide to make money.
Sure. Okay. I like it.
Okay, and next we have the biggest flavor fail card ever, Hit Monkey.
Mm.
4 mana for a 3/3 legendary creature monkey assassin that cannot be countered, has reach, vigilance, death touch, hexproof, and haste, but no double strike, even though he's wielding garrote wire and a sword at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's just going to focus on one of those two things. He's juggling a lot of keywords here. He's great just as a card. I think that he is a 1 in the CZ.
Actually, no. In the CZ, he's a 3. And the reason why is because Death Touch makes fight spells into kill spells. Hexproof and can't be countered means that he's a consistent body for you. Trample means that he's going to be like a decent Voltron commander. Haste means that he can immediately kill somebody out of nowhere if you can Voltron high enough. And Vigilance means that you have a good blocker. He has all of the keywords to make him a really good mono green Voltron commander and give you access to kill spells. So he's a 3. Not higher than a 3, but I'm hard defending.
I do think the Death Touch is maybe the best element of this card. But yeah, the Hexproof really does go a long way with him being uncounterable.
Oh, sorry. He doesn't have trample. My bad. He has reach vigilance, but he's in green.
Now, the reach vigilance is pretty legit. Like, the fact that you're not going to swing into this guy. I mean, unless you have a bigger creature, then you're definitely getting in over me. But yeah, turning your damage spells into removal is really solid.
Hulk, strongest there is.
Maybe 2, man. Okay, but yeah, sure.
No, Hit Monkey. Hit Monkey's a 3.
You really want him at 3. It's okay. I just don't see him. I don't see him playing into 4.
I could see him playing into 4 is just Voltron enough because he does have all of the keywords.
You make your Hit Monkey. And we'll see.
Fair enough. Hulk, strongest there is. He's 4 mana for a 3/3 that enters with the counter and has trample. At the beginning of your upkeep, you double the counters on all gamma creatures you control. That's cool for changelings, and that's also just good enough for Hulk because Hulk's going to double his own power. He is worse than the Abomination that we covered earlier, though, because that Abomination starts doubling off 4, and this starts doubling off 1.
That guy was like 6 mana, though?
Both are 4 mana. Both are 4 mana 4/4s with trample.
Where do you want him then?
2, because I think we put the Abomination at 3.
Yeah. Julie Bell, though. I think this is my favorite Hulk art from the set. Congratulations. Dominus Rex is once again blocked out of that double strike counter. Still an auto include.
Yeah. Lucky the Pizza Dog, 1. Mr. Immortal, 1. Rhino. 1. I'd say 1. Rhino's just a removal thing. Sauron, Dino Devotee, bracket 5, because we didn't cure cancer, we made dinos.
Yeah. I kind of love that, dude. That's so funny.
This card has become like a massive meme because it started off with a comic meme of like, wait, could you cure cancer? I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. And then people pointed out, wait. Gaining 3 life cures cancer. We can cure cancer for 1 white mana. And then people brought it even further, and it's like, wait. Eating food cures cancer.
Is eating food gain 3 life or gain 2?
Gain 3.
Wow.
So it needs to become a meme of just like, oh, look at this. It's the cure to cancer.
It's so easy in Magic. Oh, God, if only reality were so simple. 1. 5 for the flavor, though. 5 for the flavor.
I'd say like maybe 2, just because you can turn like all those dorks that you played earlier into 5/5s. So it can make like a decently sized board, but not more than 2. It's like a weird anthem. Next, Shang-Chi, Martial Mentor, 5 mana for a 4/4 that doubles the amount of +1/+1 counters put on a thing, and then has power up to put 3 +1/+1 counters on himself, which would be 6. Counter doubling into command zone is pretty good. I think that we have the Praetor that does that better, the Vorinclex. So
Yeah.
bracket 2, because power up is still relevant.
Yeah. Boy could have used some keywords.
Yeah. He just needs to learn some martial arts from Hitmonkey.
Yeah, seriously.
Next, Storm Shaker of Skies, bracket 1.
Yeah, that's fine.
Tippy Toe Terrific Partner. If I remember correctly, the Nuka-Cola combo just requires you to have a thing that makes so when you make a treasure token, you also make a food. Think that that's it? Because if I remember, Paragon Took was because you sacrifice 3 food, then you get 3 treasures individually, and then you do the thing. So, is this better than Took? This has a draw effect. Oh no, Took is the thing that lets you sacrifice 3 food to do it. So yeah, never mind. It is not relevant. Bracket 1. Could not remember what that combo was for a little bit. Remember the combo, it's not good. Bracket 1.
Super cute though.
White Tiger requires it to be in the graveyard to do anything. Bracket 1.
Rough times.
Yeah. Wolverine claws out. He hits hard and he gets through blockers because you functionally cannot block him. And he doubles his power. Decent Voltron commander, maybe bracket 2.
Ooh, squirrel can cure cancer though.
That is true. That is true. Well, no, you need something else, and the squirrel can create the cure to cancer.
I'm with bracket 2 on Wolverine, but what about X-23?
Mutants matters, commanders, bracket 1. We don't have enough good mutants.
Yeah, can we get an exclusively X-Men set? I would be all over that shit.
All right.
Or just a playable Gambit.
Yeah.
Multicolor?
Multicolor. Ant-Man, Reformed Rogue, 3 mana for a 2/3. Whenever you cast a green spell, put Ant-Man gets +1/+0 and trample. Whenever you cast a blue spell, he gets -1/-0 and can't be blocked. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Bracket 1. Astonishing Spider-Man, though. 4 mana. Whenever he attacks, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. You can net a good chunk of cards this way, because there's that one... What was that one commander that people kind of liked, but it's like when you discard 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards, but only trigger once per turn? Riel. I think it's Riel. So this plays a lot like Riel, except you can kind of greed it out a little bit better.
Yeah, Real to Everwise.
Bracket 3? Yeah, because if you have ways of playing cards that you discard, because there's a good chunk of things that let you do that, you can play the hand with Spider-Man even after you discard it. So he just cycles your hand every turn at the very minimum. Bracket 3?
3 seems fine. 3 seems fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next, we got the Fantastic Four. We built this on stream. Bracket 5. It did the thing well enough.
Did we say bracket 5 when we built it?
We tried building it as bracket 5, and it did kind of do the bracket 5 thing. Because it's like a little slow, but it ground, like it worked well enough.
Did we use Keen Sense and shit? Wait up.
Yeah, we did. We threw in all the curiosity things.
Would you rather this or would you rather that or Crystal?
Crystal is the better Keen Sense commander. This is a better grindy food chain commander. Because the thing is, Crystal's game plan is get Crystal out, win the game next turn, hopefully. And if you don't, you just have a massive hand. Whereas this thing's game plan is just you will always have draw, you will always have options.
Yeah, this is pretty solid. Yeah, Fantastic Four is a 5.
Iceman and Firestar. 4 mana. When you cast a blue spell, tap up to 1 creature. When you cast a red spell, you may discard a card. If you do, draw bracket 1.
I like how Spider-Man is not included in this, but he is very much there.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. Oh, I guess that might be
Uh,
him in the other frame, like the Spider-Man we just bracketed. Honestly, they probably should have took like a third of these commanders, made them actually relevant, especially since we're getting new sets till we fill out the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, I'm with you.
yeah.
Um,
Next, Marvel Boy. Marvel Boy. Whenever another creature you control enters, or whenever you activate a power-up ability, put a +1/+1 counter on Marvel Boy, bracket 1.
he's a Kree though.
Yeah, he is a creep.
Okay. Where are we? She-Hulk?
We can do, yeah, She-Hulk and Miss Marvel are the two next ones. So She-Hulk, vigilance creature that says put a +1/+1 counter on each for each +1/+1 counter on creatures you control. Bracket 1.
Yep.
Sorry, double the number of +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. It's the same as the Shang-Chi but worse. Miss Marvel, ETB, target creature gets +2/+1. Whenever creature you control with power greater than its base power deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Trigger only once each turn. Bad. Bracket 1. Shuri, Vibranium Technologist. ETB, either make a 1/1 or draw a card. Bracket 1.
Well,
Tiger
are
Shark.
we are
Bracket
we on
1.
blue?
We're on multicolor still.
Oh wow, they got really jumbled up here, but I
Mm.
found Shuri. There you
go. Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Tiger Shark should be next to Shuri and should be
Yeah,
bracket 1 as well.
Yeah, I found her. We've got a lot of monocolor stuff to go through still. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're reaching. I think we're at the halfway point.
Yeah, we should be.
Machine Man, bracket 1 because he's just worse vision, and you thought vision was bracket 2.
Whenever you cast, yeah, this does suck.
Because vision's whenever anyone plays a card, put a +1/+1 counter on vision or face him out.
Yeah.
This is whenever you play a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on him and give him flying. He's bad.
Is the Thanos Copter next?
Yeah, Thanos Copter is next.
Cool.
6 mana for 5/5 flying haste. It enters crewed. It crews for 2, and when a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Fun vehicle commander. It by itself is bracket 1.
Yeah. Agreed.
All right.
We have
Next up.
so many cards here. Sorry. So many cards from this supplemental set. You keep going though.
Yeah, well, it's because the supplemental set is like 3 different products, I think.
This is insane.
Rescue Pepper Potts. 1 in a blue for Flash Flyer. When it enters, return up to 1 other target artifact or creature card to its owner's hand. If it's an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on Rescue. Bracket 1.
Cool card. Yeah.
Next, Thor, Asgard Avenger. Your damage sources deal 1 additional damage. Bracket 1.
Imagine spending $5 to open a foil Thanos Copter. Yeah. That would bite, dude. Dr. Jane Foster. Is she next for you?
Yeah, Dr. Jane Foster. 4 mana for a legendary creature, human doctor, with 2 power, 3 toughness, and vigilance. And ETB, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. If you gained life this turn, return it to the battlefield instead.
Whoa.
I thought of a funny deck idea with this deck, and it's just all of the flicker creatures. And then if your opponent ever board wipes you, you just play Jane Foster, bring back one of them, which will flicker Jane Foster to bring back the next and the next and the next and the next and the next, and then you just reanimate your entire board. And if they wipe you again, you just replay Jane Foster again.
Two?
So
I don't think she's
there
gonna be
there are some combos with this, but I do think most of those combos need another color. Like there's the actually there's the 3 cost white creature that you can sacrifice to reanimate a legendary creature, and that with Jane Foster means that you do go infinite. I'd say it's either 2 or 3. I'd say let's go 2. Let's go 2.
only because Teshar exists, man. I think Teshar is just better.
Yeah.
But yes, that guy is flatlining. I hope that's not the whole story here. I'm pretty sure that Jane's going to bring him back.
I'm just saying Jane Foster isn't a hero, so I think we know what's happening with that guy.
Oh, God. It's just a human villain doctor. Is Dr.
No, it's just human doctor. You don't need to be the villain to mess up as a doctor.
Is Dr. Doom not a doctor?
One of his cards is.
Okay, human sorcerer villain. They didn't want to say doctor for all of them? Shouldn't he just be default a doctor?
I know, but I don't know. Does he have a doctorate in every single multiverse?
I don't know. But he's saying he's a doctor. I think that's what's most egregious about this guy. Anyways.
Well, Songbird, Songbird, Sonic Screamer. You may discard a card to give her flying. Bracket 1. Living Lightning charged up. 5 mana for a flyer with haste that begin combat on your turn. Another creature you control gets +1/+7 haste. Bracket 1. Bad Xenagos.
Mm-hmm. Bad Xenagos.
Bad Xenagos.
Go to your room. Sorry.
Go to your room. Go back to what's it called? Go back to Theros.
Yeah. Goliath. Mass Manipulator.
Yep, 2 mana for a 2/2 with reach and power up for 5. Put 2+1/+1 counters on him, then draw a card for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Not horrible as just like a mass draw effect in certain decks, but as the commander, probably not a great idea to use him. So I'm going to say bracket 1.
Yeah. There's a comic where Dr. Doom swapped bodies with Tony Stark, and Tony did a better job than him running Latveria. Really? Really? Oh, is this a one shot? I would actually read that. That's interesting. Sorry, are we on Black Panther?
No, we're on Wolfsbane.
Oh.
Unfortunately, Wolfsbane, you are bracket 1.
She's a Highland hero, though. Okay.
She's a Highland hero at bracket 1.
That's gonna.
Next, Black Panther. Claws of Bast. 3 mana for a 3/3 lifelinker. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, put +1/+1 counter on it. Bracket 1.
Yeah.
I'd rather play Matt Murdock, and we said Matt Murdock is a bracket 1.
Yeah.
I've been staring at the Steam Deck so long, my eyes are like undilated.
Is it the OLED version?
Yes.
Okay, that could help.
I just need to probably go to the settings and turn the brightness down. Let me actually just do that while I'm looking at it.
Ant-Man Scott Lang, he is 2 mana, 2/2 body, 4 to put a 1/1 counter on Ant-Man. Great payoff, but yeah. Bracket 1 for 1/1 counters. Iron Man Modern Marvel, 4 CMC and blue 3/3 flyer. Don't ask what that third set line is. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+1 whenever Iron Man attacks. If you control another artifact creature, draw a card. This was
and it's 4 mana to draw a card and just anthem your artifact creature is bad.
Yeah, it'd be cool if it was on ETB and attack. At least you're like replacing him for 4. But yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Black Widow Daring Operative for 5 mana, 3/4 menace. She enters mill 3 cards. Whenever Black Widow deals combat damage to a player, each opponent loses a life equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard, not cards discarded this turn.
Bracket 1 because 5 mana.
That is a lot. That is a lot. And what is she scaling and why? If there is a comic book reason, let me know. if Julie
Uh,
Bell is bringing this to life off of something.
Spider-Man Web Spinner, 4 mana for a double striker haste that says attacks target creature can't block this turn. Bracket one.
But damn, is that
Uh,
thigh massive.
Indeed. Hulk Brutal Brawler.
Speaking of
Has to
big
attack each
thighs.
combat phase.
Yeah, sorry.
Hmm?
Speaking of big thighs.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Spider-Man's got the, I don't know, I was going to say like grapefruit. Hulk's got the freaking melon thigh. Like, it's just.
He doesn't like it when you comment on his thighs, though. So
Indeed.
try to
That's why he's the Brutal Brawler.
yeah.
When he attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Bracket 2, +1/+1 counter stuff in green is like kind of relevant, and that isn't like super high cost for that effect. So bracket 2.
Yeah, I'm into that. I like that he's enhancing everyone that's with him. That's kind of neat. For whatever reason.
Gamma radiation doesn't just stick to one person, Patrick.
I guess. God.
Captain America Steve Rogers, 5 mana for 4/4 lifelinker. Whenever Cap attacks, put +1/+1 counter on another creature you control, and it gains indestructible until the end of the turn. Bracket 1.
Mm-hmm. So that's who that is, huh? Tutorial 13. W Tutorial 13? What? What does that mean? Is this from a specific tutorial set? Anyways, at the bottom it says above the artist name, W Tutorial 13. I don't know what that.
Oh. Well, Falcon Samwise, bracket 1. Wasp Janet Van Dean, bracket 1. Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, bracket 1. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, bracket 1. Hulk Bruce Banner, bracket 1. Iron Man Tony Stark, bracket 1. Scarlet Witch.
Oh,
Wanda.
wait. Whenever you cast a red spell, create a 2/1 colorless robot hero artifact creature. Oh, he's 5.
He's 5. That's why bracket 1. That's why I paused for a second, then I looked at the mana cost.
2, because you could like Seething Song his ass out. I think that. No, I say 2. I would do like.
Didn't we get a Zuko that's the same thing, except you get a 2/2 with firebending? And we were like bracket 1 on that.
Is that a fact? Yeah, no.
I'm pretty
he
sure.
makes firebender. Okay, so sure. Bracket 1.
Scarlet Wanda, bracket 1.
Scarlet Wanda.
Spider-Man.
Say Scarlet Wanda. Okay.
Sorry, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Maximoff.
Scarlet Wanda, Witch Maximoff 1.
Spider-Man, Hometown Hero, bracket 1.
Ooh, but good web shooting art. Bracket 1.
Yep. Agent 13, bracket 1. Agent Maria Hill, bracket 1. Agent Philip Coulson, bracket 1. Captain America, Super Soldier, bracket 1.
But punch them Nazis.
Indeed. Captain America, Wings of Freedom, 2 and a white for a 3/1 flyer first strike with ward 1. When this attacks, each other hero you control gets +X/+O, where X is Cap's toughness. If we have a way of making hero tokens, that's great, but I don't think we have a good way of making hero tokens, so bracket 1.
No, we do not. No, we do not.
Captain Marvel, first non-overcost Captain Marvel. 5 mana for 5/4 flash flying lifelinker that says power up. Put a +1/+1 counter and an indestructible counter on Captain Marvel.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Marvel. You are looking at her. Okay, right there. 1. Still?
Yeah, 1. Yeah, 1. Captain Marvel, also probably 1. Giving your stuff flash and white is not too relevant.
But another crate.
Yes, another crate.
Add to the crate count, baby. Okay.
Colleen Wing, 1.
Yeah, we're talking about stuff. We're banging through a lot of these guys. A lot of these are essentially slop. commanders, but good like in limited and or potentially some form of constructed. So a lot of this stuff is going to just get moved to bracket 1 or 2. If anything is 3 or above, we'll have a longer conversation about them if you're joining us at this
Yeah,
point, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes in.
Yeah, unfortunately. So with Final Fantasy set had 168 legendaries in it, and it took us 5 hours to go through everything. We've kind of learned from our mistakes because this set has double that amount of legendaries. So we're just kind of going 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 quick description, 1 1 1 1 1 1 2 quick description,
Yeah.
3 let's talk about it.
4 and 5, let's potentially build it.
Yes.
But not on stream. Not on this stream.
Yes.
Okay. Wait, where are we now?
Invisible Woman. So we did a Colleen Wing, and then now we're at Invisible Woman. Sue Storm. 4 and a white for a lifelinker that says whenever one or more counters are put onto another, or one or more heroes you control, you create a wall, an 0/4 walled defender. Bracket 1.
Yeah.
Jennifer Walters. Actually, okay. Maybe Sue Storm is not exactly bracket 1. And the reason why is because we have Rosie Cotton, which is whenever you make a token, you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. And you can put a counter on Sue Storm, which makes a wall, which triggers Sue Storm, which makes a wall, puts a counter on Sue Storm, which makes a wall, which puts a counter on Sue Storm, which makes a wall. So that's a kind of easy infinite. But all you're doing is just making an infinitely big Sue Storm and a lot of walls.
Yeah, what are you doing with those walls? There's no impact tremors here. There's no what do we got for those bodies? Blasting station.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
That's still like a 3-card combo though. So.
2. Bracket 2.
Oh yeah, if one is your commander.
Bracket 2.
Yeah.
She has a plan. There is a plan. I'm sorry. Who did you want to go to next?
Jennifer Walters. 1 and a white. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Pay 6 mana to transform. Transforms into She-Hulk. Trample Reach. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Whenever a creature you control is dealt damage, you may have She-Hulk deal that much damage to any target. Do this only once each turn. So it's just a Grand Abolisher that can be a little bit of creature removal if people try to block. Bracket 1. I don't think that's great as a commander. You don't really have a game plan.
No, I concur. Sue Storm's better.
Yes, agreed. Luke Cage, bracket 1. He's indestructible when attacking alone, and that is it. I guess you can do
better art though.
The World Breaker, but nah. Yeah, better art.
Yeah, this art is sick as hell. Okay.
Mockingbird, bracket 1. Next we got Monica, and she is flying prowess that transforms for 5 into a flying hexproof prowess that whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That is not a bad. This is like Kaneo Sentiro. But it's like a bit more expensive, and you don't need to target stuff to make it work, and it's counters instead of just a temporary +1/+1. Bracket 2. It has a plan.
Yeah, I like how the transform cost is just the flat out cost of Photon Living Light.
Yeah.
That's kind of bullshit. It feels a little
bullshit. I mean, that's what they did in the Spider-Man set.
Yeah, but this is true. This is true. Bracket 2, you said?
Yeah, bracket 2, because you at least have a plan.
After a year of off from building stuff, I have to start it. My boy, Kilter Scroll, has been my favorite of mine from the comics. It doesn't hurt. He actually has legs as commander. Yeah. I don't think we got to the scroll yet. Sorry, but we'll
Like
get there.
the Wooberg one, yeah.
Sorry, where are we?
Uh,
Where are we?
so we just did Monica. Now we're doing Nick Fury, Agent of Shield. So Nick Fury is 1 white for legendary creature, human spy hero with 2 power, 1 toughness, and power up for Wooberg. Put 2+1/+1 counters on Nick Fury, and then you may you may look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a hero, equipment, or vehicle card from among them onto the battlefield. If it's a double-faced card, you may transform it, put the rest onto your library in the bottom in a random order. So this lets you put any of these transformed hero cards onto the battlefield and immediately transform them. This is also a Luris commander if you want it to be a Luris commander, but we already have other Luris commanders that are just actively better, so this is not a Luris commander. This does let you cheat out big equipment though and big vehicles, which can do funny things. But I don't know if it's good enough.
Well, Mateus, what
Bracket.
5? Only because he's the cheapest 5-color commander. Well, what are you doing with it,
I
Mateus?
so
So 10 different
I guess
cards.
he's a Loris commander that you can like Springleaf Drum and do stuff like that with him, but no. He's competing with stuff like the Bard from Final Fantasy that actively does something, and it just costs 1 more mana. No, Nick Fury's not good.
What do you put him?
Uh, there's not a ton of good heroes, and with vehicles and are in equipment, those are kind of
He's 5-color Rogak.
yeah.
Do you mean
Rocket.
Rograk? You mean just being able to have like a low CMC thing to activate all your shit? Like your
Yeah.
commander specific stuff and Mox Amber and I don't know, man. I think Rograk is at 0 feels better.
Yeah, because with Rograk, you always have Rograk land, a Springleaf Drum, play something else for 1,
Yeah.
and that's immediately like 2 things of ramp on
Mm,
turn 1, versus this, which has 0 ramp on turn 1, excluding the like obvious blatant fast mana.
right. Wow, I didn't know this was a card. What is this?
Bracket 2, I guess, because he can do stuff. He's just not that good.
Mateus, make a good argument here for Nick Fury. I'd love to. Here.
Over like just doing Rog Sire, Rock Thras.
Uh, I could see it minimally B3, and I could see it top, a bracket 5 as well. Like I could see it in a range, but it's competing with a lot. So I just want to know how you're evaluating it so high. Why? Considering anything above is a massive alarm to me. Anything above? Anything above?
Saying anything is better than Nick Fury is a massive alarm, is what he's saying.
Oh,
The thing is, like, Nick Fury does nothing. It's just you have a body for 1 consistently, and it is your commander, which just means that you have cost reduction on like 3 cards.
what is the
Deflecting
what is
Spark Force.
the not the partner? What is that one like deer thing that generates Wooberg mana?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Can't remember the name of it though.
It's this type of thing like Luris. What are those called? Companions?
Companions.
It's the companion that gives you Wooberg colors, but you can't have some shit or other. I forget.
You can only all of your cards can't have repeating pips, so you can't have like a card that's like 2 red.
Okay,
That's
so
the companion.
this could be like a companion deck for that, for whatever it's worth, and then you can flicker him to like do the thing repeatedly. Nick is only good because of the color identity. Gigantha, thank you, Gigantha.
So Nick is a Wooburg commander for one, but the only thing that really does for you is that it gives you a. The only thing that does for you is it gives you Deflecting Swat for free, Deadly Rollick for free, Fierce Guardianship for free, and Jessica's Will activation consistently early. The reason why it's worse than Rograk is because Rograk is 0, meaning that you have a more consistent turn 1 play. Whereas with Nick, you don't. You do have to pay the 1 mana for him. Him just being 1 mana in Wooburg doesn't add a lot, because the reason why Rograk is so good is because he costs 0, not because he costs cheap.
Neoform into Thoracle, I guess, is legit. I mean, you could just Eldritch Evolution your Rograk too. But Neoform is Simic? Is just Simic, or is it?
It's Simic.
+1, or is it just 2? Yeah, it's just 2.
It's Simic. It's 2.
Eldritch Evolution is 3. And you couldn't run Eldritch Evolution if you're running Gigantha.
I don't think that you run Gigantha.
No,
I think
you don't.
You run like Luris or something if you can.
You
may not want to run Luris though, so that you can run Rhystic Study.
I'm gonna let this poll go for a little bit, guys, on Nick Fury, Agent of Shield, to get everyone's feelings. It looks like it's landing at about a 4 for everyone. So just like a cut below your typical bracket 5 color good shit pile. I'm gonna leave him for a little bit though. We can sleep on this.
My issue with this Nick Fury though is like, is he better than the Bard from Final Fantasy? And the answer is just no.
What's the name of the Bard?
The Bard. It's a legendary name, the Bard, I believe. Let me see if I can find him. Or is it isn't Wandering Minstrel? No.
The Wandering Minstrel for Simic.
Yeah, Wandering Minstrel. Thank you.
Lands you control enter untapped. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, create a 2/2 elemental creature token. Other creatures you control get +X/+X. Is that it?
Yeah, it's the one that has a Wooburg ability, and it just says your lands enter untapped. That actually does something, because there's other landlines that you can run with that, and you can turn things into rituals that you didn't have as rituals before. That's just better than Nick Fury.
The Bard is okay. You have obvious game plan, but it doesn't win games anymore. Honestly, don't know how this conversation. Well,
here's my issue with the argument of saying like Nick Fury is better than the Bard. Saying Nick Fury is comparable to Rograk, even though Nick Fury costs 1 more than Rograk, is the same as saying that the Bard is comparable to Nick Fury because the Bard only costs 1 more than Nick Fury. I feel like people are just really overblowing Nick Fury. Having a 1 mana commander is not as relevant as people think that it is. The reason why it's relevant in Rog's Sai is because Rograk costs 0. So it is truly, you're not investing anything in making Rograk work. Whereas with Nick Fury, you're not getting any of the things that makes Rograk good. You can't go like turn 1 commander, pay a black, sacrifice my commander to get 4 mana, and then go nuts. Or sacrificing my commander for a red and then making 3 mana, or anything like that, or Springleaf Drum, getting like the free interaction and playing other ramps that I can build into stuff. He doesn't do the things Rograk does.
Yeah, when
he's not.
Sorry, yeah. When we do, I agree with Will. Like, I think that the benefit is the fact that it's 0, and then you can partner it with 2 other colors, right? So you're absent of a color or 2 in this instance, 2 specifically. Nick Fury in turn 2 ad nauseam due to being able to use all my sac rituals is so powerful.
So yeah, having Nick Fury out on turn 1 and then having a black source and culling ritual and ad nauseam is a fast thing you can do. The issue with that is that you're still the issue with that is that you're still doing nothing on turn one. Whereas with turn one in Rograk Silas, you can turn that Rograk into something faster. And then you still need to have a specifically Culling Ritual and specifically Adnaz to get that off on turn two without tutoring. Now, you might be able to tutor it by doing like a fast mana turn one and then doing Vampiric Tutor as well.
Yeah, Gemstone
But then
Caverns or something, yeah.
But then with that comparison with Rograk, you don't need a fast mana piece. You just need a top deck tutor to do that.
Yeah.
So with Rograk, it's like you can do that 60% of the time. But with Nick Fury, you can do it like 8% of the time,
Well,
which is egregiously slower.
Right. I also think it's relevant to note that the green and the white aren't really adding anything to the equation here. Like, we're not missing out, if Rock Size your example, we're not missing out on the green or the white. But I agree. I understand the strength of a 1 CMC 5 color Wooburg commander. There's definitely value there.
I'm not saying that he's bad, and my assessment of him saying that he's a 2 was more so the effect of him as a commander, not as a Wooburg good pile stuff commander. Because at that point, you're not building into the commander; it's just you're using him for colors. He can probably play into bracket 4 is just a really efficient thing. He is going to be able to play into bracket 5, but compared to Rograk, he's significantly slower than Rograk.
Yeah, I like Silence. And Culling Ritual is a house. Manamorphose is fine. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for you guys to poll up though. Still, where are we?
Yeah, we can keep them in 4 for right now, and then we can change with 4. Next, Night Nurse, bracket 1. After that, okay, Okoidora Melly Leader, bracket 1. Sorry, I didn't watch Black Panther. Do not know how to pronounce names.
Did you say Night Nurse?
Yeah, I said Night Nurse, bracket 1.
Love the art though. Okay.
Yeah. Patriot Shield Wielder, bracket 1. Quake Agent of Shield, bracket 2. You can do funny, annoying things by tapping down that Wooburg deck's specific color sources.
God, yeah. Still favorite art. It just looks so dope.
Yeah. Red Guard, bracket 1. The Sentry, bracket 2. Flickering the Sentry and giving everybody a copy of the Void is really funny.
Yeah, I dig that. Night Nurse looks like Anne Hathaway. It straight up looks like Anne Hathaway, dude. I literally said that during the set review. We did talk about Night Nurse during the set. She is a good card. I don't think she's a good card in the CZ, but yeah, it's straight up Anne Hathaway. It's like spot on. Ripping through them. Yeah, Mike, sorry. If you guys are just tuning in, we are trying to plow through all the bracket 1 stuff and bracket 2 stuff.
Final Fantasy took 5 hours with half the amount of legendaries that are in this set, so we're trying to learn from our mistakes and just kind of skim through a lot of the lesser notable stuff.
I'm going to say White Widow Free Agent is bracket 1 as well. I like the recovery effect. I don't know that there's a game plan here.
Yeah, it's basically a you should just play to shark kind of thing. So yeah. Bracket 1.
On to blue?
Bracket 1, just because it's a kind of bad Timna style commander effect.
Who?
And yes, it's Merfolk Tribal, but eh.
Who are you talking about?
I thought that was sorry, I thought you were saying a Tuma.
Namor?
No. A Tuma Atlantean Warlord.
Where the hell is this guy? Oh, okay, sure.
Blue, the guy riding a shark.
Yeah, I mean, here, I'll show you just a glimpse of our bracket 1 so far. It's quite a lot. It's over the size of everything from bracket 2 to 5, so there's just a lot to plow through. Sorry, moving on.
Yeah. Bruce Banner. Yummy. 1 blue for legendary creature, human scientist hero with 1 power, 1 toughness, and has XX. Tap. Draw X cards. Activate as a sorcery. You may pay 2 red, green to transform Bruce Banner. Activate only as a sorcery. Transform side is the Incredible Hulk. 8/8 reach trample. Enrage. Whenever the Incredible Hulk is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on him. If he is attacking, untap him, and there's an additional combat phase after this one. Uh, this does have infinite combos. This can do things. So the backside has an infinite. The front side has a really good draw effect of just dump mana into it to draw a lot of cards. People have said that this is bracket 5 from what I have heard. I have not looked into it enough to be able to judge that, but by the fact that you have a really good draw effect, decent colors, and a good combo, bracket 4, bracket 3 maybe, but bracket 4 because that is actually a surprising amount of draw for the front side of David Banner.
Or Bruce.
Bruce Banner. Why do I keep saying David Banner?
I don't know. There's some Ripley versions of the Hulk here. Damn. I kind of prefer the standard art most. Sorry, I just like looking at the alternative arts for this set. There's some cool ones. 4 is safe for now.
Yeah.
It could be better.
Next, Echo, Perceptive Prodigy, 3 mana for 1 for Vigilance. That says you can pay 1, tap and copy an activated or triggered ability from a creature source. You may choose new targets for the copy. I think I was looking into this like a bit ago to see if I could find a way to make it an infinite, and you can use the one guy that says untap 2 permanents other than something with this name and the Echo to go infinite by just untapping Echo and like Nykthos or something over and over and over again. But that is a lot of hoops to jump through.
Is this also a 2 in the sense that Sue Storm's a 2?
This is a 1. Personally, I think this is a 1 only because I don't think that there's enough good activated and triggered abilities for creatures in blue to make this actually worth running. So I'd call it a 2.
Okay.
Or a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1, a 1.
Yeah, I got her down there.
Yeah. Falcon, Wing Wonder.
Where are you, buddy?
5 mana.
Oh, you're good.
5 mana. ETB, Mega Bird. When it attacks, you surveil 1, bracket 1. Next, Iron Lad. You may look at the top card of your library, and you may tap him to reveal the top card of your library. If it's an artifact, you draw it. Bracket 1.
Cool effect.
Ironheart. Bracket 5.
Yeah.
Ironheart has Improvise, Flying, and your non-creature spells have Improvise. People have tried building this. It does work pretty well. There's a lot of different artifacts that you can play for 0. It's a Cheerios commander. You can get her out turn 1 pretty consistently, and then turn 2 you will have about 8 mana to play with, like 7 to 8 mana, and with that you'll probably have a way to reload your hand, and then you just keep playing the game with all of the mana and all of the cards. Apparently it's pretty decent.
Yeah, who do you like better, this or Immortus?
I like Immortus better because actually, that is a hard question.
Because they're kind of trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, I like Immortus better because Immortus just kind of does his thing casually until you hit a time twister, and then he goes off and combos off. With Ironheart, you need to hope that you hit a thing that will refill your hand, so you're going to brick more with Ironheart, but Ironheart is also going to be faster than Immortus.
We've established that Immortus is pretty fast.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the only thing I don't like about Ironheart is that it's Ironheart. Damn.
Yeah.
I think Immortus is better. His ability can't feed into his own power up, which is fine. But
yeah, Ironheart's faster but less consistent. That's kind of the argument. It's
why am I feeling like she's gonna land around 4?
I'd say 5. I say 5. I do truly think 5.
I kind of want to do another poll. How do you guys feel about Ironheart? Apart from her being Ironheart, would you put her in bracket 4 or 5? I think she's up there. I just don't know which one between the two. Because just establishing her isn't enough. I mean, unless those artifacts you dropped, like, also subsequently draw cards somehow, like, if it is a Cheerios deck. You're gonna mull for the appropriate hand.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I don't. Ironheart is like a 3.
Ironheart can brick a good amount of the time, so I can understand rating Ironheart lower. I think Ironheart has the potential to be a 5 because it's basically fast Urza.
Yeah.
But
I feel like this is one of those decks where we'll build. Urza's just better because that activated though.
so Urza has the activated, but Urza's 4 mana, whereas Ironheart is technically 1 mana.
Virtual
And
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
virtual 1 mana, and also virtual never has to pay commander tax, so it doesn't matter if you
Mm.
blow up Ironheart. Um, so Ironheart's like faster Urza that you can't just blow up Urza to stop. But you're building your deck super Cheerios heavy to abuse that fact, so you're cutting a lot of the things that would let you grind with Urza that would make the deck more consistent. So it's a riskier Urza, but it's fast Urza.
It's interesting. I see bracket 3 twice. I'm feeling like
We
bracket
can
4.
we could let's put her in 4 because that kind of like cuts the difference. Because I'm saying 5, people are saying 3, you're thinking 4. 4 is kind of the closest difference that we can give for it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to compare it to other mono blue commanders in the same space, and then also anything that would be competing with it, like just within those brackets. I'm happy with 4. I do think the effect is unique. You're going to blow through your hand really quickly, and I can see plenty of games where you do that. You put her down, and you just have nothing to do. And I hope if we build this and we goldfish it, you're not just spinning wheels. You actually do something. I looked up a few lists at 5, but I see her weakness. I say 4. 4 for me as well. Yeah, I'm curious. Let us know where you guys think she falls. I think, again, she just doesn't have, like, what puts Immortus ahead for me is the fact that he has Time Twister attached to him. And the same thing with, like, Urza. Like, he has an ability to gain card advantage, I should say. These are both cards that like generate a shit ton of mana and have card advantage, and like that's like great. Where she just, I don't know, she just plays very quickly. So I mean, you could probably win quicker with her than those two, but I don't know that it's going to be consistent at doing that, like Will was saying. So, at any rate, moving on.
Next, Justice Vance, bracket 1.
Yeah.
Going into Kang of the Conqueror in mono blue, which I think was the one that people wanted to talk about. Kang the Conqueror is 4 total mana for a 4/5 legendary creature, human villain with flying, and power up for 8 total mana, 5 blue, blue, blue. Put a +1/+1 counter on Kang. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, power up abilities cannot be activated. So Kang can't go infinite because Kang's ability prevents you from using Kang's ability on the next turn. So if you have a way of flickering him, you can't just like spam him using that. However, you can reduce the cost to active, or you can flicker him and then pay 4 over and over and over again to stack several Kang turns. So you can just go Displacer Kit and play a couple cards and then pay 4 a couple times to take 4, not 4 turns, probably closer to like 2 turns in a row. And then in those 2 turns, try to snowball into something to get a win. So it's an interesting commander. However, they actively try to prevent you from chaining extra turns together with it. So somewhere from a 2 or 3, I'd say, for Kang.
Is it bad that I feel 2?
It's fine. Yeah, because he does nothing other than the power up ability, and the power up ability stops you from chaining it together. So 2 is kind of reasonable.
Yeah, it's like it's another one. It's a Sue Storm.
Yeah,
it's a Sue Storm.
so,
Okay, where are we at now? Kid Loki.
it's a bad combo commander. It's a Sue Storm.
Yeah.
Kid Loki. Bracket 1. Each creature you control that has a +1/+1 counter put on it this turn has hexproof. If you draw your second card in turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kid Loki. Bracket 2.
What about that full?
Or bracket 1. Bracket 1.
What about that full blown Loki?
The Loki God of Mischief. Bad Nadu bracket 1.
Yeah.
We also got Leader Super Genius. If you connive, you draw a card in addition to the connive, and then at the beginning of combat on your turn, the creature you control connives.
Mm.
Blue does not have like a ton of connive stuff. They have Leisure Shredder, and this makes Leisure Shredder into like consistent draw generation.
Yeah.
But that's kind of it. And it would just make more sense to run a thing that says double your draw than run Leader Super Genius. So run like Vinwixt or whatever his name is from the Aether Drift set.
1.
Bracket 1, yeah.
Okay.
Next we got Mr. Fantastic, Bomba Elastic.
Yeah.
4 mana. He has reach. He says whenever you create a token, you draw a card. Surprisingly good by himself. You can draw a lot of cards because you have a lot of ways of making food and making treasure tokens and making a couple other things. Even in blue, even if you're just making Thopters off of like Psymaster Thopterist, you can set up ways to draw a lot of cards in him. I don't think he's going to be competitive. Being 4 means that I don't think he's going to be fast enough for 4. I think he's probably a 3, but he's a pretty good 3.
Yeah, just shy of 4, Mr. Fantastic. I agree with that. I see him around a 3. There is an infinite combo with that second effect.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. There's a couple. He goes infinite with a Locust God and a couple other things, I think.
yeah. Well, I guess the Locust God would put him out of mono blue and CZ, but that's okay.
Yeah, but he goes in Locust God.
Yeah.
Next we got Miss Marvel. She is going to be bracket 1. She's just when you target her, you draw a card, and her stats become equal to your hand size. You have no maximum hand size, and she has vigilance and reach.
Cool.
She's not horrible, but she feels like a bad version of Ivy, and Ivy gives you 2 colors and cost 2.
Why do I
So
feel like these stretchy abilities should offer first strike?
because you punch people before they even get near you. Fair.
Right. All right.
I mean, by that logic, shouldn't every archer have first strike?
I guess so. I guess that's true. We got the reach at least, like every other archer.
We got good old fashioned Namor Submariner. Namor's back. He has power equal to the number of merfolks you control. When you cast a non-creature spell with 1 or more blue mana symbols in it, you create that many blue merfolk tokens.
Ooh.
This is an interesting merfolk commander because it goes pretty wide pretty quickly because it only cares about pips and doesn't care about the amount of mana you spent on it or anything like that. So
Kind of dope.
if you have a way to cheat out stuff in blue, it's even better. So Force of Will is going to get you 2 merfolk.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Bracket 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Go wide in blue is like weird.
Well, he's like go wide and go tall because he's a flyer
Himself, yeah.
that makes himself really big. So next we have Shri Wakandan Inventor. 2-man artifacts you cast cost 1 less to cast, and you can make an artifact into another artifact except it's not a legendary until the end of the turn. I don't know if there's a combo here, but the card itself is
Killer.
yeah, it's pretty good. I'll say bracket 2 just because there has to be something fun you can do there, but I also don't know what we would do with it. There's not like a really great obvious combo, I don't think.
Yeah, like 2 artifacts that just like perpetually, like if you made one, the other just gets outrageous.
Yeah. Like you can theoretically do the thing that like doubles your draw and doubles your life gain, and then you can quadruple it instead.
That'd be dope.
But that's just unnecessarily overkill.
I'll put it in 2 for now. 2 for Tinker.
Next we got Statures, Size Shifter, bracket 1. Then we got Tony Stark. 2 and a blue for a legendary creature, human artificer hero with 1 power, 3 toughness. You can pay 1 and tap and go look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an artifact from among them, put it into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom in random order. You can pay 6 to transform him. Transforms into the Invincible Iron Man. 6 mana for a 5/5 flyer with haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may put an artifact card from your hand onto the battlefield. If it's an equipment, equip it onto the Invincible Iron Man.
We
You
got
can
a.
put that 10 rings. You can put the 10 rings into play off of Iron Man.
What about Marvin, Murderous Mimic with Shuri?
You make things into Marvin, or you make. Uh, does that do anything? I guess you can make everything into a Marvin Murderous Mimic, but what does that do for you?
I don't know what play lines that opens up. We can go back to that. If you guys have ideas, though.
Marvin has Shuri's abilities, then you can tap Marvin to have another thing become Marvin, which then gives you all of Shuri's abilities and Marvin's abilities, and you can tap to make another Marvin, and tap to make another Marvin, and tap to make another Marvin, and turn all of your artifacts into Marvin. But then that's it. If you have a thing that can untap, then maybe you can do something with that, like the crab, horseshoe crab.
Shuri can cheat. Shuri can cheat in Marina Vendrell's Grimoire. Then use Mastery Transmuter to bounce it back to hand. What? You gain life, draw that many cards. Whenever you lose life, discard that many cards. If you cast it, draw 5 cards. Sorry. We're really working hard here. Wait, Yorith and Marvin. Sure, he does cost mana.
Okay, yeah. So if you use a Yorith to make a couple Marvins, and then you have so if you Shuri to make a couple Marvins, and then you have Yorith, then you can have each of them untap the Marvins, and then have one Marvin untap land, and then repeat infinitely.
Yeah.
So you need Shuri, Marvin, and Yorith. That isn't too difficult. It's bracket three at the very least. Sure.
Thanks, Calix.
There's something there, but it's a lot of work, but there is something there.
I am putting her in bracket 3, and I am leaving Nick Fury in bracket 4 for now. But let's continue with Stark. Sorry, guys.
Yep. Stark is so he draws you like a card every turn, and then you eventually can cheat something in. The biggest, scariest thing that you can probably cheat in is 10 Rings or Portal to Phyrexia, or Blightsteel. Honestly, I kind of feel like Tony Stark is bracket 1, but we can say probably bracket 2 because you can at least do something with him.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. We have how many more legends to go through? 97. We're making okay work here.
We're a third of the way through. Yeah. A bit over a third of the way through.
One more blue card, right?
2. Wiccan Rising Magician and Wondrous Wasp. Wiccan... We kind of went over Wiccan in the previous stream. I think Wiccan is a 3 because you can actually do a good amount of stuff with Wiccan. Wondrous Wasp is a 1.
Sorry, Wiccan at 3. Wasp is a 1. She's good in the 99 though. That's a good effect.
Yeah. All right, we're moving on to black. And Arnim Zola, Biofanatic. That's going to be a 1. Going to the complete opposite side of the chart with Baron Helmet Zemon, which is a 5, because that deck, we built that deck, we played that deck did exactly what we thought it was going to do, and it was gross.
It did indeed slap. Um, is this one of the better? Is this better than Doctor Doom?
This is it's faster than Doctor Doom. Like this, I feel like this is the Black Turbo deck. This overtakes Gwenom. With Doctor Doom, I feel like uh,
Is this better than 5-color good stuff?
I kind of think so, but only because it is fast. You can get Zemo out turn 1 and win turn 2 without a ton of extra assistance.
What? How did we? How did we get a turn 2 win with him? I forget. I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Multiple times. I think we were consistent
Once.
at.
Second one was a turn 2. Sorry, the second one was a turn 3. First one was a turn 2. Second one was a turn 3.
I'll leave this to a poll. I don't know if you guys have built this or seen this yet, but Baron Helmet Zemo, we did build a list for this. It performed kind of exactly like we thought it would. Kicked ass.
Next, we got Baron Strucker.
I think I think it's either bracket 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there at the very least.
Yeah.
Hydra Overlord, bracket 1. He's
a
villain tribal commander, and he's worse than the other ones, so bracket 1.
Which one?
Baron Strucker.
Oh, the worst of the barons.
Yes.
Okay.
Black Widow Super Spy, bracket 1. Yes, you consistently steal a card off the top of an opponent's library, but that's just bad draw.
Yeah.
Crossbones, bracket 1.
Yeah, I see that. Zemo is definitely a 5. Thank you. Well, Mateus, where are you at with Zemo? But yeah, let us know. Let us know in the chat. You can tell us where your thoughts are. I'm curious because we built it. It is good. I just don't know if it settles better than its competition within bracket 4 and 5 and any other mono black. I mean, you try to compare it with like other mono colored commanders before.
Yeah, because Zemon's whole thing is that in any buried alive pile, you immediately win the game. With Entomb, you immediately win the game. With Unmarked Grave, you immediately win the game. The fact that you can connive with him means that you can always roll into a hand where you'll find something to win.
Right. It also helps that you can dump the card from your hand if something's like caught up there. Oh, what was the Ironheart quote? Wait, where are we at? Are we on Doctor Doom?
Yeah, we're on Doctor Doom.
Okay.
Are
you reading the comments?
Doctor Doom. Did somebody do Zemon in game nights? To be fair, I think that they built Zemon extremely nice in game nights if they did.
Oh, it couldn't even win in game nights. I think that they keep it very casual, though. Yeah, they keep it very casual at game nights. I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think... Can you imagine? Was it one of their... Because I feel like their staff plays competitively. I remember they ran games with, like, the people behind the scenes. And some of those players were not within, like, the friendlier brackets. But I think if it was, like, a headline, like a Marvel Superheroes collab, they probably toned it down. I'm assuming they toned it down. I'm sorry, where's Doctor Doom? Enters creates 2.
Doctor Doom is B1. Doctor Doom's B1.
He's good shit, but 6 mana. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
Bracket 1.
Oh, sorry. Grim Reaper? Trying to bang through these.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So Grim Reaper is bracket 1. Electra is bracket 1. Claw. Claw's just ETB handtake. He's bracket 1. Madam Mask.
He looks like Abe Lincoln. Sorry. He looks like Abe Lincoln. Claw. the Masters of Evil. Madam Mask is draw a second card each turn. This is bracket 1 for you?
Yeah, bracket 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems fair.
Masters of Evil, bracket 1, there aren't a lot of good plan cards and they're spread across a lot of colors, so even if you did want to get a good plan, you don't get a good plan. Next, MODOK, also known as mental organism designed only for killing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we talked about MODOK on stream previously. In the 99, he makes that one Warhammer 40k commander significantly better. As the commander, you just need to hit Shieldred and other like gain life when you draw or discard effects. He is 5 mana to get there, but once you get him out, it is very likely that you just win the game. But you need mana.
Yeah.
How consistently can you get there to the win? Let's say you have like 3 cards in hand after like turboing out MODOK on turn 3. What 3 cards can you get to like win the game immediately? I reanimate, I guess, reanimating Shieldred, reanimating the drain life creature when you discard stuff, and then nothing else. You just kind of keep draw discarding from there. Okay. That's a very specific hit, though, and you still need the mana to play those things.
I want to say 3.
Yeah, let's say 3 for MODOK. MODOK is a really good effect, but 5 mana makes that a lot worse.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, definitely vote in the poll on Zemo where you guys are at with him. I do think he's between a bracket 4 and bracket 5. I think it's going to be one of those things where Mateus is kind of right. Like, it's a lightning rod. You don't just leave him.
Yeah,
if you do, that's your mistake. What's that?
The funny thing we did, though, was we circumvented the ability for people to stop the good spell from resolving. Because if I remember correctly, we used Doomsday Excruciator as our win con and abused stack ordering and how everything worked out to basically just guarantee that we Doomsday Excruciator, everybody would be set to 6 cards in deck, and then we would shuffle our graveyard back into our deck so that we'd have enough cards that we would not be able to lose the game, but everybody else would. They don't run creature counter spells in cEDH.
Wow. MODOK is one of the best-selling cards going into release weekend?
Yeah, it's because you throw it into the 99 of a casual deck, and then you're like, I could have sculpt my hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than... Is it better than Doom Whisper?
I mean, yeah, it fixes your hand. It doesn't fill up your grave purely.
Mm. Yeah, playing Doomsday Excruciator was pretty fucking cracked in that list. It was very, very fun to run out, dude. Okay. Still gonna leave that poll going for you guys. I'm curious to see where you land on Zemo. I do think it is one of the best mono black commanders, though, hands down.
Yeah,
and much more interesting to play than Doomsday or Doctor Doom. Excuse me,
Doctor Doomsday.
Doctor Doomsday. Okay.
Moonstone bracket 1. Ronin bracket 1. Super Skrull. The other Wooburg card from this set. One of the 3 Wooburg cards from the set, because we got the Thanos as well somewhere. Super Skrull is 1 black for a 4/5 legendary creature Skrull shapeshifter villain with flying. You can pay 2 in a white to make a shield. You can pay 3 in a green to give him +4/+4. You can pay 4 in a red to deal 4 damage to target creature, and you can pay 5 in a blue to have target player draw 4 cards. For Kenrith, that blue draw, I think, is more cost-effective than the Kenrith draw, because I think Kenrith is like 3 to draw 1, right? And this is 6 to draw 4. So, as a grindy commander, this might be better than Kenrith. However, it doesn't have the reanimate effect, which is what makes Kenrith kind of scary as well. And this doesn't have a direct way to kill the table other than naturally decking everybody out, which has some risk to it. Or not naturally decking out everyone, but forcing people to deck out, which is it has some risk. Um, he is just a good mana sink in addition to being a Wooburg commander. But
I feel like this is a 4.
yeah, because I feel like the game plan for Super Scroll really is just play Super Scroll and then sit
Yeah.
there waiting and saying, on your end step before my turn, activate Scroll a couple times to either kill some creatures or draw some cards, and then do that again and again and again. It it feels like it's just going to be like a different flavor of Kenrith.
100% the best Walls commander, yes.
Yeah.
I think bracket 4,
Before. Yeah.
very, very comfortable bracket 4. I do agree, like it's an outlet. Those effects are very costly. Just as, because Kenrith's effects were not expensive. Like you can do a lot of Kenrith stuff without having to drop as much mana, but his abilities are pretty stacked. So I could see why.
Yeah.
Super Scroll about to steal Agatha away from Kenrith. Yeah, actually, he would be good with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Solid 4,
Oh,
not as scary as Kenrith.
for Calyx,
With the shuffling.
the
Yeah.
way yeah, the way that we shuffled back in was so we'd attack with the Zmon so that we'd have the boast available to use the effect. Then on second main phase, we would use Buried Alive and we do Doomsday Excruciator, something else that's high pip, and then Ulamog, the Shuffle Titan. In response to the Ulamog Shuffle trigger, we use Zmon to exile Doomsday Excruciator and a couple other things. And then we cast Doomsday Excruciator. It resolves. Everybody exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library. Shuffle Titan resolves, shuffling our grave back into our library. That was the win con. It was doing Buried Alive to set up a win.
Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel.
Uh, yep, Swordsman, Sharp Scoundrel. Enters attaching equipment to the thing, and then whenever quick creature you control attacks, connive, bracket 1. It's just a conniver.
Yeah. Whiplash.
Whiplash is another burn Voltron commander, bracket 1. It's just he wants to be equipped. That's all he does.
I would say that was my favorite Iron Man movie, though. Was that Iron Man 2?
Yeah.
Or no? Yeah.
What's up?
No, because 3 is the
Yes,
one where
because
Pepper.
Abadiah's Stain was the first one, and then Whiplash was the second one. Yeah.
That was. I think that was my favorite one. Is Swordsman just Inigo Montoya in spandex? Yeah.
Next is Yellow Jacket, Heartless Marauder. It's a villain travel commander. It's bracket 1.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to red.
Hell yeah.
So, first we got Fin Fang Foom. 2 in a red, or 2 and 2 red for a 3/5 flyer, alien dragon villain. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets an artifact or land, copy that spell, choose new targets for the copy, and put 2 counters on Fing Fang Foom. This is a really funny land destruction commander because you play all the bad destroy target land effects and then you double them up. You could do the smelt effects as well and just double them up. I don't think that there's any combo for him. I could be completely wrong about that, but he's funny.
Mm.
B2.
Yeah.
There's a game plan,
Yeah.
but it isn't powerful.
No, I'm happy with B2. He's massive, by the way. I had no idea.
Yeah.
No reach, though.
All
flying,
right.
okay, flying. No, makes sense.
Yeah.
Look how small his wings are, though.
Oh, don't need flying if you got to reach. Or don't need reach if you got flying.
Yeah, in fact.
All right. Well, we got Hawkeye next, and when he becomes tapped, you can pay 1 up to 3 times. Choose as many of the modes as you want. Discard draw. Deal 2 damage to a player, or target creature can't be blocked this turn. Bracket 1.
Cool effects.
Yep. Hawkeye Young Avenger. 3 in the red. It's a 2/4 reach. When a sorcerer you control deals non-combat damage, it's that many plus X. This is the Oger, the red Oger, but cheaper because it's not mythic. That Oger does some work, and people are kind of scared of it. This is basically the same thing. I'd give it at least a 2. It's a worse version of a card that's really good.
By the way, where's the Hawkeye TV show? I was really enjoying that.
No idea.
I'd give it a 2 as well.
Human Torch, Johnny Storm, bracket 1. Iron Fist, Living Weapon, bracket 1. Jessica Jones, Private Eye. 2 in a red for a 2/3 tap. Put a stun counter on Jessica Jones. Exile the top X cards of your library, where X is Jessica Jones's power. You may play those cards this turn. So, if you can get Jessica Jones to high power, you can draw a lot of cards, get 2 untap effects, untap Jessica Jones twice, and keep going. This is like a really weird Storm commander. I think that she's powerful, but she's not consistent enough to be bracket 5, probably too consistent for bracket 4, so I'd say bracket 3.
I mean, the stun counter really hampers this man.
Yeah, it means that you need to double untap. You can't just do it every turn.
Can I say, too, that this feels slow?
Okay, you can say 2.
I appreciate that she can go big, but she will be staying at home for the most part. Okay, sorry. Where are we at now?
Next, Loki, Lofferson, the Fierce Son. I still don't know how to pronounce that. Laofey Son. There we go. Bracket 1. He's better if you have other things that you can cast. So he's better the more colors you have. Mono red is bad for him. Misty Knight, Hero for Hire. 2 mana for a 3/1 that says tap. Pay 2, tap, discard a card, draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. You can draw a lot off of this commander. Misty Knight will basically be the same as Jessica Jones, but without the stun counter thing.
Yeah.
If you have a way to get a high number of discards and then enough untaps, you can basically just draw your whole deck in one really quick go. The issue is you have to pay 2 mana every time you do it, which I feel like will bottleneck it. So bracket 2, it's just like a weird draw commander that needs a bit of setup. Kind of the same reason why Jessica Jones is kind of a 2.
Yeah. There's value there. There's a plan there, but it's a little slow. Well, there's not much else beyond the draw. Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're on the second to last page now. Quicksilver Brash Blur, bracket 1, because you want him actively not in your command zone. Red Hulk. I love Red Hulk.
Wait, which one did you the Quicksilver?
Quicksilver, yeah, Brash Blur.
Brash Blur.
Bracket 1.
Sorry, not the other one. Okay, so where would you go? Okay.
Not Speedy Young Avenger. It's Quicksilver Brash Blur. So next, Red Hulk. 6 total mana for 6/5 or 6/7. Reach Trampler. Enrage. When he is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on him, and then he deals damage equal to his power to another, or equal to the number of counters on him to another target. Reason why I love him. I've been trying to build a pinger deck for so long, and I've gone, oh, I can just have a commander that gives all my stuff Death Touch and make all my pingers into removal things, and that felt bland as all heck, and I hated it. Red Hulk lets me turn all my pings into ways to punch my opponent in the face for higher and higher numbers, and I love that.
3?
Red Hulk, I would say, is B3, just because it can convert creature base damage to face damage, so you can do like those really small creature board wipes and then blast people in the face for good chunks of damage. you can also just turn board wipes into a way to kill all the small stuff and one big thing. So I feel like B3 is maybe okay. The only reason why maybe not B3 is 6 mana.
That is a lot, bro.
Yeah.
Sing him a seething song. Play him a Iron Crag feat. You just play him and do nothing.
I'd play him and probably tap a couple things that will ping him.
I don't know. What do you want to do? 2 or 3? Like a high
Let's say 2.
2? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
He's very cool, but he's also 6 mana.
Yeah. Red has a lot of deal 1
Next.
damage to every creature spells, for sure. Rile up, baby. What do we...
Scarlet Witch.
Ooh.
2 in red, 2/3. Instants and sorcery spells you cast that cost 4 or more, or 4 greater, cost X less to cast. X is the Scarlet Witch's power. Bad Vadric, bracket 1. Just play Vadric. And yes, I know that people hate the day and night cycle, but like, make them suffer. It's good. Vadric is just good.
All right.
Next, Speed, Young Avenger. 1 in red for 2/2 haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay 1. When you do, target creature with haste cannot be blocked except by other creatures with haste.
He's already
bracket 1.
He's already in 1, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool. Bracket 1. Thor, God of Thunder.
Yeah. Thor God of Thunder, ETB, exile target equipment, instant, or sorcery card from your graveyard. Until the end of your turn, you may play that card, and if you cast a non-creature spell, this deals damage equal to that spell's mana value to any target. This is the commander that's better than the other one, that if Dockside was still existed, we could definitely use it with Strive and Twin Flame to just go nuts. However, Dockside is not around. And I don't think doubling up gamble is enough to win the game off of something like this. I mean, technically, yeah, it is. Just win with Underworld Breach, but
I'd say
bracket 1.
I'd say yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Thor.
Oh.
Maybe when Dockside gets unbanned. Maybe when Dockside gets unbanned.
Yeah.
Been testing Thor all week. Definitely strong, but loses to cEDH strategies pretty hard. I say B4. The battlefield control is so strong.
Which oh, because he can target anything. Fair. Actually, yeah. The fact that he can just punch things, I completely skimmed over that.
Oh, yeah, reiterate lines.
B2? B2 at the very least. He's better than B1.
I mean, yeah, I like the idea of winning with reiterate. He's just an outlet there. I mean, truth be told, there's better 2-card combos that are just in red if you wanted to win on the spot. You don't necessarily need him.
Yeah. Him with gamble can probably get there to some degree.
Put him in 2. I think 2's fair. 2 is fair for the god.
I almost want to say 3 just because he's a good red control commander. Just killing creatures by playing cards is pretty good. And then doubling up on an instant or sorcery at some point is not bad either.
Yeah.
We'll say 2. We'll say 2 for now. But
5 is
he has potential.
Yeah, 5 is high cost. I don't think he's bad. I certainly don't think he's bad. But we all get the rituals, yeah.
Wonder Man, Hollywood Hero, bracket 1.
Sold. Green?
Next. Yeah, green. Doc Samson. 5 mana for a 3/6 that when a counter is put on a thing you control, it puts, is it double or +1? +1. So it's a counter +1, and tap, make X mana, where X is Doc Samson's power. So that's base 3. So it's a Gilded Lotus in the command zone that increases counter generation. Not bad. trying to think of the best way to abuse Doc Samson to like do something to win. There's a lot of things that are untap a creature and put a +1/+1 counter on it. So this could just be like this could literally just be Marwyn.
5 cost, but yeah.
Yeah. Is there any? It has more immediate mana than Marwyn, or Doc Samson has more immediate mana off Marwyn. I 2 more mana on the base cost does hurt a lot. Bracket
2.
2, because you can at least flex into a couple different things, so you can have
Flex,
a
you
couple different
say?
things you can do instead. Yeah.
Flex, you say? All right, yeah.
Hellcat, Undying Vigilance. 2 keywords in the name, or Undying Vigilant. Dang it! I was gonna say 2 keywords in the name. Let's go. Haste. When Hellcat dies, return it to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. It loses all abilities and gains haste.
Hmm.
I lose haste, but gain haste.
Yeah, right.
Bracket 1. It's just punchy card. Punchy card is punchy. Next, Hercules. Bracket 1.
Hercules.
He just gets keywords.
Wait, where are you, Hercules? Where
He's the
are
guy holding the killer.
you? Jesus, where are you?
Very yellow card with a very tan guy in the center.
Oh my god. They got pretty out of whack here. Hold up.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry to make you step through. Oh, was
No, you're
it
good, you're
earlier
good.
on?
No, I just missed him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next we got Hulkling. Whenever another creature you control enters, if it has greater power than Hulkling, you put a counter on it. So basically evolve, but worse. Bracket 1.
Not into it.
Not into it. Khazar, the Savage Land.
Yeah.
Look at the top card of your library. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may play lands from the top of your library. Then whenever when this enters, you create a legendary 2/2 cat with landfall, put a counter on legendary 2/2 cat.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's playing the lands off the top of your library is somewhat useful on a commander. Bracket 2. You can do some land stuff, but like Tatiova is just better.
Yeah, and at 5 again, it's just rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is their
Mr.
answer
Hyde.
to Conan the Barbarian for sure. That's exactly what I was thinking. Except with the Teamer Sabretooth next one.
Mr. Hyde, bracket 1.
Yeah.
Next, we have a card that is sick in the 99, is going to be going in the 99 of most like bracket 3 and bracket 4 green decks. It's Mole Man.
Not Shang-Chi?
For the
No, I'm just kidding.
Hmm?
No.
He's also going to be going in like a lot of green decks, but he's like a bit more particular, but has way more impact. Mole Man's just generically good because he's a thing that is good for land decks because he lets you play lands from graveyard. He has a landfall trigger to make you a 1/1. Those 1/1s also let you mill a card when they attack. So you're going to be able to fill your grave, play lands from your grave, and get a whole bunch of 1/1s off of playing lands. So he just kind of does a little bit of everything you would want in green. As a commander, you could probably do a put all land cards from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped win con deck, but I don't know what the best actual setup for that kind of deck would be. So as a commander, I will say bracket 1.
Yeah. Crucible in the CZ? Is this the first time?
Actually, yeah. Yeah.
He is a 3. Ooh.
Is that honestly?
Well, Mateus, what's the build? What's the play?
How cracked is Crucible in the CZ? Because you can just cram in every single Azusa and Exploration that you want in the deck.
Right.
And they're always going to be able to play lands because you always have like at least Evolving Wilds in the graveyard.
I'm thinking,
yes,
like,
other fetches, but
yeah, no, I'm thinking that this can go wide pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is probably like the new Azusa. Like, you know how it's Azusa was like the bracket 4 Curb Stomper deck for so long? This is probably the new bracket 4 Curb Stomper deck.
I like it at 3 at least. I like 1 because it's too good in the 99. I think that 3 makes sense to me. Like, yeah, As soon as you
Yeah.
play additional lands per turn, you may play lands from your graveyard. That's pretty gas. Like, could you run this with burgeoning as well?
No, burgeoning is hand to field,
No,
not a play.
which is the okay,
Exploration.
maybe exploration is what I'm thinking about, but um, there are cards that work in conjunction with this. You may play additional land each of your turns. That's not it. Okay, don't worry about it. I think 3 is accurate.
Yeah, yeah. It maybe 4, but because having the ability to always have a land to play for every single one of your additional land plays in the command zone is kind of nuts, while also having the ability to make a whole bunch of 1/1s off of doing that is even nuttier. And the ability to mill more cards in your grave so that you can do grave synergy stuff if you need is even nuttier.
Yeah. No,
So I kind of want to say 4. I know I'm whiplashing all the way from saying like bracket 1 to bracket 4, but like
yeah.
as just a general rampy curb stompy deck, this feels like it's probably the new Azusa.
No, I know. Strip mine fools. I know, I know. I do think strip
Oh
mine
yeah,
is like
that is
and like your what is it, Dust Bowl or what are the other equivalents? The one that just hits non basic lands. Um is it Dust Bowl? I forget the names of them, but
Dust Bowl's sacrifice a land and pay 3 to blow up another land. Um,
which is the one that hits non basics. It also taps for 1.
I'm trying to.
I don't remember. Recur the Chasm to stomp low brackets. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on. I think Smith said it best. The floor is way too high for 1. It's not fancy, but it's really solid. Yeah, and then never
Yeah.
miss a land with upside is good. I agree. I also think there's plenty of things that help with like go wide boards. Like if you just have a bunch of minions. I'm also thinking fucking Skull Clamp. So
Yeah.
I would really enjoy playing this because like I think you could do a lot, especially if you're generating a lot of mana and you do land that Skull Clamp. You're gonna mess some shit up.
Yeah.
Ghost Quarter. Is it Ghost Quarter? There's a ton of lands that do like the strip mine effect.
Ghost Quarter's the one that lets people search basics afterwards. The one that's just murk a non-basic is.
God, there's a lot of good Ghost Quarter art.
I don't have an easy way to search because I have the Steam Deck and it takes a
that's
while
okay.
to type stuff up on the Steam Deck.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I want to build Mole Man now. We said this the other day, but Modoc is a bad. Mole Man is a bad time. Modoc is a bad time for Mole Man.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
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 It's funny.
Yeah. So please, don't play into that pot and you'll be okay. But yeah, Mole Man would get his ass handed to him. I think it's a 3, potentially a 4.
I'd say 4. I do just want to say 4 because, in all honesty, just playing all the play additional land effects
Wasteland.
into a green deck, into finding a strip mine, ending the game is kind of nuts.
Yeah, no, Wasteland is the one I was thinking about. Thank you so much.
I cannot believe I could not remember Wasteland.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. There's some good copies of it too. Let's build Mole Man. Let's build Mole Man next.
Well,
could we?
we can.
Shit.
What is we got now? We got Mole Man, Ironheart, and what was the other commander that were like Thor? Mole Man, Ironheart, and Thor.
Yeah,
the 3 we need to build next.
Let's stop doing mono blue for a second. I think. Or well, I guess
we need to keep the streak. Don't break the streak, Patrick.
No, Mole Man sounds fun. I think Azusa is better. I think Azusa is better than Mole Man.
I think. So, how many good Crucible Royal effects are there that people would actively be willing to play? I know people don't like that weird tree one as much. People do like OG Crucible. People like Ravenop Excavator. People like the Ice Till. People will be playing Mole Man, the Closet, and then the Spaceship. So that's 6. How many additional land play things do we have that we can abuse?
With Azusa?
We got Azusa, Exploration, the Gaia's Touch thing that lets you play additional. No, that's playing additional force. That doesn't count because we want to be able to play the fetches. We have the Case of the Ransacked Greenhouse, I think is what it's called. We have This is exploration is just that the Oracle of Moldiah. There's other ones that I'm blatantly just missing.
Yeah, it's
Oh
okay.
yeah, the Wayward Swordtooth, stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot of ones on 3 actually.
And 4.
We have more play additional land effects than we do play lands from graveyard effects. So
So
I
I'd rather
think
the
that
Crucible.
Moleman's and also Moleman's just better than Crucible because of the fact that he makes the 1/1s.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots we could do with those bodies apart from, yeah, because like if you go wide and you have a way to turn your numbers into strength or power on attack, like that could be a good way to conclude the game. I think it's just how are you going to finish the game? Mono green's always, it's weird because their way of concluding is not the best.
Yeah, well, to be fair, if Moleman just cast an overrun, that probably ends the game.
Right. Or what is it, Craterhoof? Are we on
Yeah,
Craterhoof?
I mean, yeah, you're gonna have like 10 1/1s.
Yeah, when this creature enters creatures you
Well,
control, gain trample and get +S/+S until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures you control. I mean, Craterhoof and a Mole Man's pretty gas. I mean, I don't usually run Craterhoof, but god damn, what the what? Oh wow, this art's amazing for Craterhoof. I totally missed this from Dragonstorm. Sorry.
until you said Dragonstorm, I had no context, and I just really laughed at the fact that, or the thought that you were saying that about the kids' art drawing of it.
No, we could run that one though. I think that one's the best one.
All right, next card, Mole Man 4.
I like Mole
But
Man at 4. I want to test it. I want to build this next. I think that's actually a really fun deck. But we can get the ball rolling.
Reptile Dynamorph 1, Rick Jones 1, Shang-Chi Master of Kung Fu. I kind of want to say 5. We talked about this already for the cards in the 99 because this card is amazing in Yisan and like a couple other decks. The reason why this is so good is because it's a haste enabler for stuff like Yisan and a haste enabler for the creatures you find off Yisan. For a deck like Chulane, your dorks are all going to be net neutral on mana, which means that you can keep digging and keep playing more dorks and more dorks and more dorks. For Shang-Chi as a commander, it's the same story because all of your dorks are free. And then your Teamer Sabertooth will bounce your Priest of Titania or Circle of Dreams Druid, and you'll replay it and immediately tap it for all the mana you need to bounce it and replay it. And you have infinite mana really quickly, really easily, just off of creature things.
Yeah.
So your whole deck is just dorks.
Shang-Chi
Now,
and Sisai. 100%. Sorry.
now the question is for Shang-Chi, how consistently can we get to the point where we just go infinite with Teamer Sabertooth and another one of the dorks? And how quickly can we find those things? In green, we have enough tutors that we probably should be able to do it. I think that Shang-Chi is potentially bracket 5, but I'll say bracket 4. Because it's just a lot of mana very quickly.
I do agree with Mateus here. Even like Selvala has an outlet just on the card. It's also generating mana. Your goal is it's like not so kill on sight because people understand like the Brostorm strategy is sluggish and can fail. And there's a lot of points of interaction where you can just mess it up. But it's not like mission critical. You get rid of Selvala when you see Selvala. Plus, you could profit off of her just being there for drawing a card for yourself. So it's not like players that are aware of how Selvala operates don't make the misplay of just killing her. And I don't think this is something you kill on sight either, because it definitely lacks an outlet. Like generating mana to produce activated abilities off of things you play, it does feel better in the 99 of certain decks than it's as its own commander. I'm kind of queuing up Pat Selvala Primer. Shang-Chi queuing up Pat Selvala Primer. Exactly. Um, I don't know, man.
I do also want to say Shang-Chi in Selvala is just cracked because it pays for Selva's activation while also making it so Selvala has haste and all the dorks you play have haste.
Yeah, and then you obviously, retain the 1 mana of any color to help like fill the gaps for your team or yeah.
Yeah.
Bruh, I don't know. I think 3. I'm sorry. Well, let me end Zemo. Let me end Zemo because I think this is where it needs to be.
I can kind of accept 3 because it's still good. Being able to go like turn 1 dork into turn 2 Shang-Chi into play a dork, 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 and get every dork out of your hand really quickly is good, but you do still need to find the combo to get the infinite mana and then the way to win with the infinite mana.
Yeah, and he's not drawing you cards or anything, so you're gonna.
Fair enough.
But at least with Savala, like it plays into the things that Green wants to do, which is have big beefy things and then leverage that power for draw. Where this is like, it's not really encouraging you to play big beefy things. It's. I feel like it's better in the 99 than it is as its own commander. Not to say it's bad as its own commander, but relative to like other mono green commanders.
Yeah, well, it's nuts in the 99 of decks where you have a value engine in the command zone because
Right.
he feeds the value engine to keep going.
I want to.
So he works really well with like Tulane and Selvala.
He's great all over. I think three. Unrelated. Will, what's the Cultivator Colossus line in Sasaya? I'll put this in three, and then we can talk about it.
So with Sasaya, the game plan is turn 3 forest Sasaya, you have 3 forest in play. Turn 4, draw, reveal 8 cards in hand, land, and green Sun Zenith, let's say. From there, you play land for turn, tap 3 of your forest for a total of 12 mana. Then you play green Sun Zenith X equals 7, so 8 total mana floating 4. And then you get out Cultivator Colossus. You have 6 lands remaining in hand. You put all of them into play, draw 6, all of them in play, draw 6, repeat until you have 6 cards that you keep in hand. And then you go, okay, I have 40-something lands in play. 23 of them are forests, let's say. I have 4 mana remaining. I'm going to tap my 1 remaining untapped forest for 20, for, that'd be like 27, I think, by the total count. So it's 27 plus the additional 4 for 31. Then one of the cards I got is another green Sun Zenith effect. I'm going to play it. Tutor for Wakeroot Elemental, which is pay 5 green, untap a land and make it a 5/5 with haste. I'm going to untap that forest, retap it, make infinite mana. With infinite mana, I'm going to animate all of my 40 lands and swing for the win. If I need another way to win, I also use Wrath's Edge and Roundyard Temple as a way to basically build a walking ballista that isn't a walking ballista. So those are the play lines for that deck.
Yeah, please tell me you use the Nils art.
I use the original art. I have a full art foil version. I don't have the alternate art because I asked people and I'm like, which one is the better flex? Because they're both like the same price.
Oof. It's just Nils though. Sorry, I'm biased. What's the elemental's name?
So,
Wakeroot Elemental?
Wakeroot Elemental, and there's another card that's the same thing. That's Sylvanas' Invoker.
Yeah.
Sylvanas' Invoker is pay 8 to animate a land as an 8/8 trampler. Wakeroot is pay 5 green specifically to animate a land as a 5/5 with haste, and both of them untap land when they animate it. So since your lands tap for a ton, they you tap them for 20 something and then untap them for 5 and repeat to get infinite mana and animate everything.
Sorry, I'm putting She-Hulk in 1. I'm putting the Tiger Girl in 1.
Putting the thing in 1, putting a White Tiger in 1.
Yeah. What about
and then Squirrel Girl? Squirrel Girl is an actual conversation that can be had.
Do you like squirrels?
Yes. I love squirrels. So Squirrel Girl is weirdly a good commander. And the reason why I say that is because if you have a way of giving the squirrels haste and you have a Cryptal of Right effect, making all of your creatures into dorks, you go infinite with Squirrel Girl. And if your creatures have haste, you can swing out for the win with infinite squirrels. Same kind of story with Phyrexian Altar, where you can make infinite squirrels off Phyrexian Altar just by having Phyrexian Altar. But having like Lightning Greaves and Cryptolithrite is infinite squirrels. There's a lot of ways that you can go infinite with a Squirrel Girl really easily. Because of that, I kind of want to say B4. But Squirrel Girl by herself is just a 4-mana commander that makes 1/1s. So I think maybe B3, but she combos with everything. So B4 is not too difficult. It's not too hard an ask.
Mateus says 5. Let me just start a poll.
I believe it.
Green
She
Krenko.
combos with everything.
Well, I haven't built it. I'm curious to know how effective
That's
it is. Like it's mono green, so I don't know.
Yeah, Green Krenko is funnily enough the best way to describe it because that literally is what it is. Instead of tap, it's pay 4 mana, and as long as you have a way to make mana off of it, you're good. And the thing is that you're in green. You can search up the new deer that is makes all your creatures into dorks. So yeah, yeah, probably B5. The only reason I say B4 is it's mono green and a little slow.
Oh, I like
Play
the
Yisan.
I like the alt art a lot. Um, you guys can help us place her. I don't know that she's bracket 5 necessarily, but I could be wrong. I would love to see her played out. Trip green in the cost. Does she win on sight? Is this exponential? Whenever Squircle enters or attacks, create a 1/1.
It's the I love squirrels
It
ability.
is.
Just make a squirrel
Yeah.
for every squirrel you control, so it does go infinite.
It goes infinite with Earthcraft.
Oh, true. Yeah, you can't find Earthcraft easily in green though.
No, but it does.
Also, really quick, can we acknowledge the hilarity that we're getting another Earthcraft squirrel combo after the Earthcraft squirrel's nest combo?
I will let you guys decide on that one. I will stick her in 5 for now because that seems to be where she's leading. That's fucking wild. Okay. I like that Squirrel Girl we've rated higher than Zemo and Doctor Doom, which are arguably going to be more consistent and faster. Am I wrong?
At the very least, we're in green. We can get consistent mana for Squirrel Girl, and then
There's that.
we all of the combo things that would let you win the game
Yeah.
are creatures, so you can search them up pretty easily.
Yeah, leave that Boreal Druid at home. Okay, sorry. Where are we?
Abomination, Terrifying Titan.
Oh my god, is this multicolored? Okay, 40.
Yeah, we're in multicolor. We're on the final stretch, Patrick.
Peace.
We're
Okay.
on the final stretch.
Sorry, yeah.
We're almost free.
For whatever reason, my phone is going off. I've had to silence it, and I'm like, I've got 20 messages from my wife. I'll read them later. She's fine. I think she's fine.
Abomination is just power up fight bracket 1. Absorbing Man is at the beginning of your first main phase until your next main phase. He becomes a copy of up to one target artifact, non-aura enchantment, or land, except his name is still Absorbing Man, and he still keeps all of his typing and abilities and yada yada yada. Bracket 1, I don't feel like there's much that you can do with that to break him. Because you can become an enchantment, land, or artifact, and he's still a creature.
Do we like any of the power-up cards? Just Immortus.
Yeah. Oh, we rated what's his name at 2 at the very least, extra turn guy. He does something.
Is it raining right now? Sorry. Oh wow.
It's raining everywhere, man.
Oh wow. Yeah, I know it is raining. Okay. Sorry.
Ant-Man, Colony Commander. He's Simic, and he says when he attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature, you create that many 1/1 and insect creature tokens. Trigger only once each turn. Doesn't go infinite with Ivyline Denizen, but this can make a slowly building board. Bracket 1. I don't think that there's a lot that you can do with that. That's actually relevant.
Yeah.
Ares, God of War. Bracket 3. 3 mana for a 4/3. Ares attacks each combat fable. Whenever an attacking creature you control dies, return it to its owner's hand. This is like a weird Rakdos Flicker deck. You can do a lot with that. There's a million different things that you can do with that. I could probably name like 6 different decks that you could probably turn this into just off the top of my head. He's good. He's cool. Bracket 3.
Yeah, this is weird flicker. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
He grinds. He's a Rakdos commander that actually grinds.
3's fine. This could be fun.
Next, we got Astonished Ant-Man. He's Simic, and he says, whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this, and you can pay 2 and a green to tap remove any number of +1/+1 counters from this to create that many 1/1 insect tokens. Fun thing to do is Skull Clamp to sacrifice all those insect tokens to put double that many +1/+1 counters on Ant-Man to make that many insect tokens again. This is a pretty good self-feeding loop, because if you have a way of turning those insect tokens into draw with either like a Toski or Biden of Thassa effect or Skull Clamp, then you can get more counters on Ant-Man to keep going. If you have a way to make Ant-Man get more counters like Hardened Scales, you get more ants, which gets you more draw as well. I kind of want to say bracket 4 for this Ant-Man, only because you can get a pretty big board pretty quickly and then turn that big board into a lot of draw, which lets you make an even bigger board as quickly, and you're in the colors that let you protect your board pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, all this stuff costs mana, but you're in Simic.
You're in blue, and you're going to have like 30 cards in hand because you played one Biden of Thassa effect.
I'm between like 3 and 4. This feels better than the card we just rated, though, at 3.
Yeah. I do want to say that there are like 10 Biden of Thassa effects in Simic.
Yeah, 4's good. 4's good. 4's safe. It does not draw itself, so it works really well with those effects, but yeah.
Yeah.
This counts the first card you draw each turn, too, so... And you get him down really quickly. Yeah, I like it.
He's nice. He's a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
Nice good card.
Nice good card.
We got Beast. As long as he has 1 or more counters, he is flying whenever he deals combat damage to a player. Draw a card for 4 mana. No. Bracket 1. Black Panther Vanguard. 4 mana. Whenever a non-token hero you control enters, choose 1. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Or you can have creatures you control get +1/+1 until the end of the turn. It's a hero tribal card. Bracket 1.
But Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Nev's Disc forever.
Yeah.
Black Widow, Double Agent, 3 mana, Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains First Strike and Menace until the end of the turn. Bracket 1.
Careful, I bite.
Bullseye. When he enters, you may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, deal 2 damage to any target. You may sacrifice an artifact or discard a card to deal 2 damage to any target by paying 3 and tapping him. Bracket 1. All right. The Captain America that was brought up way back when. Captain America Living Legend. 1, a white, and a blue for a 3/4 vigilance. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped during your turn, if it's the first time that creature has become tapped this turn, untap it. We have seen a similar effect with a green legendary creature from a Jumpstart set. That commander did really good things. The main difference is that commander gave each creature, when this creature becomes tapped, untap it, trigger only once each turn. Whereas this says the first time the creature becomes tapped, you untap it, which is a significant difference because if you flickered the green commander, you can go infinite. If you flicker Captain America, it does nothing. This is like a decent vigilance style thing. This does let you double up on tap abilities. So there are some tap abilities that are destroy an artifact or enchantment in white. There are some things that you can do with this captain in the command zone that does work. Unfortunately, I don't think that there's a lot of powerful tap effects that make it relevant, and just giving everything pseudo vigilance isn't that great either. So I'm going to say bracket 1.
Yeah, no, I'm into that. Sorry, I'm looking at. Yeah, we didn't get a Doctor Strange, I guess.
Didn't we?
We got
Dr. Stephen Strange.
Yeah, but not like Doctor Strange.
Yeah, we got Doctor Strange Surgeon, not Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme. Yeah.
Cap is a 3, really good in artifact creature decks, Steel Overseer decks.
Fair enough. Yeah, I did miss just running dorks and doubling up on the random dorks and that. Mm, Steel Overseer, I don't think is too crazy. Actually, how 2+1/+1 counters each turn on all your creatures in artifact creature deck. I'd give that a 2 at the very least. Like, what crazy tap effects can you get away with like mirrors and stuff? There's the mirror that like untaps all your other mirrors, but that just means the multi untap your mirrors untap 3 times except for that one guy. I'll give it a 2. It does something. There are play lines, there are actual things that are really good, but I feel like there's better artifact commanders than Cap.
Two is fair. 2 is fair to cut the split the difference there. All right.
Cloak and Dagger Entwined, bracket 1. It's a really good like tech removal card. I don't think it's a good commander. Daredevil, Man Without Fear. You may look at the top of your library at any point. Whenever you attack, you may exile the top card of your library. If that card is a hero card, he gains +2/+1 until the end of the turn. You may play that card this turn. Bad draw effect is bad, bracket 1. Ghost, bracket 1. Hulk, Gamma Goliath. 5 mana. Your power up abilities cost 3 less to activate, bracket 1. Who cares about power up?
Damn. Not us, apparently.
Yeah.
No, I am with you though. Steel Overseer is one example. There's so many tap looters, for example. Also great for spaceship crewing abilities. That's true.
Yeah, but my thing is, I don't. So with the looters, sure, but looters are still kind of poorly cost anyways. So looters aren't. You don't really want to run looters in blue to begin with. Like he does stuff. He does stuff and he works, but you have to put in a lot of effort to make it bracket 3, which is why I'm saying bracket 2. Most of the time when you see the commander, it's going to be a bracket 2 instead of a bracket 3.
It's kind of cool with like Springleaf Drum or anything that requires you to tap a creature apart from them swinging or using their own activated ability that requires a tap. I want to build this. I get what you're saying. I do see the value in this. It's not capped. That's funny. It's not capped at once per turn.
Well, no, it is.
No, well, it's the first time that creature. So like you'll get double.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's once per turn per creature. So it's capped at once per turn on each creature.
If you flicker Captain America, though,
that doesn't change anything. It's still the first time they're tapped this turn.
That's true.
Yeah, they phrased it so you can't just like flicker Captain America to keep going again and again and again. You can only do it once per creature. They didn't not do it. They very actively phrased it to not do it up.
I don't know, man. I could see this at 3. I understand. Like this is like odd value. Not odd value. It's good value. It's just it's gonna be really dependent on if what your starting hand looks like, frankly.
Let's see. I'm
okay.
trying to think of like
I'm okay with
the
3
best tap effects.
or 2. In Azorius? Bro.
Let's put him in 3 just because he's at least better in Azorius. He's an Azorius commander that can grind. We don't get that.
I mean, I think
we'll put him in 3 because of his colors.
I think he's as valuable as Ares God of War. Is where I'm at.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Yeah. Squirrel Girl at 5 is wild though. Please continue voting on that poll.
Yeah.
To me, that's wild.
Iron Man, Master of Machine. He's 4 mana, Flying Vigilance. He has +1 attack for each artifact you control. And also has, whenever he attacks, if an artifact enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card.
Ooh.
He's very high power, but it's just like a draw per turn in high power. He is flying vigilance, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Bracket one. I don't think that blue makes good use of a high power commander.
No.
Uh, King, Temporal Tyrant,
Ooh.
4 mana. Whenever he attacks, connive. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Bracket 1.
Where's
Killmonger.
King's ass? Okay, got him. Sorry.
Killmonger, 4 mana. When he enters, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent an opponent controls, as long as you control 2 or other. As long as there are 2 other creature cards in your graveyard. Killmonger has +2/+1. Bracket 1. He's just a ETB sack a thing, pop a thing. We got another Transformer. King T'Challa. 3 mana for a flash 3/2 that says whenever you draw your second card each turn, or whenever a player draws their second card each turn, draw a card. Pretty good draw. Transform. Flash double strike, prevent all damage that will be dealt to this. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's just a decent draw commander. It's on the front side, it'll draw a couple cards per rotation. On the back side, it'll draw 2 cards per turn.
I'm sorry, where'd you want him at?
I don't know. That's probably sufficient draw to make him playable to maybe bracket 2 at the very least. I'd be willing to agree with bracket 1 for King T'Challa, but bracket 2 is at least somewhat fitting.
He's drawing cards and he's in Azorius.
Yeah, pretty much. That's really all there is.
Two's fine. I don't know what the game plan is, but he's drawing cards, so that's good. That's his plan.
Removing stuff so that he can punch on the backside.
Yeah.
Kingpin of Crime. 1 white and a black for a legendary creature human villain with 1 power and 5 toughness. He has Extort, the only card in the set with Extort. Whenever you attack, you may pay 2 life. If you do, until the end of the turn, creatures you control with toughness greater than their power assign combat damage as though with their toughness rather than their power. That's a cool effect. We already have other cards that do it. This has Extort. Does that make that much difference? Not really. Bracket 1, just because we have the 3-color version of this already. So this is just kind of redundant.
Yeah, sorry, Fisk. But Extort, though. I mean,
yeah,
you got to pay off.
Next, we got Madam Hydra, bracket 1. She just makes 2 ones of menace. Then we have the Mighty Thor Jane Foster. 1 a white and a blue for a 3/3 flyer legendary creature human god hero that says whenever this attacks, exile up to 1 target non-token artifact or creature, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Tapped. Whenever an equipment you control enters, draw a card. This is basically SRAM, but you gain an extra color and you gain the ability to flicker a permanent on attack. Doesn't even have to be your own things, so you can flicker your opponent's stuff if that would make them lose auras or make them get unequipped or something. So this is a lot of disruption. This also lets you flicker your Silver Surfer or your Abdel or whatever to flicker your entire board of equipment so that you draw like 10 cards. Mighty Thor does a lot. Bracket 4. That is a lot of draw and a lot of value.
This is B5. Lady Thor is cracked. Lacking red.
I don't know if
B3
she goes all the way to 5, but she's at very least 4.
You said lacking red. Lacking red for the Mighty Thor Jane Foster. You would want this in Jeskai?
Oh, this isn't Jeskai. It would be insane.
Yeah, I know. This would be extremely cracked. Yeah, SRAM is or as an equipment though. Not that matters too much for us, but I do think that it's like removal auras are the only thing you're missing out on. Yeah, the second ability makes up for a lot of that. So,
yeah,
extra combats. Yeah, extra combats would be pretty dope. I'm happy with splitting the difference between you guys and going with Will here. I think bracket 4 makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a lot of draw in Azorius with a flicker engine, so it can do work.
It
Um,
shall do work. Let's put her at 4. I would like to brew her and see what that looks like.
okay, that's the sixth commander that we have to brew now.
Yeah, seriously.
Actually, it's probably more like the eighth.
What did
Um,
we put Molecule Man at 4?
hmm?
What did we put Molecule Man at 4?
We put him at 4 because you can get him out really early just by running a lot of mana rocks, and then any draw effect means that he's letting you vomit out like big scary things constantly. Because you can greed with Molecule Man a lot.
Okay, where are we?
If you want to move Molecule Man to 3, you can.
I'm in
It's
my
just that
gut,
like you can't roll.
in my soul, I feel like colorless is never going to be that good. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, fair enough. You can move them down if you'd like. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur is next. 3 mana for 2/2 keeps. Oh, the fuck! Hold up. Steam Deck's having a heart attack.
Oh, is it plugged in?
No, it just it was going into like temporary sleep mode, and then I woke it up exactly as it was closing into temporary sleep mode. So my entire screen just became green and pink bars brushing across itself.
Yeah.
Turned it off, turned it on. It was completely
I
fine.
think Molecule Man's
Moon
great.
Girl and Devil.
I just think colorless is not where it's at, guys. Sorry.
Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. When you draw your second card each turn, it becomes a 6/6 with trample, and then whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Trigger once per turn. Bracket 1.
Sorry.
Just bad draw commander. The Ruinous Wrecking Crew. X black red legendary creature human villain with 2 power and 2 toughness. Enters with X counters. ETB choose up to X modes. Discard draw. Each opponent loses 2 life. Destroy target token. Each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. This is an infinite mana outlet in the command zone. So this is a decent Rakdos commander as like a World Gorger deck. I feel like Anya's just the better option for that though, and I know that there are some infinite mana options in a Rakdos deck, but just play Anya instead.
3?
For those who don't know the loop with this, you always have X equal 2, and the 2 modes are each opponent loses 2 life and everybody sacrifices a creature. You sacrifice it, and then you put it back in the command zone and replay. So it just feels like a bad fleshbag marauder in the command zone, in my opinion. I want to put it at 1, but people are probably going to argue like higher because it can be an infinite mana outlet.
You want to put it at 1?
Yeah, because it feels like it doesn't do anything really. It's you have to pump in 3 mana to either destroy a token, have each opponent lose 2 life, loot, or have each player sacrifice a creature. Now, pumping more mana into that, like let's say you pump in 6 mana, you get to do all of those, but that still feels so subpar as like a 6/6 that just gets rid of a couple things and like hits your opponent and fixes your hand.
I do like destroy target token as an option. That's unique.
Yeah.
Bracket 3?
2. Bracket 2.
Okay. World Gorger is not my favorite line of play, so I'm happy
Yeah.
with that.
All right. Scientist Supreme of AIM. This is I'm going to say already right now. This is kind of bracket 1, but I will read through the whole thing and I will explain why I bracket 1. 2 mana, pay 2 life, copy target activated or triggered ability of a source you control from an artifact source. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only during your turn. Activate only once each turn. It's way too restrictive. Yes, you can do stuff with Helm of the Host. Yes, there is funny combo line, but it's just so bad. Just don't play it.
I'm on the don't play it wavelength as well. I stepped away, but Jane Foster storms off with cards like Paradoxical Outcome, Filter Out, Displacement Wave. It's a fun deck. Sorry, where's my cursor?
Next, we got the Serpent Society. 3 mana for a 3/4 Death Touch. Ward, get 5 poison counters. Whenever a creature you control with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. It's funny, the ward effect on this basically just says hexproof, but you get to smack it once.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just worse hexproof. The second effect does mean that you get to annoy the absolute crap out of everybody because this is a Dictate of Erebos in the command zone if you're building a Death Touch deck. How brutal is Dictate of Erebos just as a thing?
Not that brutal. It's annoying. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. I don't know, bro.
I'll give it a 3 because if you're building this deck right, you may do like Chthonian Nightmare Loops or something like that, and you just constantly wipe the board every single turn. I can see this making sure there's never a creature on the board for the entire rest of the game.
Whenever another creature with Death Touch. So not even he himself dying.
You have to build into it.
It's obnoxious. I mean, yeah, there's it's like a 2 to 3 for me.
Yeah.
Where do you want it?
I feel like it's probably a little bit better than that one, the one Thor that damages stuff directly, at least removal wise.
Yeah.
I'd say put him at 3 because we put that Thor to 2.
Sure. I think that's fair. You could do more in Golgari than just mono red.
There's also a bunch of Death Touch synergy stuff, so it's like playing a whole bunch of Death Touchers isn't a horrible idea. Like if people are like, haha, each of us paid the ward cost once, so we all have 5 poison counters, but we're not getting any more poison counters, then you go, haha, Finn.
Oh yeah, we need it. Is there a way to double their counters in these colors?
I mean, does doubling season work with counters put on your opponent?
No, I don't know.
Maybe. You can proliferate. There are proliferates in these colors.
One or more tokens under your control. One or more counters on a permanent you control.
Okay, so it's you control.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, bracket 3. Next, Speedball, New Warrior. 3 mana in Izzet for a legendary creature human hero with 2 power, 2 toughness. Whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, put 2 +1/+1, or sorry, he gets +2/+2 until the end of the turn. You choose new targets for that spell. This is hilarious because you throw all of your own kill spells at Speedball and then he redirects all of them to something you actually want to destroy. And you buff the absolute heck out of Speedball and then just deck someone in the face.
Notably, not a warrior.
Yeah, he's a new warrior, but he's not a warrior.
Yeah, so not Najila Bait.
Yeah, Speedball is funny, and Speedball will just straight up kill somebody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Out of nowhere. I don't know if it's good enough, though.
2.
It's functionally hexproof.
Whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, you may choose new targets for that spell. Honestly, that's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's a self-buffer with functional hexproof, and then he's in red, so you can give him trample and you can give him double strike.
Does this get around ward? Does this get around ward?
Yes, because ward is when you
cast
a spell that targets a thing.
And so choosing new targets gets around ward. Honestly, Speedball's...
He's a 3.
Dope.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty dope. I kind of want to...
He might even be a 4 if there's like enough free target spells that exist in the game. But he's probably 3.
Let's build Speedball.
9, number 9.
Yeah, I like Speedball. I do like Speedball a lot. That's better Vision to me. Sorry, Vision.
Next, Spider-Man the Rescue. Or Spider-Man to the Rescue. Uh, 3 mana, flash, reach, vigilance. No one dies. When Spider-Man enters the battlefield, you may tap him. When you do, another target non-attacking creature you control gains indestructible until the end of the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Bracket 1.
Outstanding art. Bracket 5 art, but yeah, bracket 1 ability.
Yeah.
It triggers when they become the target, not on cast. Thank you.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it doesn't get around more, but cool.
I mean, yeah, sure. Okay.
So next we have Spider-Woman. ETB, she taps a thing and doesn't untap until you lose control of Spider-Woman. Bracket 1. Storm Wind Rider. Creatures with flying can't attack you or block creatures you control. Whenever you cast a spell that targets one or more creatures, those creatures gain flying.
Ooh.
It doesn't protect your planeswalkers. That's the one thing that feels kind of bad. Okay, so creatures with flying can't attack you. So you just give your opponents stuff flying, and then they can't hit you, and they hit your other opponents. That's interesting at the very least. Bracket 1. Or 2. Bracket 2. There's something there, but it's not like crazy.
Probably the best storm that we've seen from the set, so sure, 2.
We did get a reprint. We did get a reprint of the storm from the Secret Lair in the set.
Oh, that's cool. Well, we're not ranking that one though, right?
We are not.
Okay.
Thanos, the Mad Titan. He is 3 mana for 4/4 Death Touch Lifelink with power up. One specifically colorless, 1 white, 1 blue, 1 black, 1 red, 1 green, and you put 2 counters on Thanos and choose odds or evens. Destroy all other creatures of the chosen mana value. So he's wipe half the creatures or more, depending on the setup. With power up, you only have to pay blue, green, and a generic, or blue, green, and a colorless to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just flickering him over and over and over again, you're just constantly wiping out everything. So he can be super annoying as a control commander. Just kill all the creatures.
4.
However,
4 at best.
I don't even think 4, because you have to flicker him twice to kill everything, and you have to pay 3 per thing to do it. So
this is not a game plan. This feels like a really bad 5-color commander.
Yeah. Bracket 3, he does something, but it's not super relevant.
He's restoring the cosmic balance. That's what he does. Squirrel Girl better.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl is better than Thanos. Let's be honest. You know it to be true.
Half of a mutinous massacre. Sorry, where are we at now?
Hold on. There we go. Next we are at Thor Odinson, bracket 1. He's just double prowess with some keywords. We are now at Titania, and as an additional cost, you have to discard a card or pay more mana, and ward, discard a card or pay more mana to target her. U.S. Agent John Walker. He makes an equipment when he enters, bracket 1.
Cool.
War Machine, Legacy of Iron. When he attacks another creature you control, gains power equal to his power, bracket 1. Winter Soldier, Icy Assassin. He gains 2 attack for each equipment attached to him. You can return him to the battlefield with a finality counter on him, and you may attach an equipment you control to him. Bracket 1.
Squirrel Girl, bracket 4. Bracket 4, people.
Okay.
That answers
Wolverine.
that question. Sorry, trying to put her ass down here. Okay.
Wolverine, Fierce Fighter. When he enters, you fight up to 1 other target creature, and whenever he's dealt damage, instead of that damage, he heals it. Okay, so yeah, he takes damage, but he heals all the other damage on him. So you need to deal 5 in one go to kill him. Bracket 1.
That's fair.
Super Android, if I remember correctly. I just need to refresh myself on this one. But yeah, bracket 1. Super Android's bracket 1. It just has high-ish power and can choose keywords every now and then. Ultron, Artificial Malevolence, 3-mana legendary artifact creature, robot villain, 2 power, 4 toughness. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you may pay 2. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. If it isn't a creature, it is a 2/2 robot in addition to its other types. Bracket 3. I don't know if there's any like crazy combo line that you can do with him to make it work better to like actually close out the game, but he has a lot of value. He has the ability to disrupt a lot of things. He can do a lot of cool things. He's like a weird panharmonicon, so I think bracket 3.
I feel like colorless is always going to be at its best bracket 3 for me. No offense, colorless. And I feel like we've rated things in the past higher. It's just hard for colorless to do. It's usually like a 3-person game and you're just there. But I mean, you could do really cool things, but you're just there because you're not really interacting. Yeah. Incredible card for Dr. Eggman, not an amazing commander. It is pretty dope though. I mean, it's like not a bad effect. Ultron is dope. There are combos, but needs 2 other cards like Phyrexian Ultra Plus. Yeah, Phyrexian Ultra generate 2 mana. And
Ashnod's Altar Mirror Retriever, and then you just use the Mirror Retriever to constantly get back other things. KCI stuff like that. Yeah. Well, last 2. And I guess we also have to do the portrait cards, which for some reason are not on Scryfall, but they were when I got the images of the things.
I still have Taskmaster, the Vision.
Oh, sorry, I skipped Taskmaster. Taskmaster is a B1.
Yeah, looks dope though.
Yeah, but yeah, Vision and Vive Vision. So Vision is the other Vision, that's 4 mana for a 2/5 flying vigilance. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, choose one. He gains double strike, he gains indestructible, or you draw a card. You can only choose one that has not been chosen this turn. Bracket 1. This is I think the worst Vision in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then we got a Vive Vision.
I'm sorry.
3 mana for 2/2.
Wait.
3 mana for 2.
Which Vision? Which Vision? You were talking about Viz? Who are you talking about?
Sorry, the Vision. The Vision is the flying vigilance.
Yeah.
So that's bracket 1. Then we have Viv Vision is the final one.
Okay. Where did Bost end up? That's a good question.
Where did
Bost?
Oh yeah, the cat. I think we said 4 because it's a really good way to transfer a wide board into a tall creature, which in green is super relevant because that you can draw equal to power. So it basically lets you draw a lot of cards by having a lot of creatures, which is something that you don't have a ton of in green or white, but now you can transfer it so that you do have a ton of it.
We have it at 3, bracket 3.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember if we got it to 4 or not, but it's good.
It is good.
Anyways, back to the Teen Synthezoid. When she attacks, if she has draw a card, if she has power 4 or greater, power up, get 2 counters on her. Bracket 1, not relevant. And we still have the
Super Adaptoid.
Wait, didn't we do Super Adaptoid already?
Oh,
that was the one of the previous one. The one on the previous page. The Super Adaptoid is 1.
Yeah. Okay. 7 more cards, guys.
All right. What did I miss?
Nothing.
I presume that all the alternate art cards.
These are all mural cards. It's the Fantastic Four. It's the Fantastic Four: T'Challa, the Black Panther, Captain America, Team Leader, and Doctor Doom.
Because that was at the bottom of that list, but it's at the top of Scryfall. Yep, that's why I couldn't find them again. Okay, so Invisible Woman first. 3 mana. At the beginning of combat, if you cast a non-creature spell, you make a wall with Defender and Reach. When you attack, you may pay 4 mana, and if you one of each color but black, If you do, target creature you control gains +X+O, where X is the number of creatures you control, and it can't be blocked. Another way to kind of go wide and go tall, the only difference is compared to Bost, you have to pay mana to do it. But you are in the colors where you also theoretically could stack it. I'll say 2, only because it feels like it's trying to do a lot, but doesn't do anything great.
Yeah.
And next we got Mr. Fantastic. He's 3 mana for a 2/4 Vigilance Reach. Draw a card if you cast a non-creature spell at the start of combat. And you can pay pay Wurg to copy target activated or triggered ability twice. You may choose new copies for those targets. Sorry, it's only triggered ability. Yeah, sorry. Copy target triggered ability twice. It can do stuff. It can probably combo with something, and it does give draw. I'm going to say 3, just because being able to copy a triggered ability can be really good, and drawing an additional card every turn is also pretty good.
Yeah.
Heck, you could just pay for it to draw the 2 additional cards.
Yeah.
If you need to.
Yeah. So guys, give us the Wurg ability that you want to trigger twice. Yeah, I can't really think of anything off the top of my dome. I'm sure there's a combo here. Is this better than... No. No, it's not. I'm just thinking, like, you said 3? 3 is fine.
Yeah, just because he does draw 1 card per turn, but then you could also theoretically do something else that's actually pretty impactful.
Yeah. Sorry. Where are we at?
Human Torch. Human Torch is at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you cast a non-creature spell, he gains flying, double strike, and haste. When he attacks, you may pay Wurg. If you do, whenever this creature deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent.
Ooh.
So he punches everybody. He doesn't really buff himself in any way. He does punch everybody, but he's just stats and keywords.
Yeah, he seems pretty mid.
Yeah.
I feel like there's
next
better things to do. Just play Stardust. What's her name again? Play Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal.
New infect commander. Play Y'shtola. But yeah, technically. Y'shtola's great.
The next Y'shtola is awesome. We got the thing. 5 and a green for a 5/5 trampler that says at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you cast a non-creature spell, put 4 +1/+1 counters on the thing. Whenever the thing attacks, you may pay 4 mana. When you do, double the number of counters on each double the number of each kind of counter on any number of target permanents you control. So you attack with the thing and you double every counter on all of your planeswalkers. Bracket 4.
Yeah, I was thinking of the that 1 clock that lets you win the game, but I'm just kidding. What do we get from Ixalan? It needs like 10,000 counters on it or some shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Millennium Calendar, it needs 1 million.
So you could do that, or you could just do Super Friends. Yeah, I'd say 4 for thing. He is 5 CMC, 6 CMC, but I mean, in 4 colors, you'll get there.
I mean, to be fair, he also is he's gaining 4 counters every combat, and also is doubling the counters on him every combat. So he gets really big really fast. So he's just killing somebody while screaming "It's clobbering time" at the top of his lungs.
True. Talk about infect. That's poisonous. Sorry, moving on.
Captain America Team Leader. Whenever another hero you control enters, it gains vigilance and haste until the end of the turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on each, or on that hero and on the Captain America. So, Hero Commander, bracket 1. Sorry, Cap.
Yeah. This art also just looks really barren. I don't like how they're kind of stacked in a line. I kind of wish they were spread out differently.
Yeah.
but the art itself is outstanding. Ugh, it's tough.
Next, we have. Oh, we don't actually have a Doctor Doom who's a doctor. We have scientist, noble, and warlock. So we didn't have a Doctor Doom.
That's ridiculous.
Well, regardless, he is Grixis and says when you discard one or more lands, each opponent loses 2 life at the beginning of combat on your turn.
Oh, Will's gone. I'll cover this for us. Wow, you get double me? Here. I wonder if his device died. That has to be what happened. You guys can't hear that, can you? It's okay. I'll cover for Will. Where is this? I can't get rid of his border. Anyway. Dr. Doom. Patrick, what's your twin's name? Well, he's a doctor, and his name is Doom. So, King of Latveria, he is Grixis, he is 4, he's 3/3. Whenever you discard one or more land cards, each opponent loses 2 life. Well, that sounds fun. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target villain you control gains Menace until end of turn. It connives. Likely just Doom if you're going for that. But I think the idea here is to just pull a shit ton of cards in your hand and then discard them. So Necropotence would work. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear this, but... Hello?
Hello, sorry, my phone died on me.
There you go. I mean, it was only like, 5 hours of streaming?
So my webcam's pointing up because I have a stand. So are we still live?
We're still live. Yeah. So I'm just saying that you want to draw a lot of cards and discard a lot of cards, and then you win the game. Specifically lands.
With the Doom, if you ad nauseum, treasure cruise, peer into the abyss, anything, hit a discard outlet, you kill everybody.
It's a 4, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just doing
maybe a 5 because you're in like the good color.
We could totally hear the phone ring. Sorry, you're kidding yourself if this isn't at least a B4. No, it's definitely a B4. I do think that Grixis
it's a good burn commander.
Yeah, I feel like Grixis has better. No offense, Doom. Because it's just using all the good shit that Grixis normally uses anyways. And then it just has an alternative way of winning that I don't really find too exciting. Sorry. I don't know. It's not bad. It's yeah. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, you win the game with it. It's an outlet. It has card quality. It's good. It is actually good. But the last card,
It is T'Challa, the Black Panther, B1. On ETB and on attack, you create a tapped Vibranium token. Vibranium tokens are artifacts that are indestructible, and they can tap for colorless mana, but that mana cannot be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Whenever you cast an artifact spell with mana value 4 or greater, you put 2+1/+1 counters on T'Challa.
All right, guys.
B1. He just makes mid mana.
So that is the bracket list, or tier list rather. My God. Yeah, that was 5 hours of streaming. If you stayed with us the whole time, thank you. We all need to do other things with our time today, but thank you. I'll be watching a show tonight, which I'm excited for. But before we close this out, oh my God. You were asking if there was if this was like a slop set for Legends. If it's any indication, we have 251 bracket 1 commanders, and maybe there could be a handful less if we were being more generous with our grading, but 251 is nutty of the 362 we started with. So yeah, there's a lot of slop in here. Do we have legendary fatigue yet in Magic? I think with this set, yes.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the
People were
X-Men set
questioning
next
if
year.
we had. People questioned if we had legendary fatigue with Final Fantasy, and we had double the legendaries in this set.
I mean, I'm down for X-Men. I do like the X-Men. I have more of an affinity for the X-Men than I think all Marvel properties. I mean, I grew up watching the cartoon. That, obviously, Spider-Man. Yeah. Okay, so there's a few legends we want to build out of here, namely Crystal. This just looks really fun. Um, do we make her Infect? Do we make her an Infect deck?
Can we?
It does. It's
I think you need black to be an infect.
it's unnecessary. Even my theory, Deadpool reprint. Sure. Um, this set had stuff. We've brewed 2 of the 3 bracket 5 commanders we have graded. There's a lot of bracket 4 stuff, and there's a lot of casual stuff I would have fun brewing. I don't know that I want to look through this entire list again to figure out which cards we wanted to cover, but this was a lot, guys. Yes, minor legendary fatigue, but I'm happy we got through this with you. Definitely watch the set review we did the other day and check out some of the live brewing sessions we do. They go by much faster. I promise. Not true, Boris. Infect exist. There we go. We're doing Infect with Crystal. It's so unnecessary. I feel like she's just gonna kill them regardless, but I need to see if Crystal Princess has other art. Oh, thanks. Yeah, these are fun. I enjoy doing the tier list. I enjoy doing the set reviews. They can be fatiguing though when they run 5 hours, and I definitely need lunch. So I'm gonna encourage everyone who stayed with us the whole time to shower, eat food, talk to your loved ones, call your parents and tell them you love them, that sort of thing. And then we'll get on with the rest of our weekend. But guys, it was fun hanging with you. We'll see you on the next one. Will, any final thoughts?
If you enjoyed any of the cards we talked about today, use our TCG Player affiliate link if it is currently working. I don't know if it's working. Buy the cards, build the decks, enjoy the set. Have a good one. Enjoy your 4th of July, everyone.
Oh shit, yeah, that too. See you guys. That's next week, but you know, Star Trek likely won't be this bad. We'll see about that. All right, it's closed out, sir.